Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft, on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. You are now tuned into a Rust Belt Report special, with your hosts Ryan Cahill and Justice Radford. The panel, Zach Vaughn, Jake Jordan, Justin Goddard, Brian Alverson, Charlie Gross, Adam Zientik, Mikey and Tommy, Adam Jordan, Bryce Jordan, and Jason Malloy. Special guests as well. Enjoy.
Welcome, everybody, to the Buffalo FAMbase 2022 live NFL Draft Show. I am your co-host, Ryan Coghill, as well as the producer for tonight. We're going to get to our host here, as well as some of our panelists who have already begun to trickle in. I just wanted to take this moment to say thank you to those of you who we see are already watching. This is undoubtedly the biggest live draft night event special in probably the history of content creation, personal content creation. Not talking about the NFL draft itself. That's obviously the biggest. So I wanted to take that moment to just thank everybody. We're going to have so many panelists from across the Bills Mafia content creating community, both tonight and tomorrow, covering round 2 of the NFL draft live. And then, of course, you can follow Buffalo FAMbase as well as all of us here tonight, as I'm sure we'll all be covering rounds 3 through 7 later tomorrow evening, as well as through Saturday. So we have some amazing guests. Like I said, we're also going to have some special guests, including possibly some access to some of the NFL teams, as well as possibly talking to people on the ground in Las Vegas. We don't know what's going to happen when it comes to stuff like that, which makes it a lot more exciting, which means you need to stay tuned. As you can tell, we are all dressed up. We are ready for the evening. So our host for this evening is Justice General Radford, and I'm going to throw it over to him. We're going to have about half an hour of talking topics. Then we're going to get ready for the NFL draft starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have commercial breaks. You guys are going to absolutely enjoy this. Please, please, please be active in the comments. Talk to us. Hit us up on Twitter. It's going to be absolutely awesome. And Robert's already in here with the We Want Breece Hall. Contentious topic already. I'm going to throw it over now to the main host of the evening, Justice General. Justice, take it away, man.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, man, thank you so much, Ryan. Again, thank you, Ryan, for all. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this was Ryan's idea. Ryan was like, "Yo, I got this amazing idea." I was like, "Yo, let's talk about it," And he came up with a really cool concept, and I'm super excited about it. And clearly, so are you guys. A lot of people out there rocking with us already. Please stay active in the chat. Of course, we are always going to conversate and communicate with the people who this is for. So welcome to the 2022 NFL Buffalo FAMbase Draft Special, Rust Belt Report Special. It's a lot of names. But before we get to kind of going into talking and introducing some of our panel members, we've got some big storylines kind of to talk about just a little bit. I've seen a few, right? So one that I kind of wanted to bring up was the Eagles are trying to trade up into the top 10 per sources. Okay. And now this is a source. I mean, they're a Twitter account, so I'm not gonna act like I know anybody in the biz, but they're pretty, reliable. And, so actually it's per rap sheet. So Eagles trying to trade up into the top 10. Obviously, we know Eagles have 2 mid-round picks. And so I kind of want to get your take on that, Ryan, before we introduce, some of our panel members. What are you thinking? What are you thinking about the Eagles taking 2 mid-round picks and maybe packaging those to go get in the top 10?
Yeah, so there's a lot that's actually happening with the Eagles. Howie Roseman, the GM there, rap sheet. I've been following the coverage all day today. There's reports that they obviously want to trade up, as you just said. There's also reports that they potentially want to trade back, depending on who gets taken in front of them. We obviously know, and we're going to talk about it later. They did a one-place swap with New Orleans earlier, I think during the playoffs or at the tail end of the season. So I don't really know. There was some talk about the Eagles potentially pursuing a quarterback in some way, shape, or form during the draft or in undrafted free agency, looking at the free agent market that still exists out there or that could exist. Obviously, the draft is going to impact and change how teams look at their roster. That said, talking about those sources, a friend of mine, she's from Scotland, so if she's watching, shout out to her, but it is pretty late over there now, said that they're looking not at quarterback, but that the word that she's hearing as an Eagles fan is that they're looking to possibly move up into the top 5 to 7 to go after a corner, being their number one. And so they're looking at any number of corners that are available, but that's where they're looking mainly for the Eagles if they're going to trade up.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and for me, I got one Jameson Williams, okay? And the Eagles were one of those threats, with 2 picks right there in the middle of the first round. And if they're using that to package and go get somebody in the top 10, I wouldn't be mad at all, because obviously that probably increases our chance slightly, probably not by much, but slightly, to going and getting that guy. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get to some of our guests. All right. So from the Mafia Sports Report, we got 2 very new family members of the fan base over here with Bills Mafia, and really, really dope to have these guys on. We got Tommy and Mikey, like I said, from the Mafia Sports Report. How you guys doing tonight?
What up, Justice? Man, I'm getting ready for 4 hours of draft, and my seat is going to be flat by the time we're done. But I'm excited, and let's do this, man. Let's do this.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Mikey,
absolutely. Wonderful. I'm ready. I've been waiting for weeks for the draft. I am a draft guy. I love it. I eat and sleep the draft, the prospects. I dig into that stuff. If most of the people that watch the Mafia Sports Report knows, that's kind of my thing. I love it. But I was listening to you before we popped on about the Eagles. Now, the Giants have been rumored on trying to get out of 7. It is an interdivision trade, so there is an extra tax for that. So could you see a Eagles-Giants swap? Because Joe Shane is just going to try to compile as much picks as possible as he looks to build that roster in Brian Daboll's vision.
Hey, that's a very good question. I like where your head's at. I like the energy. So all right, let's go ahead and get into that. But first, before we do, because like I said, that's a great question. I want to introduce our next panel member. One of my good friends. He is the editor-in-chief from Buffalo Fanatics. I'm sorry, I had like a brain fart. I'm sorry, I'm so used to producing. I'm not used to have somebody. So my whole brain is scrambled. But Ryan, you're doing a great job. I'm sorry. It's just, that's me thing. But editor-in-chief over at Buffalo Fanatics. This guy's a writer. He is very good at what he does. He is an analyst as well. And I enjoy talking to him. What's going on, Zach? How you doing tonight?
Good. How are you doing?
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you joining us on the panel tonight, bro. What do you think of what Mikey was saying about the Giants potentially wanting to trade out of their pick?
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense because Joe Shane and Brian Daboll are going in there. It's their first year. They might want to stock up as much picks as possible in order to be able to just build the roster in their own image going forward, because that's what everyone wants to do. And you don't really get that opportunity a lot, especially if you have two top 10 picks. So, I mean, if they can get a good offer for it, I could see them pulling the trigger on it. I could also see another team trading out of a top 10 pick, and that would be the Carolina Panthers. And that's because while they have a lot of needs, they don't have any second or third. Their next pick after 6 is in the 3rd round or 4th round. So they need to build that up a little bit. Who knows? Maybe Philly trades up with Carolina if a prospect falls that they want to get their hands on to leapfrog the Giants or something.
What do you think about what Mikey said in terms of the the Philly tax, the interdivision tax. So if Philly wanted to go up and get that pick with obviously their 2 first-round picks, they would need to come up off of both of those picks, I'm quite sure. What do you think that they could get the value from them if Philly was willing to do it?
I think they very well could. I mean, obviously, you would prefer to not deal with your rivals, but it's also not unheard of. And also, especially if that rival has 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
I think that says more about anything than just being your rival.
Yeah, I definitely feel that point. Well, so for those of you guys who don't know, Joe Schoen is the new general manager over at the New York Giants. He was the former assistant general manager with Buffalo. Brandon Beane called him his right-hand man. And obviously the Giants also got our former offensive coordinator, Brian Daboll. So it's kind of like Buffalo Jr. up there in that team over there in New Jersey. But we saw what Brian Daboll did when he first came to Buffalo. He immediately got rid of Ronald Darby and Sammy Watkins and some of the guys, Marcel Daria, some of the guys we thought, were the future of our team. And we've heard reports that Saquon Barkley might be traded. We've heard reports that James Bradbury might be out. We've heard reports about first round pick from last year, wide receiver. Why am I blanking on his name? Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, let me ask you, bro. Do you think Giants bought the clean house the way Brandon Beane did, or do you think he might just build on what he has, and that kind of includes Daniel Jones?
Well, I don't think Daniel Jones will fit into Daboll's system. So I could definitely see Daboll getting a quarterback. Maybe not this draft, but I definitely could see him getting a quarterback. I just don't see Daniel Jones in the future there, in my opinion. Just the way Brian Daboll likes to run his offense, the way he ran Josh Allen. Though Daniel Jones runs, he's not like built like Josh Allen. He doesn't have the arm like Josh Allen. He can't do the things. And I think Daboll will try to maybe find one of these players in the draft this year. And there is a quarterback, I forget his name. He is kind of like a Josh Allen. They're saying he has the accuracy issues. I think it's Malik something.
Malik Willis.
Yeah, so you never know there. You never know. It wouldn't surprise me if the Giants went in that direction and got a quarterback to compete with Daniel Jones.
All right, yeah, I think so too. I think so, but you know what? I think I'm bigger. I'm bigger on Daniel Jones than a lot of people are. I think he has a lot of talent, and I think he just didn't have a good system. Like I always use like Josh Allen as like a place point, and it's not Josh Allen I'm using, right? It's the Buffalo Bills system is what I'm using. Josh Allen came here into the perfect system for him, and it nourished him into being as good as he could possibly be, right? And I always think like if Daniel Jones had a Josh Allen situation, from years 2 on, right? And let's exclude that rookie year, right? Would he be a better quarterback today? And I really think he would be. So that's how I typically judge quarterbacks, and maybe that's a bit misguided, but it's what I do. So, but before we move forward in the conversation, we got some more panel members. We got my guy, one of my good friends. This guy I've been working with for about a good year, and these guys always produced really high quality content. And he's dressed to the nines tonight, my man. Jay Gosway to Justin Goddard from the Wandering Buffalo podcast. What's going on, Justin? How you doing tonight, bro?
You gave me that glowing introduction. I almost left myself on mute there to start it off.
What you thought I was talking about somebody else?
Yeah, I'm doing good tonight. How's everybody else doing? Draft day, baby. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Dressed to impress. We got a couple of well-dressed people in the building tonight. And then we also have another one of our panel members. Let's go. Actually, since we're talking about well-dressed, you know what I mean? This guy, I started working with a little bit recently, and he is, really hit it out of the park. He is a cool cat, host of the Ring the Gong podcast. Philip Gong, what's going on, bro? How you doing tonight, man?
Not much, man. I'm just really happy to be here. Really happy to work with all you guys tonight. Let's hope that Breece Hall isn't the pick pray for that. But really happy to be here with you guys and see what we do this first round. And like I said, pray for no Brees Hall. That's just my opinion.
My man,
Yeah.
tugging at my heartstrings.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. Maybe I've been doing too many, Draft Network mock drafts, but I feel like there's other opportunities. I don't think we need to draft them in the first round, but we'll see what happens anyway. But last but not least, of the panel members that are here right now, we're going to go ahead and introduce this guy, owner of 12 Square TTP Analytics. He does draft mock value score. He does. Oh man, this guy is all over the place. What's going on, Charlie Gross?
Hey, what's happening? I'm happy to be here. When you introduced Justin and you were talking about well-dressed, makes great content, I was like, oh, he's must be bringing in somebody else because it isn't me. And then I saw Justin and I was like, my Lord, this man is looking fly. He's looking suave. He's ready to go. He's got the jerseys in the back. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I appreciate the invite. I'm doing a little math here in the background, so don't mind me. I'll listen.
Yeah, Charlie is our resident mathematician. He is a really smart guy. He does analytics. Obviously, he's the owner of TTP Analytics. So he's a smart guy. Gotta do math on a regular basis for fun. Actually, before we move into our topic of discussion, we got somebody else in the background. We might as well bring them on screen. Are they ready? Maybe they're not ready. All right, so nope, they're not ready. All right, anyway. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. All right, so I mean, we might as well get down to business, okay? Like, we're Bills fans, right? We Bills fans, so we got a lot of people in here. A lot of people usually trans out to a lot of opinions, okay? So the Buffalo Bills have the 25th pick in tonight's NFL draft. They are coming off of a season where they just lost in the divisional round to a team that got wiped up off the floor with in the AFC Championship game the next week. But, obviously they went down to the final second or 13, and, they showed potential, So I want to ask you guys, with that 25th pick, what do the Buffalo Bills do with it in the first round? I'm going to get to my man, Justin Goddard. What are you thinking the Buffalo Bills should do with that 25th pick?
So I'm kind of all over the place with what I want to see them do here. And it all, for me, depends on how the board is shaken out. I got my eye on Andrew Booth Jr. Big time. But that's really if I see some of these other guys go off the board. If we see Jameson Williams start slipping a little bit, maybe we can trade up into the late teens and snag him up. I'm all for that. I'll give up some capital. I'll look at next year capital. I think cornerback is the most obvious need on the team, but having the opportunity to put some more weapons into the holster of Josh Allen there, I'm never going to complain about that myself.
Absolutely. And so you kind of mentioned Jameson Williams. All right.
That's my biggest draft crush right there. He can be out 8 weeks. I don't care.
See, and people call me crazy, but I kind of want to know, what are you willing to give up for Jameson Williams exactly?
So I mean, I've been looking at a lot of stuff like pertaining to trade up values and all that. I see a ton of people, looking at give up whatever, but you can't give up next year's first round pick. And to me, I think especially with the way the NFL is trending now, that there's a little bit of an overvalue on draft picks, and not saying like top 10 picks, those are obviously always going to be valuable. But if your goal is to be making it to a championship game every year, competing for a Super Bowl, being right up there, if you're talking a 31, 32 pick, I'm personally willing to mortgage that if everything checks out and they're going after one of these guys that they think can be a 5-10 year staple and be that much of an impact player.
All right. You know what? I agree with you. And, that 32 pick next year may be basically a second round pick, because let's face it, the Bills are probably not finishing anything lower than 25. So, we'll see what happens with that. I tend to agree with you. We'll see where the rest of the room is. But before we do, actually, Ryan, can you throw that back up? Because I got a question I want to direct to my man, Charlie Gross. Elam versus Booth, who you want, man?
So that's interesting to me because Elam's really pretty much a straight man corner. He hasn't really played much zone. So it's not a question of like, can he do it? It's you just haven't really seen him do it. And Booth, the issue obviously is that he's got a lot of injuries, right? They brought him in obviously for a 30 visit, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to check the medicals on that. And if they're not comfortable with the medicals, they're not taking that guy. I think they've shown that pretty clear. So that's one thing we can't know. If they're both healthy, I want Booth. I don't know. I know he's injured. I don't know how he is in recovery. So that's something I can't comment on. If they're both healthy, I'll take Booth over Elam.
All right. We obviously have heard about, Andrew Booth Jr.'s injury problems. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll get back to kind of what maybe one of us wants versus, either or. But if you guys have any more either ors, please throw them in the comment section below and give us a thumbs up and a like because of these handsome gentlemen. My man Tommy, who you looking the draft, bro?
Definitely not a running back in the first round, so we can stop with that talk. I really hope this Breece Hall rumorville, whatever's going on, is not true because I think it would be a mistake for the Buffalo Bills. We need to address the corner. Listen, we got to the AFC Championship game. Our offense was just fine. I understand we want to add pieces and make this offense, oh my God, unbelievable. It's already, oh my God, unbelievable. Okay. I mean, I get we want to add more stuff to it, but we need corner help right now. Trey White is going to be gone till what? October, November, May, somewhere around there. Dane Jackson's good, but he's still young. And Cam Lewis, I just don't trust right now. So we have to address that position. It is a need. And I hate to say that because I know it's best on board mentality, but I think our first round pick should be a corner, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills trade up in this draft to get a guy they like, and McDuffie possibly. And just like Justin was saying, I don't mind trading a first round pick for next year because if it's a 32nd pick, that's basically a second round anyways. That's fine for a guy that can come into this season, be a playmaker, instantly start, and get this team to the Super Bowl. I'm good with that. I'll trade away that 32nd pick.
All right, guys. So I just got to point out, all right, 3 of us have talked so far into who we want, in the first round. And 3 of us so far have also said that we are totally willing to give up next year's 32 pick. Yeah. So I find that extremely interesting. Philip, what you thinking, bro? Who you want in the first round?
How could we not go punter? I think that's just the best obvious pick right there. Matt Riza, punt god, take the punt god round 1, and then just call it a night.
Right. Trade all our picks for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you know what? Jacksonville's dumb enough to trade us the number 1 pick for our number 7. Let's get up there and boom. But in all seriousness, though, I'm not going to go the Andrew Booth way, even though 2 I would go with since that's been the answer for the majority so far. Someone who I would probably be willing to go with is Tyler Linderbaum. I like him mainly because of his flexibility on the offensive line. Not only can he play center, he can also play guard. And we need that. We need a Ryan Bates 2.0 who will eventually take over for Mitch Morse. And also, let's say Saffold or Bates gets hurt. Do you really trust Cody Ford to take that starting spot? We saw what happened last season. And I get it. We got a new regime, Aaron Cromer in, maybe Ford fits better under that, running system that he's going to have in blocking. But I don't trust Cody Ford no matter who the coach is. So for the love of God, if we can't get Andrew Booth, Trent McDuffie, Khair Lamb, any of those top corners that we've mentioned, get me a lineman. Get me someone to not have to rely on Cody Ford's depth and someone to replace Bates or Saffold or Morse in the future.
You know why I love that answer? I love that answer because as soon as you said it, I saw Zach's face right in the middle of the screen go, like an aggressive head nod in agreement. I love it. But Andrew, listen, bro, I am 6'10" and I have a 7'5" wingspan. If you can find a suit, I will wear it, brother. So I got you, I promise. But until then, polo it is. But hey, since we're here, Zach, what are you thinking about who your potential first round pick might be if you were GM?
Well, I think, like Philip just said, offensive line is a long-term need because Roger Saffold's a good guy. He's a good player, but he's also on a 1-year contract. He's 34. So you know that you're going to need a long-term solution at left guard. And also Mitch Morse, again, another good veteran player who's closer to his retirement than he is his prime, especially considering his medical history. Like, we don't know what'll happen if he gets one more concussion. So you need to start planning ahead for that. So I also would be in favor of Tyler Linderbaum or Zion Johnson if he slips into the late teens, maybe trying to scoot up a couple picks to get him. I don't see it happening, so I'd say Linderbaum. But cornerback 2 is also that big need. Andrew Booth, Trent McDuffie. I only putting this name out there because it's just sort of like a fleeting thought. But considering how the Bills went to freakish traits over production last year with Greg Rousseau, maybe Tariq Woolen just ends up being an out-of-nowhere pick for the Bills because he has that big upside. I'm not saying I'd be in favor of it at 25. Second round, definitely. 25, it's just one of those things where I think,
Zach, would you trade back?
Yeah,
you gotta pay him, Jack. That's the problem.
The other big one.
Yeah, I'm team
No,
trade back all the way. By the way,
I said I was asking Zach, would you possibly trade back into like the top of the second?
Actually, yeah, that would probably be. If I had to list my top 3 options at 25, it would be corner, trade back, offensive line, because you trade back if you could get an early second round pick, because we all know that there will be one of those quarterbacks that everyone expects to go in the first round that's still available and a team that's desperate enough to leapfrog to get that 5th-year option. So,
but can I
do that?
Can I butt in there real quick and say something though? So let's say hypothetically he trades back, right? So let's say Brandon Beane has a board. He sees he has, let's say, 20 guys that he feels are first round evaluations. They are off the board. He trades back. You don't know what his second round evaluations are. So what if you go back in a second and the guy's not there that he wants either? Then we're stuck, right? Now we're taking a player that we missed on, right? Like now we're just taking somebody. Like I don't want to trade back. Like I think that would be a huge mistake in trading back because it's not guaranteed the guy will be there now in the second that you're thinking is coming down to the second, right? On your board.
The idea I think behind that,
then you're just dropping.
If they're all out of first round grades and they've got 27 second round grades and they trade.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that though.
I know, but I would hope that Brandon Beane would know how many second grades he has.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But let me ask you this though. So as aggressive as Brandon Beane's been so far in the offseason, what makes you think you want to be aggressive in the draft and trade up?
Because I don't know. I think the things that they need, there's a lot of depth. And I don't know if there's any one thing. They need speed at wide receiver. There's lots of guys who are fast that are, day 2 guys, even day 3 guys. Like everyone's obsessed with Jameson Williams, and there's other guys who run fast. I mean,
I'm not. But corner, you think we're set in corner though?
Real quick, guys, because we have to get to something real quick. But I really like this. I really like this conversation, so I'm going to put a pin in this. But Ryan, can you go ahead with your segment?
Yeah, I'm going to take over hosting duties here for a second, and I'm going to start the conversation off with Charlie, and then we can pop around just because I think Charlie's a fantastic place to start with this. But something really interesting here is we have 8 teams that do not currently have first round picks for this year's draft. And we were talking earlier about Philadelphia. We know Philadelphia is a team that could potentially disrupt the draft order tonight. We also know that there's tons of other teams. I believe that the report earlier in the week is that a lot of the top 10 teams are willing to trade back. And so that could really disrupt things. But we also have 8 teams that do not have first round picks. Those are the Rams, the Bears, the Browns, the Broncos, the Colts, the Raiders, the Dolphins, and the 49ers. So, Charlie, I'm going to start off with you. Do you think, really, first off, do you think that any of those teams could potentially trade up into the first round? Or really, the larger question is, as we hit the 8 o'clock hour here and the start of the NFL draft, do you think that we could have even more of a disruption in this year's first round of the NFL draft by having these teams potentially trade back up in?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, first of all, a lot of teams are, stockpiling picks for next year. I think there's probably 15 teams that would love to trade up in the top 3 next year for a quarterback. I think the Giants are one of the teams that's trying to get a second pick for next year, first of all. But yeah, even a team like the Lions, if they don't take a quarterback at 2, they're already at 32, and they've got pick 34 as well. So I think there's a couple teams that don't have first-round picks that are going to be more willing to trade into the back, 6 or 7 of the first round, because I know that they overvalue quarterbacks, but this quarterback class also isn't fantastic. The offensive line class is pretty good. Defensive line class is pretty good. There's something like projected to be like 4 or 5 wide receivers might go in the top 20. The corner class is pretty deep. So I think that you're going to see an opportunity for these teams to trade up, and that's going to, I think, be a great benefit for the Bills, because I think the Bills will get multiple offers to trade down, and provided he's all out of first-round grades, Brandon Beane said last year he would have traded down if Boogie Basham wasn't there. So he'll trade down if his grades are gone, if his first-round grades are gone. He said he'll trade down.
All right, it looks like we have some other people that want to get into the conversation. Tommy, did you have something that you wanted to add?
No, I just the way this offseason's going, I just don't see Brandon Beane trading down. I just don't see it. He's either going to stay at 25 or he's going to trade up. I just do not see him trading down. How often has he traded down in the first round since he's come here? He's traded up probably more than he's traded back, in total. So if he sees a guy he likes, he's going to try to go ahead and get that guy. That's my feeling about it. And listen, all these like rumors and Breece Hall, all this talk, we don't know. Nobody knows who he has on his board. And it could be a guy none of us expected. So we're going to see soon. 3 hours or so.
Yeah, we'll see soon.
Right.
I think
wait, I'll take that back. We're gonna see that in an hour. He's gonna trade up to the top 5.
I wanna throw it. I just want to throw it over to Philip really quick to get this, just because it's been a minute since you've had something to say. But the Rams, Bears, Browns, Broncos, Colts, Raiders, Dolphins, and 49ers. The Bills might be the only team that start with a B that are not included in this. Those are the teams, though, that I just mentioned that do not have a first-round pick in this year's draft. And who knows? The Bills may join them. However, to Tommy's point, when is the last time that the Bills traded out of the first round? What do you think? Do you think one of these teams is going to trade back up into the first round? Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be with Buffalo, but do you think one of these teams could potentially trade up back into the first round and cause even more of a disruption than we're already expecting?
Well, before I start, I just want to say, like Tommy, I am team trade up. Just want to put that out there. But to answer your question, though, a team that I could see trading up is the Bears. Starting with the B, Bills, Bears. Gotta go with the B. But with pick 39, I can see them trading up a little to get more protection for Justin Fields. You're gonna have someone like Kenyon Green, Tyler Linderbaum, like I stated, possibly a Zion Johnson falling. You're gonna have plenty of options there at pick 25 where the Bills are, or somewhere towards the end of the first round, where the Bears could jump up from 39 towards the end of the first round and get more protection. Because if they're really going to give Justin Fields a chance to be the franchise quarterback that they think he can be, you can't do that if you don't give him at least an average to above average offensive line, because he definitely doesn't have the weapons. So if you don't have the weapons like an Allen Robinson anymore, you need to give him the time to make those smart decisions for below average weapons. So that way he can, if you have below average offensive line combined with below average weapons, you're going to be a dog shit franchise like the New York Jets. So we don't, and Chicago Bears, while they're not as bad as the Jets, they don't want to get as bad as they are. So to do that, they got to get some more protection and trade up possibly.
Sounds good. All right. So we're 34 minutes. We are just over 34 minutes into our production here. Justice and I kicking it off at the 7:30 p.m. Eastern hour. We are now 5 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour. So I'm going to throw it back to Justice. Just a reminder, though, really quickly, we have 10 minutes between each pick. So there's going to be a lot of time for conversation. Justice, I'm going to throw it back to you.
Absolutely. So all right, so we got some more people out there in the queue. So we're gonna go ahead and go to a little commercial break before we get back in and introduce you guys to some more members of the panel, and then we'll start our coverage of the draft since it has just begun. Thank you guys for tuning in to the FAMbase draft special.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into the Rust Belt Report with host Ryan Cahill, host of the 2022 FAMbase NFL Draft Round 1 and owner of LDG Sports and Entertainment.
So that Harrison Phillips chose to sign with Minnesota. I think the Bills chose not
Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage.
Okay. Sorry.
Hosted by my man,
Let's go Buffalo.
Cahill. So we're gonna go ahead and introduce some more members of our panel tonight. We got one of the hosts of a show on our network, the Lowdown Podcast, as well as First Round Bye. Tune in tomorrow night for second round coverage of the first round bye, as well as the 2022 NFL Draft Special. My man Jake Jordan, he will also be joined by some of his brothers tonight, Adam and Bryce. So we'll probably see those guys a little bit later. What's going on, Jake? How you feeling tonight, bro?
I'm feeling pretty good. This is the most alone I'm going to be on this couch probably for the rest of the night before I got two dudes way too close to me so that they can fit on camera. So, no, dude, I'm super excited. It's the draft. I mean, it's about damn time, right? Like, we have been waiting for this day, and we are finally here. You guys have been holding down the fort for 37 minutes, and man, I've already heard the slander on one of my teams. I got to cover the New York Jets, so I'm ready. I'm ready for us to get this started, man. There's a lot of stuff to talk about.
Awesome. All right, well, we're glad that you guys could make it, and we'll hear about the New York Jets a little bit later. Let's go ahead and welcome the newest member of the Buffalo FAMbase Network. One of a very talented guy. I got a chance to listen to some of his work recently, and man, he's got the voice of like a podcast god or something. I don't know, man, but he seems like a really, really dope guy. super podcast excited to have you. See, listen to that. Y'all heard that? Like, bro, come on now. Like, man. All right, but anyway, what's going on, Rob Crippen? What's up, bro?
Man, I appreciate you, Justice. How's everybody doing tonight, man? Happy draft day, y'all.
You're good.
Happy draft day.
Happy draft
It's
day,
absolutely
man.
Awesome. I remember Justice sent me your name and I checked out the podcast. I think the exact thing that I sent to Justice was like, this guy has the voice of a smooth jazz radio. And it's absolutely like some
like
podcasts you turn them on.
Yeah, back in the day, Al Woods and stuff like that. Smooth jazz.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't put them on late night.
Yeah, exactly.
Put people to sleep.
Quiet Storm.
The Quiet Storm. Yeah, Al. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I'm really excited to be here tonight. I got a chance to talk with Justice this morning, and shout out to Jay Spence, the King over at Buffalo Rumblings. He got us linked up, and I did a stream with him a couple weeks ago, and it was just phenomenal. I started my podcast, as you see, Nickel City Crew, right before the wild card round against the Patriots. I called it Perfection in the Park. What a wonderful day that was. And I just love it. I love sports. I love the Bills. I'm passionate about it. It's been my passion since I was born. To be honest, I was born into it. Buffalo born and raised. Moved down to Charlotte in 2006, and I'm here and season ticket holder, so I'm dedicated. I go back for the Bills. I love my Bills.
Awesome. All right. Well, the best part of being a Bills content creator is always being a true and passionate member of, obviously fan of the Buffalo Bills. And I think that is one thing I'm pretty confident I can say about every single person on the screen right now and every single person waiting in the queue. Speaking of people in the queue, I'm going to get to listen. All right. So I really joined the Bills Twitter community maybe like a year and a half ago. Right. And it was like, all right, this has been one of my favorite follows for the entire time. He doesn't get on camera very much, but I think he's a really dope guy. And whenever he does, he always does really well. So my man, Brian Alvarez, he is the user behind Reddit Bills. I don't know. He controls the Reddit Bills Twitter page, and he's a really dope guy. Oh no. Okay. All right.
The studio is limited. We are full, Justice.
What?
Oh yeah.
All right, I see.
I bet you didn't even know there was a limit.
I
Justice.
didn't know there was a limit. All right. Well,
got the Brady Bunch sequence going on here.
All right, StreamYard doesn't like us right now, but we're gonna say what's going on to Brian real quick. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Glad you could fit
What
me
up?
in.
What up?
Kick everybody else out so I can be in here.
Yeah, exactly. We need Brian in the stream.
Excited here. Ready to talk some draft. I think the Jaguars are on the clock now, so we should be getting into the meat and potatoes here pretty soon.
Yeah. All right. So
they're taking.
All right, Jaguars on the clock. All right. So do we have our Jaguars correspondent on screen?
We do.
All right.
We do.
Who has the unfortunate task of making this pick?
Okay, so I will tell you. I went back and I looked at the Jaguars offseason moves, what they did. They brought in Evan Ingram at tight end. They went and signed Zay Jones and Christian Kirk to ungodly contracts. When I looked at it, I see why Stephon Diggs and all those guys got that 25, 26 million when you're giving Zay Jones and Christian Kirk almost 20. Then they brought in Brandon Scherf on the O-line. They brought in a couple corners and Darius Williams and Xavier Howard, and they brought in Arden Key as a defensive end. So their main needs were offensive tackle, edge, and interior O-line. They just re-signed their franchise left tackle, Cam Robinson, to a big deal. So I don't think they were going to go in the first round with the offensive tackle. You don't take the number 1 overall pick to stick him at right tackle. You just don't do it. I have a feeling it's going to be edges between Hutchinson and Walker. And the more I've listened and knowing Trent Baalke, he goes a little bit different. I'm actually on the West Coast. So Baalke was a 49ers GM for a long time and always went against the grain. I have a feeling it's going to be Trayvon Walker, number 1 overall.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So originally it was Aidan Hutchinson. A lot of people, thought Aidan Hutchinson.
That's who I would take. I'll be perfectly honest. That's who I would take if I had the choice. But knowing Trent Baalke's background and his draft pedigree before, Walker fits a lot of what he did with the 49ers previously, and then what he did when he went to Washington, and he was second in command in Washington for a long time. Trayvon Walker just kind of has that athletic ability that he thinks he can get more out of.
All right, I like it. We'll see what happens. This is really the first time in a really long time that the number 1 overall pick is, not really like evident.
Yeah.
So, all right. So let me ask you this, Justin Goddard. What's your thoughts? So who do you think the Jaguars should pick, or who they're going to pick?
I'm on the same side there. I'm thinking it's also Trayvon Walker. There was so much talk for so long that it was Aidan Hutchinson, and we see this really happen kind of every year, unless it's that blue chip number 1 quarterback, talking like Andrew Luck. There's like that player that's that solid number 1 option the whole time, and then last minute something switches. And I'm agreeing here because Trent Baalke likes to bet on the physical traits more than the floor. He really likes to swing for the fences on the physical traits of guys, and I think Trayvon Walker has a little bit more of that. There's a lot of talk that Aidan Hutchinson's already at a ceiling. I don't think that's the case, and I think it's a much safer pick here, which is to me why it makes sense that the Jaguars are going to go Trayvon Walker. Yeah, they're going to mess it up.
They're going to mess it up. Yeah. Hutchinson gives me JJ Watt vibes. When I watch his tape, he gives me JJ Watt vibes. If you remember back when Watt was coming out, they were saying, "Oh, we think he's already at his limit. He's not going to get any better. He's kind of, at his ceiling." And he just kept growing. That's what I get. That's the feeling I get from watching Hutchinson, to where Walker didn't have the production, but he has all that athletic ability, and they feel they can tap into it.
Yeah, I agree.
Brian,
I
if
think
you had the number one overall pick,
yeah.
who would you go with?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty much the same way. Before they re-signed Cam Robinson, I would have said it would be a home run for Evan Neal, just because they absolutely needed to protect Trevor Lawrence. Otherwise, he's just going to get killed back there. But as it stands, I mean, personally, I would be a-okay with taking a guy first overall and playing him at right tackle, because I love right tackles. You can never have too many good tackles, but I do agree that I think it'll be Trayvon Walker, just because when you're drafting that high, you get the premium position with a super high ceiling, and they're in a position where they pretty much need to rebuild from the ground up. So
you, sir, are correct, and so is everybody else who said Trayvon Walker. The Jacksonville Jaguars did select Trayvon Walker, defensive end out of Georgia, with the first overall pick, which means
Detroit
Aidan
is
Hutchinson
happy.
is happy. I mean,
Detroit
Aidan Hutchinson is available
in the war room.
Yeah,
they have their local.
They're
guy.
biting all the kneecaps.
Oh,
Yes,
they're loving it. I'm right here in Detroit. They're
Right,
they're freaking out right now.
Aidan Hutchinson, obviously a defensive end out of Michigan, is going to Detroit. So I think they are happy. I think that's a pretty obvious pick, but we'll see what happens. Speaking of it, though, Charlie is our Lions correspondent. So do you want to give us some information about Aidan Hutchinson?
Sure. Obviously he went to Michigan. He was going to come out last year, actually, but then he decided to stay. His dad also went to Michigan, and he broke, I think, every record possible, certainly, and they beat Ohio State, so that was important. I think the issue really with Hutchinson, which is what Baalke had the issue is he does have slightly short arms. I know a lot of times that a lot of that stuff doesn't matter, but apparently it matters to Trent Baalke. I think, people are speculating that Malik Willis might go to Detroit, but I think when you've got a guy like Hutchinson and you can get him and you can keep him in Detroit, I just think, the intangibles for Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, you get a guy, you keep him in the state he played in, he's kind of a hero there in a way, obviously, to Michigan fans. I just think it's a smart move for them. There also was a little speculation that Holmes might go with Kavon Thibodeau because he's a West Coast guy and he drafted West Coast guys almost all exclusively last year. But, I think Hutchinson is probably the better pick at this point for what Detroit needs, both on and off the field.
Can I ask a question real quick? Could you see them flipping the board and taking a Sauce Gardner, knowing that Holmes came from the Rams? Could you see him looking for that?
Well, they do have Jeff Okudah, right? And Okudah hasn't exactly lived up to, his billing, but he was hurt. And the Lions are a bad team, and I think we know, certainly from the Bills, that you need, defense is symbiotic. Whether you believe coverage over pass rush or pass rush over coverage, they're symbiotic. They help each other out. And you got to give him a chance with some pressure up front. He can't just cover forever. So, sure, it's possible that they would take Sauce Gardner. I just think that they're so desperate for pass rush. They're desperate for the intangibles that Hutchinson brings. And I just think that that's where they're going to go.
And you are correct. The Lions are going to take Aidan Hutchinson, number 2 overall.
We should have submitted a mock draft to the huddle report.
Right? Seriously. All right. So that's what we got for everybody. Zach, what do you think about the Lions taking Aidan Hutchinson? What does that mean for them?
Well, I think it was a no-brainer for them. because you want, especially because Dan Campbell wants to be biting all those kneecaps. Well, you're getting a proven kneecap sneaker in Aidan Hutchinson. Also, Michigan native, or he played his college ball in Michigan, so he gets some marketability there. He's, he gets some brand recognition right there. He's just coming from across the street, basically, or wherever Ann Arbor is. But I think it was a pretty good pick. I mean, everyone was considering him the most pro-ready prospect. So you get someone who can step in day one and just chase after Aaron Rodgers, and chase after Kirk Cousins, chase after Justin Fields.
Yeah. I mean, he's the consistent number one overall pick just like 2-3 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden, we seen everything else happen, and a lot of people's draft stock really fluctuated a ton. Obviously, I'm pretty sure Detroit is ecstatic. They go ahead and they get their guy, and Aidan Hutchinson, defensive end out of Michigan. So next up on the clock is the Texans. So we're going to go to Mikey again for some analysis on the Texans.
Mikey,
yeah. So here's
great
the thing.
teams
with the Texans. They truly should go BPA. They could go anywhere. You're talking about the Bill O'Brien mess they're still trying to fix. So when I looked at their off-season additions, there was nothing that made me like, oh, okay. So really, their team needs are BPA and premium positions. So they could easily go offensive tackle here and take the best left tackle, because they're trying to trade Jeremy Tunsil, even though they gave up 100 first-round picks for him, signed him to a big deal, and now they're trying to move him. So they could look to replace Jeremy Tunsil and then flip him later on in the draft. Or they could go Sauce Gardner, who's truly, I think, the best player available on the board because they need corner help. Lovie Smith's a defensive mind, and he's their new head coach. Or they could go DN. That's the true premium position here, and go Kavon Thibodeau.
What do you think?
If I had to choose, I would take the left tackle, the best left tackle. I'd either take Ike Ekonu or Evan Neal here for them. Protect your quarterback. We know nothing gets going without protecting them. You have a chance to take the best one. I mean, Ekonu kind of fits their mold more because he could play left tackle, right tackle, or interior. So you could use him in multiple different locations depending on what you do with Laremy Tunsil.
All right. Anybody else have anything?
Can I make a prediction on what the Texans will do?
Yeah, please.
Absolutely.
I think they're going to go Stingley.
Ooh, Stingley's a good one.
I actually have Sauce Gardner going 3.
I have a different one because where Nick Caserio was tied to before Houston, right? Patriots, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they? What is the one position they mainly screw up in the draft?
Wide receiver.
Everything.
All the time.
What is Nick Caserio gonna do? Screw Bill Belichick.
They're take Drake London.
We're taking Jameson Williams with the 3rd overall pick to show you that I know how to draft a receiver.
Oh wow!
Wow! He's saying Bill Belichick was the one that was messing up those receivers, not him.
Yep.
I think they're gonna take Sauce or Stingley.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Jameson thing was just a bit. It totally Sauce.
No, I know. I know.
Cornerback.
Yeah.
Cornerback. That'd be my prediction. Cornerback.
Yep.
I mean, that's the best player available. I mean, BPA really, when you look at it, it's that. If they take Stingley over Sauce, they're taking his freshman year tape over what Sauce put out last year.
Yeah.
He was kind of up and down last year, wasn't he?
The last 2 years.
Stingley last 2
years,
He's
right?
been battling injuries since
he
that
got
freshman.
hurt.
I mean, granted, his teammates haven't been as good as they had that freshman year. They had a stacked team. And then they lost a bunch of guys, and Orgeron, kind of killed that team, and they didn't bring in a lot of studs. So he just kind of shut it down.
Play man. It's pretty clear to me that Stingley is a much better in terms of flipping his hips and running with guys and that kind of stuff. I think that Stingley's is far and away better than Sauce in that area.
So we do have a little bit of breaking news.
Whoa,
guys.
Walker was involved in an accident prior to the
Uninjured.
draft. He is uninjured. So prayers up to him and to everyone involved in that situation. That must be tragic, especially before you get picked number 1 overall. That's pretty crazy. But hey, if he's uninjured, then I'm sure happy ending. I'm not happy ending, but you know what I mean. I mean, you're a millionaire now, so it is kind of happy. Anyway, but
guys,
so
the pick has been made.
Yes, exactly. I was just about to get to it.
Who was wrong?
We got Stingley Jr. as the
Stingley.
Sauce is next. Sauce is next.
To the
Whoever's
Texans.
talking about the Jets.
No. I don't want sauce next. Please don't do
All
that.
right.
Don't
So
say that.
speaking of
Come
talking
on,
about
Jets
the
correspondent.
we got my man Jake Jordan, host of the Lowdown podcast and first round bye. Go ahead, Jake, with your Jets analysis.
Okay, so as we all know, the Jets need a lot of things. It is not just one thing. They have a lot of problems. One of those problems, as of recently, being Mekhi Becton apparently being soured with the coaching staff. Apparently, he wasn't rehabbing the right way. He was overweight. They have a problem with his work ethic issue. All this stuff has been coming up, and it's been a problem the last couple of years with Mekhi Becton. So, I think you cannot let your left tackle, if he's not going to be ready for the season, which a lot of the stuff that is coming out is saying that he might not play or suit up for the Jets this season. You cannot let your now second-year quarterback have his blind side just be completely wide open. So while I do like Gardner for the Jets, and that is my replacement pick for this if this player wasn't there, I think Ike Ekwonu is the best pick for them at this, just because when you're thinking about how you want to set it up, I understand Robert Saleh is a defensive coach. It all comes to the trenches, first of all. And they've had some guys in these corners like Michael Carter and Bryce Hall. These guys have stepped up, and they have been able to, at least for a while last year, able to hold down the fort. So they can afford to wait if they want to. But I think that offensive tackle is the move here. I would go Ekwonu, but my replacement pick, if they don't go with that, is Sauce Gardner. So I was just praying for this moment to come here and basically have a 50-50 shot, I think, with this.
So, Jake, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you not see them going D-end and taking like a Thibodeau at this point?
See, I don't think so, because I think they're really going to bank on Carl Lawson coming back, and they just signed, John Franklin Myers to an extension, another one of their defensive ends. Okay. And there's still some veteran defensive ends that are still sitting out there on the market that they could pick up. So when you really go, which one do they think is more important? I think that being a defensive coach, that they would probably be able to get more out of a veteran defensive end or somebody that they pick up. And because they've been able to get it out of guys that you probably didn't know of before I brought up their names at cornerback last year. I mean, they were still a bad team, but that was one of the bright spots that they still had on their defense. So I wouldn't be surprised either one of these picks. It could be offensive line. I feel like that's more important, especially when you're dealing with, you don't have an established quarterback back there. He has those problems. And if you're going to have a problem where you had a guy you thought was your franchise left tackle, and he's not going to be that guy, maybe you need to just go out and get another one before, you've got a problem there all season, and it could result in your quarterback getting hurt.
All right, yeah, so Rob, let me ask you, Rob, what do you think about what the Jets should do here?
I think the Jets need to. He said it before. You got to protect him. You have to protect Tyler. If you don't protect him, I think you could ruin this kid, to be honest with you. If you go too long trying to nibble around the edges, and you got Denzel Mims and all these other receivers that are not working out, you've got to make sure that you protect Zach Wilson. In my opinion, you've got to make sure that he's upright. He's got all the confidence in the world. You can get behind the 8 ball quickly with a quarterback if their confidence is shattered, and I think that's what the Jets are teetering on. They're kind of playing with fire. If they go edge rusher, Kavon, a lot of people don't like his motor. I don't know why that comes up a lot, and I know sometimes in the draft there'll be different disparaging comments on people's character, and then sometimes it's not fair. But this is something about on the field production, on the field motor, want to, different things like that. I don't like that pick at all. If they go with, he's got tremendous upside, but it kind of reminds me of Maben a little bit. Like you got that bend, you've got that bend, and it looks like you've got that speed. But do you really want it? And what happened with Maben? He went into other interests, and I hope he's happy in his life. But and he's a painter or whatever the case may be. But like he didn't really love football enough, to be honest, and it showed. I remember, I think we remember Eric Wood and him got into it, back. So I think that they should stay away from Thibodeau and just shore up the line.
I mean, they're having that same problem right now with their left tackle, Mekhi Becton. All the red flags with Becton coming out was, overweight, worth ethic. Those were all major flags in the draft, and they took him anyways.
That's right.
So, maybe they learned their lessons. Who knows?
And Thibodeau reminded me when I watched him a lot of Von Miller. He can play with his hand in the dirt. He can stand up and rush. Very scheme versatile. I think he's probably the best. He's the best speed edge, Von Miller type, I think, in the draft. Now obviously we don't know, about the off-field stuff. We're not privy to that. We can't take these guys out to dinner, or anything like that. But based on what I saw, I would have taken him over Walker, to be honest.
Yeah. True tape. Thibodeau is probably the most gifted pass rusher in this draft.
Yeah, and that's actually what I've heard a lot of people say, which is why I'm kind of shocked that everybody kind of has that motor thing. But we are going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, so we will be right back after that with more draft coverage.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into the Wandering Buffalo podcast every Monday morning. With your hosts Justin Goddard and Andrew Chang. Produced by Jakob Merkel. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of.
All right, let's do it.
People are part of the panel as well. Jake and his brothers are now here. We now see the entire trio. So what's going on, guys? And also the Jets took Sauce Gardner with that fourth pick.
What I tell you? Let's go
ahead.
What I tell you?
Some analysis from
they could have let Sauce go.
So, like I said, it was a 50-50 shot. I mean, they could, if at the point they thought that Sauce was the best player available, then yeah, I mean, they had to take him. I think that team has so many problems. They could have gone so many other ways. How dare I be responsible and say that you should protect your quarterback? Maybe the Mekhi Becton situation isn't as bad as maybe all these screens that have been thrown up is. But now I feel like that, that's a good situation for the New York Giants now with the problems that they have. And of course, that is the second team that I have to.
You got the New York teams.
Yeah, I got both the New York teams. And honestly, I picked them because I'm like, I actually, I know these teams pretty well. And then I realized that they both had 2 first-round picks.
Wait a minute. You mean the Jersey teams? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Only one New York team.
Come on.
Metro area teams. That's what they are. But no, Sauce Gardner, he's a good pick for the Jets. I mean, they've been looking for a replacement for Darrelle Revis since he left. So they're really hoping that Sauce Gardner can be that guy that they can leave on an island with your best one-on-ones now that you're in a division with Tyreek Hill and Stephon Diggs. And you do need a guy that you can at least put over there and hope that he can be respectable on it. So Sauce Gardner was I think, again, a 50-50 shot, and it was a good pick for the New York Jets.
Go ahead, Phil.
Can I just say the cringiest joke that I just heard related to Sauce Gardner?
Oh, boy.
New York. apple sauce.
Oh,
I just read
Yikes,
that.
that's disgusting.
and
That's
That is really cringy.
I better not
that
see
might
that in the
get us
headlines.
flagged.
Oh,
You know,
Oh,
you know,
It's gonna be the New York
feel like
Post headline.
the
Oh,
Jets have
no.
become
we got to turn
the
off
new
screen now.
place for all the cows to go and die. You know,
Yeah.
can you imagine Sauce? Because he walks in the best corner that they have, and he has to line up against Stephon Diggs as a rookie, and everyone's talked about how he hasn't given up a touchdown, you know, in his career.
Oh, he going
He's
to give
about
up
to
one
get
now.
burned. He's about
He's
to
going
get
to give up
killed.
one this year.
Destroyed. Brian, what do you think? What do you think? I mean, what do you think the Giants should do here with their pick?
Yeah, the Giants are in a difficult situation because, like we already know, they didn't exercise Daniel Jones' fifth-year option. So I think it's entirely possible that with a new coach, new GM, they're going to want to go for the new face of the franchise, a new quarterback, and a guy like Malik Willis. Or they could just go BPA and take a guy like Evan Neal. Because I do think. I'm not super familiar with the Giants, but I do think their tackle is pretty old, right? So they might want somebody younger in there to, be the cornerstone of the franchise.
So,
go ahead.
I was about to say, being the Giants correspondent, the tackle that you are thinking of, Andrew Thomas, they are still looking for somebody to put on the bookend with him, and apparently the Giants and the Carolina Panthers were both very high and met with Charles Cross. Now that out of Mississippi. And, I would think that they would just go the best one available. Again, I think Charles Cross, with the amount of smoke that they've had, I think that this pick is obviously going to be an offensive tackle. And yeah, they didn't pick up Daniel Jones' fifth-year option. That's fine. But you still, if you're going to replace him, that offensive line's got to be there for when the next guy comes in. And they have a real problem at left tackle. And I think getting a guy like Charles Cross, who's somebody that all of the smoke has been that they're very high on, would be a really good pick for them. But if they don't, again, Ekwonu would be another great pick for them. But they got to go offensive tackle here in my mind.
I mean, we'll see what happens. Charlie Gross, what are you thinking the Giants do here?
I think this is like super interesting, and I love that Dable and Shane are there because I think it tells us a lot. I think that if you look at what McDermott and Bean did when they came in, I think Shane and Dable are going to do the same thing. I don't think there's any way they take a quarterback this year because they don't have the Shane scouts in yet. They're going to fire their staff on Monday. They're going to bring in the scouts that Shane wants. The Buffalo Bills spent a year scouting Josh Allen. Why wouldn't the Giants do the same thing with C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young from Alabama? I think that they'll probably take – my guess is they'll take Evan Neal to play right tackle because they have Andrew Thomas pretty set on the left side. And then it gets interesting because I think pick 7 and maybe pick 6 for Carolina is a great place where you might start to see trade backs. Because like I said, I think the Giants want as much ammunition as they can for next year. Because I really think next year will be their focus on their quarterback. And if Daniel Jones works out for them, great. I mean, I don't think they're opposed to that. Then they wouldn't have to, draft a quarterback next year or whatever. So, but I think this would be a tackle. I'd be stunned if it wasn't.
Oh, boy.
I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
The pick is in for the New Jersey Giants. Tommy, let me ask you, bro. What do you think about the New Jersey Giants taking Kavon Thibodeau, defensive end?
Okay. I would have went Cross with this pick. Protect a quarterback here, which they need. But no, solid pick. I mean, listen, they're going to pick right back in 2 more spots. So
yeah,
they could still have a chance to get their offensive lineman they want. Yeah, so they have their opportunity to still get their offensive lineman they want. So yeah, I don't hate the pick there. I really don't.
They just got the best pass rusher in the draft.
Correct.
Or they could trade back, with the Buffalo Bills, send Jordan Poyer and a future pick up there for number 7 to get caught.
Oh, no, Poyer.
That's not enough.
All
right.
Whoa. How dare you?
I'm just saying.
Unbelievable.
I don't know if you that won't be enough. They'd have to include Gabe Davis too.
Oh, okay. Now that went too far. Oh, that's
Get out of
mean.
here. Oh, come on.
Oh man! All right,
No,
so
but
You opened the door. I just walked through it, my man.
let me introduce one of my guys. All right, this guy is a super talented guy. I work with him for maybe a little over half a year now. And he does bets, and this boy wins himself and a lot of people a lot of money. So go ahead and make sure you guys check out Bank It with the Back Door with my man Jason Malloy. Welcome to the panel, Jason. What's going on, bro?
Nothing much, man. Just enjoying the night. I didn't even have to look up from my screen to know who mentioned trading Gabe Davis. It was Charlie.
Oh, what's up, Jay? How you doing?
What's up, Charlie? Yeah, interesting stuff. I definitely was thinking, and I had my mock draft that I thought maybe Malik Willis might go to Houston, and then I was thinking like someone mentioned the Giants, and I'm like, that kind of makes sense too. You know, get someone that's got a little bit of mobility. I think he has the ability to have a pretty nice arm, and obviously Brian, you know, Mr. Dable's up there now, so yeah,
absolutely. All right, Justin Goddard, co-host of the Wandering Buffalo podcast, comes out every single Monday on the Buffalo FAMbase Podcast Network. No quarterbacks have gone so far, so I mean, like, what's going on? Why are no quarterbacks gone? What do we think a quarterback will go at some point?
Definitely a quarterback will go. I don't think it's all that surprising that nobody's gone yet. I had a slight feeling Malik Willis might go at 2 to Detroit. It sounded like they were really liking Malik Willis, and it's kind of like if you like your guy, go take him. And if you kind of overdrafted a little bit, just go for it. Once we get past that point, we have Carolina up next. I mean, maybe you got Dave Tepper is the owner. He doesn't seem very patient with having a losing team, but you also have a coach that's on the hot seat. So I don't know how much that organization is looking to start developing a quarterback right now when you're probably looking at a head coach that should have been fired last year that's kind of hanging on for dear life. And once we get past that 6 range, I think we might be waiting until late teens, 20s for a quarterback to go off the board.
Well, we're at that 6 range now, and my man Zach Vaughn, editor-in-chief of Buffalo Fanatics, is our correspondent for the Carolina Panthers. So, Zach, what information you got for us for Carolina?
Well, as somebody previously mentioned, that the Panthers are pretty high on a couple of the offensive tackle prospects like Charles Cross, and I also heard that there are rumblings that maybe they may try to trade down, which would actually work in their favor because, like I mentioned before, their next pick's in the 3rd round, and they have too many needs, too many holes to fill, particularly on offense. So, actually, it was funny because while I was doing my research, I ran a mock, and for some reason, the Eagles decided, hey, we're going to give you both of our 1st-round picks to trade up to number 6. I think they ended up trading up for Stingley, who evidently already went number 3, but so that's not going to happen. But if they could get a couple of day 2 picks and a trade back like 4 or 5 spots or something, they may take that. Or they just stay pat, take the offensive tackle that they need because their offensive line was a train wreck last year, and try to build something up for whoever takes Sam Darnold's place next year.
Oh,
wait, next year, 2023.
So you're saying that Sam Darnold won't be a franchise quarterback?
It's not looking like it. I mean, maybe if they solidify the O-line, he could show something. But
so you're a Sam Darnold apologist?
No.
Josh Allen backup?
See what you're doing.
Okay. I'm not a Sam Darnold fan. Okay, I'm not a Sam Darnold fan, but let's give the guy a little bit of a break. He went from the Jets, that was a dumpster fire that did nothing to help him, right into Carolina that had 0 offensive line, and his best weapon, Christian McCaffrey, got hurt in like game 2. I mean, it's hard for anybody to sucede with that type of,
I totally
help.
agree with you, Mikey.
I agree. I agree, and I disagree, I guess, a little bit, Mikey.
Surprise, surprise! You don't agree with me?
What's that saying about like they said like players don't bust, like teams make players bust, and
not all. Yeah, but not all.
I don't think Sam Darnold is a franchise quarterback, but I think he's at least better than what we've seen out of him so far. Like you said, he went from the Jets that were a dumpster fire, and then Panthers just kind of taking a swing on him, but not doing him any favors with the offensive line. CMC goes down. That's unfortunate, but I mean, your offense also shouldn't be predicated on 80% going through one guy.
Problem is, though, not every quarterback can bounce back, going from a bad start, like psychologically. You understand? So
100%.
I'm not 100% sure if Sam Darnold could get back to the point where he was coming out of college. The confidence. Not every quarterback could do that, So I think Sam Darnold's career will be a mid journeyman. I'm going to be honest.
He's going to be Matt Barkley.
He's going to be Barkley a little better.
Slightly better, I'd say.
Matt Barkley has carved out a nice little career.
Tad better.
I mean, there's definitely
a little below Tannehill, a little bit above Barkley. He's around that range.
All right, so I mean, we'll see what the Panthers go ahead and do with that pick. Rob, what are you thinking the Panthers should go here with this pick?
I think they're going to trade back. To be honest, I think that they're in a prime position to trade back. They can pick up some more picks. I know I heard it on GR this morning. They don't have like a second or third rounder. They don't pick till like the end of the fourth round. So that's a big gap between pick 6 and like at the end of the fourth round. So I could see him as trading back. It says the pick's in, so I guess
the pick
is
NC State offensive tackle Ike Ekwonu.
Oh wow! Okay,
that's
smart.
That's solid.
Smart.
That's
Start building that offensive line.
So that means that they believe Sam Darnold is a franchise quarterback, and they're getting somebody to protect him.
Or they're trading for Baker. Maybe. After the draft.
Guess who's next? Guess who's next? Cross. I'm gonna call
it. Is Baker really better than Darnold?
I think so. You don't think so?
Now do we get a trade here?
Yeah. His rookie season alone puts him ahead of Darnold for me.
Well, so you put Darnold on that team that he had his rookie season. It's a different setup too. You have to remember he walked in ready made with that offensive line and those weapons. He couldn't figure out how to use OBJ. Like.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
I mean, come on.
Him and OBJ break up that and his success with LA afterwards. That kind of proves something on Baker. But
I think Darnold's better than Baker. I think
Baker
Jones is better than Baker.
But we don't know. We don't know that. You don't know that. To Mikey's defense, you don't know if Baker was with the Jets. You have no idea what he would have been, what he would have turned out to be.
Even if he
no idea.
Well, I guess we might find out what he looked like in Carolina because they might trade for him.
Yeah, Baker's made so many bad decisions with like Mikey said, with the not only did he have receivers, not only did he have a great offensive line,
running game.
He had 2 dynamic running backs, and he still couldn't really get him over the next level. And so
tight ends, he had everything except the culturally. But
right, I was just about to say that, Justin.
But even Stefanski is a better coach now than he had his rookie year. I mean, he's digressed year over year.
I think Baker. Once again, he's a mid-level quarterback, man. He's not going to get your team to the Super Bowl. I don't think.
All right, so the pick is in for the Panthers, as we said. That is Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle out of NC State. We're going to go ahead and go to a commercial break. Thank you guys for tuning in to the exactly. You got to wait till we go to the commercial before.
All right, drink break. I'm going to go get a drink.
I'm joking. But thank you guys for tuning into the NFL 2022 Rust Belt Report NFL first round. It's a lot of words, okay? Thank you guys for tuning in. All right, we'll go to commercial.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into Home Field Advantage every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern.
It's amazing to see fans obviously out there, and it's a home field advantage for us.
With your host the Caveman, Michael Lisman, the GM, Justice General Radford.
Super talented.
Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage.
Always pick such.
Fucking Jerry Jones and his son.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft, on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into the Wandering Buffalo podcast, every Monday morning. With your hosts Justin Goddard and Andrew Chang. Produced by Jakob Merkel. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft, on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into the Rust Belt Report, with host Ryan Cahill, host of the 2022 FAMbase NFL Draft Round 1 and owner of LDG Sports and Entertainment.
Come on. I think the Bills chose.
Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage.
Welcome back to the 22 NFL Draft coverage. Jake, we heard that. Oh my God.
Heard what?
Just like, we heard it. It's all right. But speaking of Jake, Jake is our Giants correspondent.
I sure am.
So the Giants, what do you think they're going to do with this second pick here?
They're taking Charles Cross. So, like I said with my first pick, on my paper, if you could see it, if the light wasn't so bright, my replacement pick was, my picks were Charles Cross at 5 and then Sauce Gardner at 7. But if Sauce Gardner was gone, like he was my replacement pick for the Jets, I had Kavon Thibodeau. So in reality, they took Kavon first, and they're going to pick Charles Cross here at 7. So I definitely think this is kind of like one of the last pieces that they need to. Again, we know what the tackle market is. And this is just kind of one of those positions where if you can just get a guy, whether it's for Daniel Jones or the guy that they're eventually going to replace him with, I think Charles Cross is that guy. And the fact that the Carolina Panthers decided to go with Ekwonu, I think that the two teams reported to be the highest, the Giants and the Panthers didn't go with that. I think Charles Cross ends up as a New York Football Giant.
Let me ask you this, Jake.
Sure.
Let's say Kavon Thibodeau wasn't picked at pick 5, right?
Sure.
Do you think the Carolina Panthers take Ekwonu, or do you think Thibodeau would still be available here at this pick?
I think they were going to go offensive line regardless. So that's kind of why if Sauce fell, he was going to make it past this little gauntlet too if they didn't pick him first overall, because I kind of had it in my mind, and from everything that I could read, is that the Carolina Panthers really wanted to get a offensive lineman.
See, I read something recently that said
actually,
they were
give me one second. They take Evan Neal.
Okay.
All right.
So I actually read something Jake, that said that the Panthers were looking to put someone across from Brian Burns. So I think Kayvon Thibodeau, with that talent, could have trumped their offensive line needs. And from what I was understanding, it wasn't so much that the head coach wanted it, but the GM, the owner, wanted another edge rusher to put the pressure on.
Sure.
In that in their division. So that came out like 2 days ago, I think.
I'm surprised too about the Evan Neal pick. Now, don't get me wrong. I love him as a prospect, but kind of like some players recently, some things have come out that are possible health concerns with the hip and them thinking that maybe, him as a player, maybe that was going to cause him to fall. But I believe they believe in him more as a prospect. And I think that he was probably the best tackle in the draft. But, that was the kind of things that was holding him back for some teams. I definitely like the pick here. Again, they're going offensive line, Bobby Johnson and them. They're really trying to shore it up. They kind of have a problem still at center, which I think they will still address at some point during this draft, because apparently the only addition that they've really brought in for center is John Feliciano, and we all kind of know that's solid, but not a long-term option. So,
that's Bobby Johnson's boy.
Well, that's Bobby Johnson's
he's
boy.
Starting his center. He's starting his center. They found us. They found him a spot at when he was healthy enough to play in Buffalo. So.
All right, so the Giants take Thibodeau with their first pick, and then they
are now done for the draft.
Sorry. They take Thibodeau with their first pick and Evan Neal with their second pick. So they beef up on both sides of the ball. Jason, what are you thinking about the Giants and their beefing up their offensive and defensive lines?
It's important. As far as it goes with the Giants looking for a quarterback, I'm not really sure that I think that they understand they need a quarterback. I just don't know that they liked any prospects enough. I mean, I would have thought that Malik Willis would have been a good, I don't want to say a replacement for Daniel Jones, because Daniel Jones there's not really much there to replace. He hasn't really done much, obviously, but as far as a replacement for Eli Manning, I guess I'd probably say, I think he'd be a good replacement, someone that you could really start to build with, but Brian Dable didn't like him, evidently. And obviously, I'd imagine that Joe Schoen and Brian Dable are working hand in hand on what they're going to do as far as picks, similar to how Bean and McDermott, at least how I think Bean and McDermott work here. As far as offensive line, it's going to be important. No matter who the running back is, if it's Saquon or anybody, you're going to want to have that, and you're going to want to have time for Daniel Jones, obviously. If you know his limitations, and you're going to still try and go out and win as many games as you can this year, especially being a Brian Dable-led team. I'm pretty convinced of that. You're going to need to give him time, because you have limited options, you have limited weapons. It was important to have to be done, obviously, and I think that if there were two guys that they liked, they would have went with two guys in the first there, with 5 and 7. So yeah, I think it makes sense. It had to be done. One of the two picks, in my mind, was going to be off the offensive line somewhere. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of had to, beef up both of the trenches. The game is won in the trenches. So I think that they got two really talented players, and they, were lucky enough to get those two in the top 7. But we're going to go ahead and move into the Falcons, and our Falcons correspondent, Mr. Zach Vaughn, back on the board again. What you got for us for the Falcons?
So I know you just posted that comment about someone asking if Malik Willis would go here. I think it's a potential option, but at the same time, they did sign Marcus Mariota this offseason. They gave him a 2-year commitment, and they have a more pressing issue, which is wide receiver, because they have Calvin Ridley, who's suspended, Kyle Pitts at tight end, Cordarrelle Patterson, who's running back / receiving back / wide receiver, and then fill in the blank. Nothing really else. So I think what they could do is they draft one of the top receiver prospects, either Garrett Wilson, Jameson Williams, maybe Drake London, and then maybe they take a quarterback in the second round, take a flyer on one of those Sam Howell or one of the other guys in the second round. But they need to get wide receivers, and they need to build that up. So the pick is wide receiver here.
All right, so our Falcons correspondent thinks that the Falcons are going to go wide receiver here. I think they have Marcus Mariota as their quarterback right now. I'm a big fan of Marcus Mariota. I think he's really talented, and I think he's got a lot of upside. And I think, if he got some talent around him, I think he could do, a lot of damage. So, Philip Gong, we're gonna go to you. What do you think the Falcons need to do here?
I agree with Zach. They're going to go wide receiver, and I'll be surprised if they don't go with Drake London, mainly specifically because of his size and Arthur Smith's scheme. With Mariota and Smith back together, they have Kyle Pitts, Cordarrelle Patterson, like he stated. They have big. All their weapons are big. They're good blocking pieces in the offense. And Drake London, well, maybe he needs to fine-tune his blocking skills. He's still big enough where he's going to block a smaller cornerback from getting into stop the running lanes. So Drake London with that size, I think that's where they're going with pick number 8 here. Wide receiver Drake London.
Drake London. Oh, okay.
Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson. I think they're gonna take the all around receiver in Garrett Wilson. He can run. He can go deep. He can play slot. You know, they need that. They need that true weapon in the receiving core.
Mikey says Garrett Wilson. Gong says
I agree.
Drake
I
London.
agree.
Is
Garrett
Tommy,
Wilson.
you agreeing with Mike? Also, we got another Garrett Wilson. Let me ask Brian. What you thinking?
Yeah, I guess if I were to throw out another option, I think maybe they could go with Kyle Hamilton. Last year, their defense was pretty atrocious.
Oh, Philip got it. I'm sorry, Brian. I
was wrong anyways.
The Giants are taking USC wide receiver Drake London.
Wow.
And that's why he's the correspondent.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Hey.
Good job, Zach. Good job, Zach.
I have a question, but I have a narrative that I want to push, but I don't want to be the one to push it because I don't want to feel like a hater. So I'm going to ask somebody who I think is an even bigger hater than me. Charlie, what do you think of Drake London? I'm joking. But what do you think of Drake London, Charlie?
I don't know. I think he's slow. I think you're gonna sit there. You're gonna sit there. You play in a dome, and you're gonna take Drake London. You know what they did? I'm gonna say it. I'll say it. They just took Kelvin Benjamin. Like, what are you doing? You're not gonna take Jameson Williams. You're not gonna take John Mechie. Look how many guys are on the board right now. What about Sky Moore? I know it's a little early for some of these guys, but like, my God, you're gonna take. Okay, look, there's some franchises that are completely lost. Okay, whether it's because of ownership or coaching, Atlanta is the worst franchise in the league. They have no clue what they're doing. Neither does Carolina.
Can't argue with that.
Like, this is ridiculous. Like, what?
I can't argue.
Okay,
with
so
they're gonna make Seattle look like geniuses, and Seattle's the worst team ever at drafting. Also,
I have to point out the absolute disgust that I saw come over the face of Zach Vaughn when he said that this was a Kelvin Benjamin. Zach, what do you think of Drake
Come on, man.
Oh my God! I don't know if he's that bad, bro. Come on now.
No, what do you think of Drake?
I know
Drake
they
London,
see that it's Mike Evans 2.0, but come on,
Vincent Jackson.
I just think it's like, it was just funny that you were saying Kelvin Benjamin. I mean, obviously, I would just say though that, you know, the Falcons wanted to get another good weapon. They got one, and I think maybe the appeal there is now you have Kyle Pitts and Drake London, who you could line up wherever.
Yeah,
have like Twin Towers or whatever, which I guess similarly is like Carolina when they had Benjamin and Devin Funchess. But I could understand though, because Jameson Williams, you'd think he's a better deep threat. So would Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, some of those other guys. I mean, I'm not going to knock Atlanta for taking a receiver because they needed a receiver. We'll just have to wait and see.
Body frame is a lot different, by the way, than Kelvin Benjamin.
No, but I mean, I don't. Yeah, all right. Well,
yeah, but my point is they're going for that same thing. Like, Drake London can't separate. Neither could Kelvin Benjamin. Like, that's my point. Is like, so if you're looking at the traits, they're just like, oh, we'll just throw the ball up to the guy. It's the Julio Jones. Like that's my point. Is like, I know he doesn't sit there and eat cheeseburgers and donuts at training camp, probably, but
there's
it's
no
the same
separation.
concept.
Yeah. All right, so I want to get to first let's welcome on my guy Adam. He is the host of the Bill and Buffalo podcast and really cool guy. So welcome to the panel, Adam. What's going on, bro?
I got to join in right as we were talking about Kelvin Benjamin, and I got a little bit of PTSD because I didn't know where I was coming from, but I got a little shaky there. I mean, a biscuit away from a tight end. Let's go. So I imagine we're all Drake London fans, right?
I'm sorry, Adam.
We're not. I apologize. No, we're not. But before we go any further, we're going to let Tommy get to his Seahawks take, which, I mean, probably won't be much of a take because I have to announce that they just took tackle Charles Cross.
I think they're going to take Charles Cross.
let's get Tommy's analysis on the Seahawks.
Great pick.
They go with.
Hey, I'm glad I can help, guys. Honestly, before the pick was announced, the Seahawks are in total rebuild mode. Legion of Boom, the Legion of Gloom. Honestly, I had a tough time with this. They need a lot. It's just not honestly, they need a quarterback, they need offensive tackles, they need offensive linemen, they need an edge, they need a corner, defensive tackle.
They need a safety.
They need everything. So it's like I was like, who do you pick here? So yeah, cool. Charles Cross.
Isn't it crazy how hard Russell Wilson
I had him on my
carried that
list.
team for so many
Right?
years?
I was just
You gotta protect Drew Lock, though. I mean, let's go, baby.
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock is their savior.
Drew Lock season.
But I will say this: look out for Seattle coming up to get a quarterback in this draft. I do not think Drew Lock is in.
I think they're going to tank. They're going to go back.
Of course,
they're going to play.
Tank.
They're going to play this year out with Drew Lock, and then hope they get a high enough pick to grab one of the top two guys
Bryce
next
Young.
year.
Yeah,
All right,
Bryce
guys,
Young or
well,
CJ Stroud.
I want to get the opinion of our guys Adam and Bryce. So the Seahawks, obviously, if we look at what they just did, I mean, they drafted a tackle, but they traded their quarterback to go get this guy. Like, right, they got rid of Russell Wilson. So let me ask you guys. We'll start with Adam, and then we'll get Bryce. What do you guys think about the Broncos and them getting Russell Wilson and what they could potentially be here in the future?
I mean, for me, seeing the Broncos get Russell Wilson is really great.
More than one
There's
Adam.
two Adams in there.
Sorry. I got you next, Adam. Adam Z.
So I was spending some time looking through what the Broncos still need and what they did getting Russell Wilson, and adding Russell Wilson to that offense with the receivers they have. And they just went and got Melvin Gordon to back up Javonte Williams. That offense is looking pretty good for competing with the Chargers, who are obviously going for it, and the Raiders, who are obviously going for it. So looking at it, I was doing some digging, and they got rid of Shelby Harris in that deal. So I know they don't have a first-round pick, but the Broncos are definitely going to be looking to add defense in this draft because, let's face it, now they got to try to stop all these offenses that they're going to be seeing.
So what do you think? What do you think about the Seahawks picking up an offensive tackle when they've got so much more shit they need?
Well, I mean, when you look at Drew Lock, he was running for his life in Denver, and now he's going to be running for his life in Seattle.
They should have got Jordan Davis. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
At that pick,
in
my opinion,
like you said already, the Seahawks need everything. They're in.
Yeah, they need everything. You're right. 100%. Yeah.
So,
where do you start?
Adding Drew Lock in there, it's not going to solve the problem. They're obviously going to be tanking for a quarterback.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Bryce, what you think, bro?
I think adding Russell Wilson to the Broncos makes them the favorite in my eyes to win the AFC West now. Just because the Chiefs lost Tyreek Hill. The Broncos have Jerry Jeudy. They have I like Tim Patrick. Tim Patrick's a guy I like a lot. I think he's going to have a good year this year. Seattle, if I was Seattle, I would have just thrown it all in the ring and went Malik Willis just to try it out. But that's me.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, bro. I heard some people who maybe disagree, but I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I think Tyreek Hill gone. They are drastically worse than they were before. Now they're still a good team, but Tyreek Hill is a different animal in himself. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then, I look at the Broncos and I were like, last year they were a quarterback away. So you give them one of the best quarterbacks in the league. 2 + 2 = 4 to me. So I totally agree with you, Bryce. Thank you guys for your analysis. Let's go. And it's Jets. It's the Jets and Jake.
It's the Jets, baby.
So let's go ahead,
Jets.
Jake. Let us hear your thoughts on the Jets. What they might do here.
They need a goddamn
Jameson
wide
Williams,
receiver.
I'm dropping you from the stream, bro.
Whoa.
Then you're gonna have to drop me from the stream because
Jake,
I think they're
don't
taking
do it to me,
Jameson
Jake.
Williams. dude. So I was
cry.
just talking about it with these guys, right? Is that, I like Garrett Wilson. Dude's a route, like his route running is so savvy. I like it. But the thing with the Jets is that they wanted Tyreek Hill, man. They want that speed. That's what they want. And Jameson Williams gives you both. So I think that if you are the Jets in this situation, if he's going to be ready by what they're saying, maybe he'd be ready even to suit up by week 3 if the recovery is going it the way the upside you get from that to be able to pair with your young quarterback. I think it's exponential. I think Jameson Williams would be the pick here because it's exactly what the Jets are doing, unless they're wanting to do, unless they're going to trade for Debo right now. So,
I mean, that could be a possibility. We'll see what
happens with
happens.
Rumors.
Adam Z. The question went off the screen, but that was a pretty good question. Who's going to be the first team that makes a trade in this draft? Just who you thinking? Who you think it might be, bro?
Buffalo. Yeah, I was gonna say the Buffalo Bills, just because I want it to happen, because I'm really sick of waiting. I absolutely despise waiting. And you know what? This is a great world to live in, right? For the next 10 to 15 years, we're gonna have to be waiting until pick 32. So maybe we just kind of get used to it and enjoy it while it's here. But I don't know. Maybe the Bills, depending on what Bean and McDermott kind of feel is the biggest point that they need right now. If they think CB is the guy and they need to get someone that they like, I can see them moving up and maybe trading, or they could trade back. But ultimately the Bills, just because selfishly, I really want it to happen.
Now, Adam, if I'm looking at this pick, my man Ryan, the producer, is doing an amazing job. Shout out to Ryan. He'll be back here shortly, as a matter of fact. But if we look at this, it says that they got this pick from Seattle, which, if I'm thinking about it, means that they got this pick for I'm blanking on his name.
Jamal Adams.
Oh yeah, that he's so garbage now. I forgot his name. Jamal Adams.
Linebacker Jamal Adams.
Linebacker.
I mean, as much as I hate to say it, how badly did the Jets win that trade? Now looking back on it.
They dominated the trade, and it's weird to say the Jets have won anything because the last time they did was with Joe Namath. I'm sorry, Mark Sanchez, but the butt fumble just kind of ruined it for me. It's just going to be really exciting to see whatever the Jets do here to come in third place in the AFC East. So I'm really excited to see whatever they come up with.
The Jets go wide receiver Garrett Wilson.
Okay, all right.
Oh, Jameson's alive.
Yep.
So there.
Yep.
I had a feeling that could happen.
I don't blame him.
My replacement pick was Garrett Wilson. And I think that's just got to come down to the medicals, man. I think when it came down to it, it's like, all right, well, who do we feel the most comfortable spending this pick on? And if we're not going to trade for Debo, are we going to get a guy who just tore his ACL? What's he coming back like? I know tearing your ACL, the way that they've got medicine and stuff now, it's not as serious as it used to be. But still, you don't know if you're getting that same top-end speed from Jameson Williams that you were getting in college. I think Garrett Wilson, again, is a good pick for them because he's a savvy route runner and he's going to still be able to help Zach Wilson. So I think the Wilson to Wilson connection will be real, but they're still going to be third place.
I think that was a mistake. And the mistake is they went corner, receiver, and ignored O-line again. You got to be able to protect your quarterback if you want him to get the ball out.
Jets going to Jets.
Jets going to Jets.
You got the Jets in third in the East?
Yeah.
I'm being polite.
I mean, if I guess they're expecting Zach Wilson to, be magic and,
man.
Dodge
Jets
all the defenders.
Jets are last in division,
all right,
bro.
Justin Goddard. We're looking at Zach Wilson and Garrett Wilson now. What do you think is in store for the Jets for the next however many years? With this duo, if they stay together.
So I think a couple guys just said it. It's great, like they're loading up on sexy picks, right? But I mean, we saw Zach Wilson running for his life last year. He didn't look like an NFL quarterback. He had some flashes, but they struggled to protect him. And now you have Corey Davis, you have Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, Michael Carter at running back looked pretty good last year. But we're hearing about these issues with Mekhi Becton. and they weren't protecting him last year. So like, if I'm a Jets fan for tonight, I'd be psyched about these picks. They're fun, they're exciting, they're skill positions. But I like the Giants approach more, where they're taking over, they're building from the trenches. They want offensive line, they want edge. It's just more sustainable, and it gives you a chance to actually look at your quarterback versus like, cool, you have a lot of sweet weapons, but you have a second and a half to get it out to them. So I don't see them coming out of the basement anytime soon.
Learn from the best, my friend. Learned from the best.
All right. So before we kick it over to our Washington Commanders correspondent, Adam Z, I'm going to welcome back the co-host of this production and the host of the Rust Belt Report. Obviously, my man Ryan C is going to come back, and he's going to take over for a bit.
Boo! We want Justice back.
Yeah,
muted.
Get this guy out.
Get him out of here.
What's he doing?
Yeah, you're muted, man.
All right.
Ryan, you're muted.
Ah,
Oh, I see. You can't kaboom.
No, I'm sorry, but you know what? Justice said he needed a break, and I gotta be honest. Anybody that's ever produced, it's like running a marathon. Like I'm physically hurting right now. It's absolutely insane. But as we just got done talking about the Jets take Garrett Wilson at wide receiver, let's throw it over now to pick number 11 for who's on the clock in the Washington Commanders.
Ooh,
so I got the pick there with number 11, and I could really see maybe a trade back here. The biggest needs that I could see from them are offensive guard, corner, and wide receiver. For offensive guard, they just lost their 5-time Pro Bowler Brandon Scherf. And then the next day, they released Eric Flowers. For me, if they stay there, Tyler Linderbaum kind of stands out as the top interior lineman. If they decide to opt down because they want another guy like Texas A&M's Kenyon Green. For corner, the Commanders had the worst or one of the worst pass defenses in the league last season, although some of that could be due to edge rusher. The Commanders surrendered the most passing touchdowns and the 8th fewest passes defended last season. With Gardner off the board, they might want to wait.
Adam, I've got some good news for you, bud.
We have a trade.
Oh, you man, this guy
traded back with the Saints.
This guy, he knows.
You know what? I'm good. I'm good.
You're good like that.
Clearly, my
I'm
God.
good.
Ooh.
So
So,
was
pick
that,
for
they
not
traded,
for me.
they traded
Oh,
back
that's
with
good.
the Saints or with the Steelers? There's a little confusion.
Saints.
there.
Saints.
The
Raptors
Saints.
All right,
were
so
the
with the
Saints.
Saints, so we talked about the Saints a little bit earlier. Who do we think do we have the Saints person on right now?
Right here.
All right, so Philip, what do you think that the Saints are now going to do with this pick?
I think this pick is clear cut and obvious. Well, I'll be honest. When they were at 16, I had them taking Chris Olave out of the University of Ohio State. Wide receiver is a big need for them, in my opinion. It's one of the biggest needs on that roster. And now that they've traded up, it's clear they're trading up for someone even better. Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams is going to the New Orleans Saints.
Oh my! Justice is upset.
Yeah,
He's
Justice
the perfect.
is El Fuego
he is
right
the-
now.
He is the
I
perfect
think they're
addition
trading up
to
for a
Michael
quarterback.
Yes, Michael Thomas in the slot.
Oh,
Jameson Williams with the deep ball.
that'll shake up
and-
the draft. I
And
like
LASIK Jameis throwing that deep ball with his eyes fixed. I'm just saying that just makes too much sense. Plus, well, I don't know what they're giving up. So they could have just given up both 16 and 19, I believe, were their 2 picks. They could have just
And
given
Jameis
up both
Winston.
to move up.
I like Charlie. Draft a quarterback. Let's mix
Yeah,
this draft
so
up.
all right, so
Malik
Philip,
Willis.
Mix it all up, baby.
you're talking about Jameis Winston throwing this ball, and I want to talk about Michael Thomas here in a little bit, just because obviously Michael Thomas was out last year, and we're talking about the potential if they go ahead and draft a wide receiver. You now have Michael Thomas with some of these big name wide receivers, Philip, you were throwing out there. But Charlie, you had just mentioned that you think that they're potentially going for a quarterback. Why do you say that?
Yeah, I think a lot of the quarterbacks this year fit what they're used to. I've said that I don't think Drew Brees ever had the strongest arm. He won mentally. I think the same thing with Peyton Manning for that matter, and a lot of guys. And to me, there's a lot of guys who, don't have the strongest arms this year, and I think they fit really well into the Saints type of offense. They play in a dome, right? Like Matt Corral, Kenny Pickett. Willis. I think there's a lot of guys who fit sort of what the Saints are used to running. They lost Sean Payton, but everything else is pretty much the same, So I just think, why are you trading up for a wide receiver? Really, like we said, it's a deep class. The draft is 7 rounds long. I know sometimes teams forget that, but I really think it's just a quarterback.
So we have some preliminary information here. Washington looks like they are getting the 16th overall pick, as well as the 98th overall pick and the 120th overall pick in this year's draft for number 11.
That's good.
So, Adam, for Washington, how does this change how you're looking at Washington? Because they just got a haul of picks for this year.
I don't know. There must be someone on the board they really like. Like I said, I was talking about Tyler Linderbaum. Maybe they see that there's kind of been no movement there for their interior O lineman. Maybe wide receiver wasn't a position they needed, or like Charlie said, maybe it's just such deep of a class that they thought that, hey, there's 3 or 4 guys that we like. We're kind of cool with any of them. Or for corners, kind of the same way. There's a couple guys kind of sitting there, and maybe they're just thinking, hey, we'll take next available. I know that for corners, Trent McDuffie and Andrew Booth Jr. are there. Either way, if they do wind up taking a CB, I imagine us collectively and maybe Bean and McDermott might start sweating if CB is on their mind. But this really opens the door a lot for them.
All right, so we do have some additional breaking news here. Again, from one of the sources that we're using. It appears there's a rumor currently going around, and this is from the source that we've been using for all the draft picks and for the trades so far.
And New York Jets.
The Jets apparently rejected a trade from the 49ers involving Deebo Samuel for the 10th overall pick before taking Garrett Wilson. So
I think it's smart.
All right. So Jake, go ahead and take us in with this because you are the Jets guy. And so Deebo Samuel, let me put this down. Deebo Samuel was heavily rumored to be going to the Jets, taking the rumor being, hey, they're going to take Gardner at 4, which we know that they did. They then trade the 10th overall pick to get Deebo Samuel. We obviously know that the Jets lost out on Tyreek Hill earlier this year. So talk about that really quick before we get into the Saints pick, because it sounds like they just picked 2.
So I really feel like just to make this really quick, the Jets wanted somebody proven because they didn't know about the uncertainties in the draft, because this draft is so like they didn't know who was going to follow them. They didn't know who they were going to be able to pick. And Garrett Wilson must have been that guy that was at the top of their board, so that when they got that trade call offer, they had to weigh, well, how much are we going to have to pay Deebo as opposed to what can we get from a rookie and be able to develop him and not have to have that, cap casualty that might happen if you don't get the same Deebo who's been producing in a Kyle Shanahan system, because you are getting that risk when you trade for a guy like that. Just like you don't know how he's going to be when he goes there. Yeah, you can argue that they do run a similar type of system because they come from San Francisco, but you're never going to be able to say for certain that a player is going to work out if they go there. So I think they just decided that they were just going to develop their own guy. And it's a cost-saving measure as well, and they're going to be able to rebuild the right way and not, possibly take the risk of taking on Deebo and him not being what they thought it was going to be.
And supposedly the 49ers were asking for Elijah Moore back in the trade, too, along with the 10th overall pick.
That's a no.
So we know the
me,
Jets really like Elijah Moore. They may have just said, nope, not giving up him.
Oh, yeah, the pick is in, by the way.
So, yeah, just as reported, Chris Olave now drafted by the New Orleans Saints from Washington, and it does look like we're going to have some more. I mean, these picks are coming a lot faster than I think a lot of us.
They are.
10 minutes between draft picks, and we're literally talking like a pick or 2 back. So I just want to talk about that. And Adam saying that there's now been another trade.
Wow, Buffalo.
This is absolutely insane. So we're going to talk about this, but Chris Olave in the Saints system. I want to throw it over to Mikey to talk about this, because we've talked about, or I mentioned it a little bit before. I wanted to talk about Michael Thomas. There's a possibility that Michael Thomas is back this year. We know that he had issues with the Saints organization itself, in addition to some injury concerns. But you now have Chris Olave at wide receiver, in addition to possibly getting Michael Thomas back. We haven't heard about Michael Thomas in a little bit. So imagine that Thomas remains with the team. You now have Chris Olave to partner up with him on the other side of the field. What does that do for the Saints. Now, obviously, there's the question about whether or not they remain with Jameis Winston at quarterback.
Yeah, I truly believe that Chris Olave was 1B when you come to the deep threat receivers in this year's draft. You know, Jameson Williams is obviously 1A. I believe Chris Olave is 1B. You add that with Michael Thomas and some of the other late round picks that they tend to be able to groom receivers pretty well in New Orleans. But you clear out that space and give Michael Thomas the ability to work one-on-one. It's a dangerous game, and it actually changes that offense because you don't forget you still have Kamara coming out of the backfield and the hammer and Ingram, and regardless of who the quarterback is, whether it's Jameis or Taysom Hill or whoever it is, you know, having that big burner outside changes their offense.
Boys, we've got some terrible news for Justice.
All right, go ahead.
He's gone. The
He's
pick
gone.
is in for the Detroit Lions.
Oh no!
It's Jameson Williams.
Oh,
wow!
That changes
That's really
Detroit's
interesting.
whole offense as well because
So
Detroit also
crazy.
signed DJ Chark this offseason.
So just as Jake announced, the Lions traded up to number 12 with the Vikings for wide receiver Jameson Williams. Now, Charlie, with the Lions here, Jameson Williams in this new and continually being rebuilt Detroit Lions team. I don't say that as a joke. I mean, they're literally in year 2 of a rebuild. What does this do? Where do you think? I mean, this is a team where you thought Detroit was potentially going to take a quarterback. They now trade up. They don't take one. They're still rolling with Jared Goff for the time being. And they're taking a wide receiver in Jameson Williams.
Yeah, I think out of all the teams that are rebuilding, I think the Lions.
Are you
actually...
sure it's Jameson Williams? PFF just reported that it's Kenny Pickett.
JPA, the guy who's been pretty much
Hold
breaking
on.
all this for 2 years, has said Jameson Williams.
Hold up.
Yes. So
Controversy.
JPA
Let's
is-
go.
Let's
go.
First one of the day.
Wait a minute.
We're just messing with Justice at this point. Every pick from now on, we're going to say, "Oh,
I don't
Jameson
understand
went
why you would
now."
trade up that far for Jameson. I love Jameson Williams, but
I don't understand it
quarterback.
either. I felt when I saw that, I was like, they're going quarterback here.
Hey,
So,
saying that it's
while waiting for this, I'm going to throw it over to Philip here, who announced some news.
Oh, no.
in the,
Yeah, it's Jameson Williams.
private chat in the private chat.
It is Justice
Chiefs
Thompson.
versus Chargers, week 2 of Thursday night football. Thank you, Philip, for throwing that in there. And it looks like we have confirmation that it is wide receiver Jameson Williams. So, Charlie,
Justice,
Jameson Williams. It is not a quarterback, but Jameson Williams heading to the Lions. Lions still rolling for Jared Goff for the time being. And as soon as I get the trade information, I will let everybody know.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think they're kind of rebuilding it the right way. Nowadays, not many teams really tear it down, but I think the Lions were comfortable tearing it down. I think they're comfortable with Goff because, let's face it, Goff did take a team to the Super Bowl. I don't think they're under any illusions that they're going to the Super Bowl, but Brad Holmes was big into scouting Jared Goff, and I think this is the right way to do it. Again, I think another team that's waiting until next year, I don't know how they're all going to fight each other out for the quarterbacks next year, but they're perfectly fine with Goff. You're adding weapons, you're adding pieces to your team this year. So then if you do get the quarterback next year, you've got all these things already set up for him. You know, you've got your a year with the pass rusher. You got a year with Chark and Jameson Williams as the wide receivers. They got Swift at running back. Penei Sewell last year. So I think they're doing a lot of things well in order to set themselves up for future success. And there's no rush. There's no rush. Wait till Aaron Rodgers retires or moves on, and then your team is ready to go. So I think they're doing things the right way. They play in a dome. Jameson Williams' speed with DJ Chark on the other side will be great. I really actually like what the Lions are doing a lot.
All right, so it sounds like we have another trade, but before we get into that,
by the way.
Three in a row.
Before we get into Houston, Justin, with this trade, where Minnesota is trading out of the 12th pick, does that change anything for you for where they're heading in this first round?
Oh, 100%. And I was actually sitting here really liking the way the board was shaking out for the Vikings. I mean, you still had Kyle Hamilton on the board, Trent McDuffie. I could see them liking Jordan Davis. I guess maybe with the way the board's shaking out, they think that they can get one of those guys a little bit later on. But I think it was a great trade for Detroit, and I think Vikings kind of missed an opportunity here. They have an aging secondary. You have Harrison Smith, who I think is a stud of a safety, but he's 33. You got Patrick Peterson back there, 31. And then looking at a guy like Jordan Davis, I mean, yeah, you just brought in Harrison Phillips. Love Harrison Phillips. I think he was kind of an unsung hero on the Bills, a little bit low key, but I don't think a guy like that stops you from drafting an athletic freak like Jordan Davis if that's who they were looking at there. So I was kind of surprised at this trade here.
All right, so pick number 12, Detroit trades up to take away Minnesota's pick at 12. Jameson Williams, wide receiver, is the choice here. Mikey, heading into pick number 13 in the Houston Texans. And again, we're at 3 straight trade-ups now. So as this trade information comes in, I'll be sure to update everybody. But Mikey, pick number 13, Houston. Unless Houston goes ahead and goes and adds to this trade mania here that we're going to keep tracking, where do you think Houston's going to go with pick number 13? Just to recap, they obviously just traded away Deshaun Watson to Cleveland. It looks like, at least for what everybody's saying, they're going to roll with Davis Mills at quarterback. How comfortable really are we with that? And do we think potentially that Houston's going to be in on this year's very limited and rather regarded as weak quarterback class? Or are they going to go and try and build around Davis Mills because they think he's the guy moving forward?
I don't know if they believe he's the guy, but I think he's going to be the guy for this year. And I can see them doing one of two things. I can see them going BPA because they need the best player. That could be a Kyle Hamilton as safety. But then do they go secondaries, or do they go Jermaine Johnson, the D end, or Trevor Penning, the tackle? Trevor Penny's been rising up boards. And if you're looking to replace Laremy Tunsil, who's been on the block, you're going to need to have someone in place to take his spot if they do trade him.
All right, so pick number 13 now belongs to the Philadelphia Eagles, who at the very beginning of the show, we were talking about how Howie Roseman, the GM there, was going to be the guy to watch. The Eagles going ahead and getting the number 13th overall pick from the Texans. In exchange, they're getting the 15th, 124th, 162nd, and 166th overall pick from this year's draft. So the Eagles getting number 13, the Texans getting a massive haul, all picks from this year, 4 of them, in fact. So do we have our Philadelphia expert here tonight?
That would be me. Yes, sir.
All right. So
yeah,
Philadelphia not only getting 13, but getting 4 additional picks. I don't know if this blows up your analysis, your draft report here, but take us through.
Yeah, the thing with the Eagles is they're pretty hard to get a read on to begin with. Things are pretty open for them. If you look at them on paper, they have plenty of holes that they could fill, but they also finished in second in the division last year. So we know that Fletcher Cox is getting older and is running out of his contract, so I would have to guess that they'll probably go like Jordan Davis.
So to your exact draft analysis right there, JPA Football, who we've been using as our exclusive draft analysis provider tonight, says that at number 13, the Eagles are taking Jordan Davis. So
good pick.
So go ahead and take us through what do the Philadelphia Eagles get out of Jordan Davis heading into this 2022-2023 season?
Yeah, so the Eagles were kind of weak in the trenches last year. Obviously, when you're in the NFC East, everything is a boxing match. So they were pretty close to the playoffs last year, and I think Jordan Davis gives them a huge jolt of energy on the defensive line. They were second to last in sacks last year, and we know Jordan Davis, big guy, but also huge pass rush threat. So I think it's a great pick for them, and obviously they felt pressure to go up and get him by moving all of 2 spots up, so they must have been competing with somebody else to get him. So I think it's a stellar pick for them.
Not only is it a stellar pick for them, but for Houston, they're obviously getting 4 massive draft picks here. So I know that we have Baltimore up next, but Mikey, those 4 additional draft picks that Houston now has for this draft, which I don't know, maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like in both of these trades, getting 3 or 4 draft picks all from this year. I mean, I know that this is a pretty deep draft at all positions other than quarterback, but what are you guys thinking? Mikey, I'm going to go to you first, and then, hopefully we don't go to a commercial break. I want to get thoughts from everybody else. But Mikey, what does this do for this year's draft? I know we're looking at more than just the first and second round, but does this change a lot? Do you think Houston could potentially trade?
Actually,
what do you think?
So they go from having 12 draft picks this year now to having 16 draft picks this year now. So they already had a haul to go with this year. They become more of a player for trading around, back up and in to higher rounds, or trading out and into next year. So they have all kinds of options. Having 16 picks in 1 year gives them the ammo to do whatever they pretty much want to do.
And now, obviously, they just traded down 2. They went from 13 to 15. So, really quick before we get into Chewy's question here, again, do you think that they go quarterback, or do you think that they're going to build around Davis Mills?
I think they're going to build around Davis Mills for this year. They want to see what they had. He played really well last year in spurts. I could see them looking at, a defensive end. The best defensive end is Johnson out of Florida State. They could look at Kyle Hamilton, the best secondary player left. They could go Trevor Penning, the best tackle left. So, there's a lot of different things. They need everything. Then they need premium positions in everything.
All right. So heading over to Baltimore now at the 14th pick. They're on the clock. And again, for people watching, we do apologize. We're a little bit ahead of where you're going to be seeing on your TV screen. So, once we get to once you see the pick is in up on the screen, if you just want to go ahead and mute us, if you don't want to know ahead of time, then that's fine. But if not, if you want to know ahead of time, we're going to tell you ahead of time. So pick number 14 with Baltimore. Who do I have here representing the
unfortunately me for those no good Ravens? Their time is ticking, fellas. They need help on the offensive line. They need help at wide receiver, but I'm going Trevor Penning here. They definitely need help at that position desperately. Center, offensive line. Lamar Jackson cannot be under pressure like that, taking too many hits. Even though he's a scrambler, he's just it's going to take a toll on him. They know that. Also, the wide receiver. I want to be shocked if they go wide receiver here, but the main guys that I had on my board are gone, so I have him going Trevor Penning here
to replace Orlando Brown, who they traded. Ronnie Stanley's been injured.
Or they can move.
Yeah, or they can go Tyler Linderbaum here as well.
They could too.
From a center standpoint.
Yes, 100%, Mikey. I like that too.
100%. So I want to throw it out, and I want to go to Justin first. Every time that we go to a team, we hear, "Oh, it might be Tyler Linderbaum. It might be Tyler Linderbaum." And I had him in a bunch of my mock drafts. I think we all did. We recognize that he's the type of guy that can fit in at multiple places on an offensive line. But Justin, do you think that there's a reason why Tyler Linderbaum just has not been taken yet? Is it because of these trades, or is there another reason?
So for me, Tyler Linderbaum, I think he translates to the NFL as a pure center. And I actually had, I guess, his ceiling being pick 14. This is about the earliest I saw him going. And if he's not going at 14 to Baltimore, I might even go as far to say he slips into the second round.
Oh, yikes.
He's just a little bit undersized to be playing in other positions.
And the Ravens really love big guys on the offensive line, so that would be uncharacteristic for them to go with.
I'd be really surprised if Linderbaum was taken in the first round. I think he's very small. He's got short arms. He's only a zone center. I don't think he offers any positional flexibility at all. I think that he could be a mid-second round guy. You'd have to have a specific offense for him to run.
I think to me the problem with Linderbaum is if he's going to be center specific, there's only so many teams that need centers, and there's only 32 of these guys in the league, and most of those positions are pretty well filled in the NFL. So, I mean, you take some of his limitations and you project that out across how many teams actually have the need.
All right, who is it? Brr, drum roll.
All right, so we do have the Ravens draft pick here, safety Kyle Hamilton
I
at
was
number
way
14
off. Good
to the
Lord.
Baltimore Ravens.
Great pick.
Total opposite side.
So Kyle
That's a
Hamilton
great pick,
at
though.
14
It is.
to
He's
the
a hell of
Baltimore
a
Ravens.
player.
Now, we're going to talk about, hopefully we'll be talking about Tyler Linderbaum tonight. Obviously, we don't want anybody to not be drafted in the first round. That's an extremely prestigious thing to be taken at. Pick number 15 from the Philadelphia Eagles from Miami. We're going to get to that next after this commercial break. You are tuning in to the Buffalo FAMbase 2022 live NFL draft. I want to thank everybody here on the screen and everybody behind the screen for being here. We're going to see you after the commercials.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into Justice for All. With Justice General Radford, podcast and YouTube manager for the Buffalo FAMbase.
It might say different, but
they know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune in to the Overdue Bills podcast, Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern. With your hosts, Aaron Radford, Preach, Sam Harris, Matty Ice, Matthew Coaster, Mills, Ante Miller, and Mikey D, Michael Daniels. Follow on all platforms at Overdue Bills Podcast. Now back to the 2022 NFL. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia.
Shout it right now, baby. Come on.
Tune into the Mafia Sports Report every Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. With your hosts Tommy and Mike.
Hey. All right, so we're going to get into the next picks here, but I just want to go ahead and I want to reiterate where we have already been. So at pick number 1, Jacksonville took Trayvon Walker at edge, followed by Detroit taking Aidan Hutchinson at pick number 2. The Houston Texans, in their first move of the evening, take Derek Stingley at corner at number 3. The New Jersey Jets, I just want to make sure that we are, correct on our geography there. The New Jersey Jets at 4 taking Sauce Gardner, which was not a surprise. Obviously, what is a surprise is that they declined a trade for Deebo Samuel versus taking him. At pick number 5, again, the New Jersey Giants took Kavon Thibodeau, which is going to be, that's the beginning of, this new Giants regime. And I think he fits perfectly with what they're planning on doing over there. At number 6, Carolina took Ikem Ekwonu at offensive tackle. Pick number 7, the Giants, their pick from Chicago, Evan Neal at offensive tackle. Wide receiver at pick number 8 for Atlanta in Drake London. A lot of mock drafts had him going to Washington, Drake London. Pick number 9 at Seattle from Denver is Charles Cross, offensive tackle. Pick 10, the New Jersey Jets again, the pick that they got in the Jamal Adams trade from Seattle, Garrett Wilson, wide receiver. Chris Olave, taken wide receiver, was taken at pick number 11 from the New Orleans Saints from Washington, or the pick originally being from Washington. At pick number 12, Detroit, trading up to take the 12th overall pick from Minnesota, Jameson Williams, wide receiver. That was where Justice started crying, and it seems like that's going to be a continued theme throughout the night. And then at pick number 13, Philadelphia trading up to get pick number 13 from Houston. the pick originally from Cleveland to take Jordan Davis. And finally, just before the commercial break, before I did not get my back to stop hurting, the Baltimore Ravens at pick number 14 took safety Kyle Hamilton. Now on the clock at pick number 15 right now is a pick originally from the Miami Dolphins. It is currently the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm going to throw it over to our not so local Philadelphia Eagles draft expert to weigh in on where Philadelphia could potentially go at pick number 15.
Actually, this one goes to the Texans. They traded up.
Sorry, it has not been changed. So at pick 15 is Houston. Mikey, go ahead.
Yeah, and Houston, who knows what they're going to do? They could trade back again for all we know. They just seem to be accumulating picks. They could go multiple different ways, and I think I talked about this when they were on the clock at 13. They could go, offensive line. They could go corner. They could go Devon Wyatt here, defensive tackle. I mean, really, they need premium positions and they need talent. They are across the board. There is no one spot they're set.
Okay, so right there, I mean, pretty much, and I mean, that's not an unfair analysis, and I never would say it is because you are the expert here, but we know Houston has been in a perpetual rebuild mode for a while here. Now, it feels like they're going to ride with Davis Mills. We know, again, that's what most of the draft analysis and the draft reports have been. So does it feel like with the move that they've been taking that they're going to build around him? Now, that doesn't matter because it looks like we have an update. Kenyon Green is being taken at pick number 15 by the Houston Texans. So, Mikey, Kenyon Green in Houston, what does that do for the team heading into or starting with this upcoming season?
What that tells me is the Laramie Tunsil rumors aren't as pressing as they've been reported. It sounds like Laramie Tunsil's coming back. If they're going to take a guard, that means that, with Trevor Penning still on the board, that's telling me that, Laramie Tunsil's probably going to be there in 2022. And now they're starting to build out that offensive line, which they need to do. They need to be able to protect their quarterback and also open running lanes for their running backs. That the best way to protect a young quarterback is to give him a running game and to give him solid offensive line play. Kenyon Green is a really good tackle guard. He has the flexibility. He could play on either side, left or right. So, it's extra versatility.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, Charlie, I want to hit you from an analytics side of this. What do you think Houston, because I know you've been working and going through the teams. What do you is this addressing Houston's needs from an analytics side of football? And then what does also Kenyon Green do from an analytics side for Houston?
Well, I would say that the general analytics thing is that
we'll get to that in a minute.
They always want to trade down, because analytics look at it as, okay, well, just take more shots. You'll probably get more draft picks, right? And analytics really views it as this thing of like, well, no one really knows what they're doing, so trade down, get more picks, it'll be great. I think a lot of it is based, obviously, on the ability of the coaching staff and the scouting staff to scout, and the coaching staff to develop players. So I don't look at it quite that way. I think Houston is desperate to get back picks because we all know what Bill O'Brien did to destroy, their picks a couple of years ago. So I think they're so desperate to get things back that and I think they're in a rebuild too, obviously, a deep rebuild. So I think it makes a lot of sense for them. They need everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so as we just saw back up on the screen, Justice, I'm hoping you can throw that back up. We have breaking news. The Ravens are trading wide receiver Marquise Brown to the Cardinals. Now, obviously, we know the big Cardinals storyline is that Kyler Murray it looked like he was not going to play this season. It looked like he was potentially going to sit out if he didn't get a contract. We now know from either today or yesterday that his fifth-year option was extended, and now he gets even more weapons than he already had in terms of getting wide receiver Marquise Brown gifted to him during this trade. Now, I'm going to keep watching for what the actual trade details are, but I want to go if we have our Ravens and our Cardinals.
And can I ask a quick question on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you read into this that the Hopkins injury last year may be lingering?
I wonder
Ooh,
if it's
that
more
is
so
true.
that AJ Green might not be the traditional 2 or 3 that they're looking for. I live
Okay.
in Arizona, and I listen to a lot of the Phoenix sports talk radio, and a lot of them before were talking about, I don't know about AJ Green. So maybe it is just extra weapons. I know that they had taken a wide receiver last year that didn't get a whole lot of playing time. So this is more of a, let's try to fix this right now. Maybe we didn't get the guy at 23 that
Yeah,
we're
because they
wanting.
took Rondell Moore, right, last year?
Yeah, and he didn't get a lot of playing time. He had a few bright spots, but even when D-Hop went down, his usage didn't really go up a whole heck of a ton. So it'll be interesting to see what Marquise Brown does with Kyler Murray. Sorry to jump in. I
appreciate the insight because I don't know that much.
Kirk.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, for like $78 million.
No.
All right, so we've talked a bunch about the Cardinals here with Baltimore, and I apologize, I don't have who is who off the top of my head. When I just say I'm going to throw it to
This
you.
guy's for the Cardinals.
All right, so I want to get to Baltimore though first, really quick. They now lose a team that consistently is looking for that true number one wide receiver in Baltimore. Continues to lose wide receivers.
Yeah.
What does this do in Baltimore to the offense?
It sets them back. It sets them back because that was the number one knock. Lamar didn't have any weapons, right? Lamar was by himself. And Marquise Brown, not that he was anything special, but he was still a threat to go deep. Now you trade him away. They better have a plan.
Yeah.
There's still some good receivers on the board. Don't get me wrong in the later rounds, but you better stockpile up because the Ravens are, in my opinion, right now taking a step back. Like, they better fix this now because I think the time for the Ravens is not looking good, and they still got to give Lamar his contract. You got to make him happy. You got, this is not probably making him happy. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I got to ask you. Because I see this, and the first thing I saw is like, well, who the hell is their receiver now? Like, they are already complaining that Lamar doesn't have a weapon.
Correct.
So then they
Tight
take
end.
Marquise Brown away.
Mark Andrews. That's it.
Yeah, Mark Andrews.
Well, they drafted a receiver last year, didn't they? And he came on towards the end of the year. But they lost their top 2 receivers from last year.
Still,
and Sammy
They
Watkins.
got rid of
and
Sammy
Marquise Brown.
Watkins.
Still,
I mean, the legendary Watkins is gone. I don't know what they're going to do. Who's
So
gonna catch the ball?
are they going to try to make it? They got to make a trade for someone. Are they in on Debo now? Are they in for AJ Brown?
That's
Or
a good
do they
point.
wanna-
These are all
That's a great point.
These are all very
They
good
drafted
points.
Rashad Bateman last year.
Yeah,
Correct. they did.
Bateman. And he came on towards the end of the year and he looked good, but to gamble on a small slate of games as your true number one, that's
Well, let's be honest. Their offense
Brown
looked best
wasn't all
when they
that,
had
though.
2 really good tight ends. When they had Hayden Hurst and they had Mark Andrews. That's when their offense looked the best. Now, I don't know. You can't draft a tight end this year and expect them to, So I don't know what they're going to do, but I just think the middle of the field is where Lamar excels. So
Yeah, I
So,
agree. When he kills time, he needs that speedy guy, like a Hill kind of receiver to get open for.
that was Marquise Brown.
Getting out right. So that means what? They need to either find a guy in the draft that has the speedster. But Marquise Brown wasn't anything special, Mike.
No.
He was an over the top guy.
He had
one dimensional, very
hand
one
issues.
dimensional. Yeah, to me,
For
one
the-
dimensional.
For the Cardinals, I'm just really happy that Kyler Murray gets the team back up with Hollywood Brown. So that's going to be an exciting tandem to see them kind of reunited again. I mean, instant chemistry. You got a guy who's upset clearly without getting a contract. You get DeAndre Hopkins. You get his guy from college back again. You get the offense back up with AJ Green. I think that's a pretty solid pickup for not really going anywhere in the draft. 100 for 23. I mean, they get Marquise Brown.
Yeah, that's a win for the Cardinals only because they got a primetime receiver in Hopkins.
And that
Now
was
they got an
You
over
can
top
no longer
guy.
double Hopkins.
Right,
If you
now you
double
got a guy who
Hopkins,
can
now you
run
got,
free.
Hollywood running down the field.
Right, running free.
I mean, you'd almost say that what Arizona's doing is similar to what Buffalo is doing. They're throwing all of these weapons out on the field because as soon as you double up on one, you're going to open up, potentially not just 1 to 2, but potentially 3 others, depending on what the offensive game plan is. But speaking of wide receivers, Jahan Dotson, wide receiver, taken at pick number 16, which was just recently acquired by the Washington Commanders in a trade. Originally, this was Indianapolis's first-round pick. We know that from the beginning of the show, Indianapolis does not currently have a first-round pick, and I have no idea if they're thinking about trading up into it. But from Philadelphia, they get the number overall 16th pick. Washington takes Jahan Dotson. So what are we thinking?
How's that for the circle of life? Not only did they get the quarterback, they got the first-round pick from Indy too.
Yep.
Yes. Oh my God. Wow. I didn't even realize that. But I'm going to go ahead, Adam, with Washington taking Jahan Dotson. This is a team that is, I mean, you can say pretty. I mean, on paper, and I would say they had some pretty dominating performances last year. They have both big-name players on all sides of the ball. They now add Jahan Dotson at wide receiver. What are we looking at?
I mean, Terry McLaurin's a freak, but we kind of saw what that offense looks like when he's predominantly the only weapon. I know they have Antonio Gibson there too, but I think this is a huge pickup there. I was going to kind of pound the table a little bit for Tyler Linderbaum here, but I like Jahan Dotson's hands a lot. And look, let's go get some help for Carson Wentz. Adding him to the roster, despite popular belief, has opened up a ton of options for the Commanders in this draft. And I think wide receiver, aside from offensive guard or maybe corner, were their biggest need here. So, I mean, they got to fall back in the draft. They got to pick up a couple extra picks, and they ultimately got their guy from what it sounds like. I don't have any inside reporting, but it seems like everything kind of worked out the way that the Commanders were hoping it would.
You know, I saw a tweet earlier today that said, really, in reality, at the end of the night, or really at the end of the weekend, all NFL teams are going to get what they want, regardless of if it's a specific player. They're really going to go for that position group. And I was just about to mention, thank you, Justice. We saw Houston at 15 take Kenyon Green, and a lot of people were surprised Kenyon Green went before Zion Johnson. Wonder no more, with the 17th overall pick in this year's first round of the NFL draft, the Los Angeles Chargers, who were literally a kneel down away from a playoff berth last year, take Zion Johnson at offensive line. Do I have my Chargers individual here?
Breaking news. AJ Brown traded to the Eagles.
Wow. That is a trade.
The Colts are definitely winning the division now, baby.
All right,
so that's pick 19 going back, probably, right?
So before we get to AJ Brown to the Eagles, let's talk about Zion Johnson to the Chargers.
Yikes.
Who is my Chargers person?
I like the pick a lot. I initially thought they would go Trevor Penning because they really need help at the right tackle position, but I like Zion Johnson too. I think he can step in right away for them. I think they could have went either way. They could have went corner as well. Their corner is only under contract. And I think their cornerback too, Davis, is under contract till 2024. And I know they had met with Trent McDuffie, who they really liked, and he thought he'd be a good fit in LA. But I think Zion Johnson can step in right away and help out there.
Yeah, Zion has that guard center flex, which is actually fantastic because that's what the Chargers really need, is that interior.
Yeah,
Looks
and,
like
and
it's
again,
and a third rounder for AJ Brown. Sorry to jump in there.
No, you're good. I was about to say I'm still waiting for it.
First and third.
That's
wow.
That's a good trade.
Wow. So again, a lot of people were surprised that Kenyon Green was taken before Zion Johnson, but now both Green and Johnson are off the boards. Let's head to pick number 18 here. Tennessee at 18, getting the pick originally from both New Orleans and Philadelphia. So we're looking at Tennessee at pick number 18. Who do I have?
No Tennessee people here?
Is that potentially Justice?
Yeah.
I'm still not over the Music City Miracle, so I'm not going to add any notes to Tennessee. I'm good, man.
I'm glad they lost their best
Tennessee
weapon.
Now needs I'm not the Tennessee correspondents, but if you look at them, all they have now is Robert Woods outside. So they're going
to get a receiver.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
Burks maybe here?
Justice, if I remember correctly, you are Tennessee, correct? You just give me a thumbs up if you are.
Man.
He's not paying attention to me right now.
Well, can I just say for the Eagles end of this trade, I think that's a really solid deal for the Eagles. They needed somebody for Jalen Hurts to know whether or not he's the guy, and A.J. Brown is definitely that. They've had a hard time getting reliable wide receivers through the draft, so getting the proven guy in there.
You pair A.J. Brown with Devonta Smith, now you have a real set of receivers in Philly.
All right, so
it seems like Kyler. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say I've been informed that Adam Z that you are the Titans correspondent here. So go ahead with what you were going to say, and then take a crack at Tennessee.
Just talk about how it's the Derrick Henry show.
I am the Colts, Bears, and Commanders pick, but for the Titans, I don't know what I was going to say with Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. It seems like they're kind of building the team around him, like make or break it. Kind of like with Kyler Murray picking up the 5th-year option, go get him Marquise Brown. You got D-Hop. It's make or break it. With Jalen Hurts, there's been a lot of talks about is he the guy or not. Okay, go get him A.J. Brown. You got Devontae Smith last year, so it's kind of make or break for those guys too. For the Titans, I love Robert Woods so much, but it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what are you going to do with your number one wide receiver gone now? What kind of is the game plan from here? Because you were competing last year. I understand Derrick Henry is a god on the football field, but it's kind of strange to me that they'd get rid of A.J. Brown. It'll be interesting to see what we come up with here. I mean, especially if they were to hypothetically take a wide receiver, that would just be absolutely bonkers to me. But that's a need right now immediately, right? Aside from Robert Woods. I'm not very privy on who the receiving core is.
And I'm 100%. I'm sure that
a Treylon Burks spot, or did they come up for Jermaine Johnson?
Right? That's what I mean. But is Treylon Burks immediately that much better than A.J. Brown? And I'm not
not even Treylon Burks,
but we have tape on A.J. Brown. We know what kind of receiver A.J. Brown is in the league, and I thought A.J. Brown and Robert Woods paired together were going to be filthy with Derrick Henry in the backfield. So if they take a wide receiver here, it's going to be gross.
Yeah. And don't forget, they got a mediocre core. Listen, Tannehill's not terrible, but he's a middle.
Maybe this is Kenny Pickett.
Okay.
Are they going to take
him? He's okay. A.J. Brown makes him better. Like
they also,
get rid of your number one receiver to get a rookie quarterback.
That
might be worse than Tannehill.
They also lost their tight end last year. John Smith left and went to New England. So over the last 3 years, from when they went to the AFC Championship game,
for us.
They've just slowly seen their roster dismantled.
Yeah. Is there a guy on this board that's still available that you would be willing to trade your number one receiver for because you're that set on that guy?
They just don't want to pay him. I mean, I think
I wouldn't have traded for any of the receivers in this year's draft.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown is a true number one.
It's about they know they got to pay
him. It'd be a more
difficult
difficult conversation if we saw Sauce still here, right? Or one of those big name players that were still here. We'd be like, okay, that makes sense. But
you got
no disrespect to all these athletes, but there's not anyone here that I'd be comfortable trading my number one receiver for an unproven rookie. As proven as they are in college, it's an unproven rookie.
Number one receiver and still young, still top of his game, but you got to pay him. So maybe whoever said it earlier. It's about paying them, right? And maybe the time
they don't want to pay these guys.
It is,
So really quickly, I just want to say before we throw it to the commercial break, Adam Z hit on exactly what I was going to say. And we know Trayvon, wide receiver, drafted at 18th overall by Tennessee.
Big mistake.
What are they thinking?
They need a passing game.
Happens every year, guys.
They're one of
they have to.
You know what?
He has no
Joe Marino
running.
raised up a really good point, though. He raised up a really good point. He said Jonnu Smith was basically this take 3 steps and throw him the ball guy. Yeah. That's who Treylon Burks is.
Yep.
And they've missed that. He just takes 3 steps, they toss him the ball. That offense has missed that. Now I don't know why you trade A.J. Brown to get that.
That's what I was going to say. You don't have to trade away A.J. Brown,
but now they're going to miss A.J. Brown next season. So
this is what happens when you have cheap ownership.
Maybe Robert Woods was the A.J. Brown replacement.
This is
that's fair.
This is one of a number of teams in the NFL currently that is a primarily running team versus a passing team, and obviously now they're going to be missing A.J. Brown. They take Treylon Burks, who, as Charlie just pointed out, is a guy who you're going to take 3 steps and throw it to for your short intermediate passes. I know a lot of people, especially as Bills fans, we know Jonnu Smith was a name that was attached as potentially coming to Buffalo a whole heck of a lot when you really looked at it. Jonnu Smith at tight end and Dawson Knox at tight end at that time had very similar stats. So just something I wanted to throw out there. I'm going to throw it over to Justice now, who's going to take us to another commercial break. So that way we can all get up, hydrate, maybe grab a quick snack. You have been tuning in to the live NFL draft show you've been what?
Adam's leaving us as well, so we were just saying thanks.
Okay,
Adam,
Adam, you're leaving us as well. Thank you.
Come on, Adam. Golly.
Everybody on and behind the screen once more.
Let's go Titans.
Hey, Ryan, can I?
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia.
Come on now, the Bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on.
Tune into Bank It with the Back Door, the place to hear great sports content and win money.
Come on, come on.
With host, Jason Malloy.
Come on and shout.
Currently, we've got the draft coming up. We've got baseball history next week. Jackie Robinson Day, important day.
Every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Now back to the 20. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia.
Come on now, the Bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah. Shout it right now, baby. Come on, come on.
Tune into the Mafia Sports Report every Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. With your hosts Tommy and Mike. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into First Round Bye, your favorite Friday night guys, under the Friday Night Lights. Tune in tomorrow night for a First Round Bye special, second-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft, with your hosts Jake Jordan, host of The Lowdown, YouTube, and podcast operator for Buffalo FAMbase. With Justice General Radford, podcast and YouTube manager for the Buffalo FAMbase. Every Friday night at 9 p.m. Now back to the 2020. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia.
Come on now, the Bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah. Shout it right now, baby. Come on, come on. Come on and shout.
Tune in to the Ryan Thomas Take Sports Show, with host Ryan Thomas, every Thursday morning on the Buffalo FAMbase Podcast Network. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into Justice for All.
Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah. Shout it right.
With Justice General Radford, podcast and YouTube manager for the Buffalo FAMbase.
You might say different, but
they know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage.
So $100 million over 4 years is the new deal for AJ Brown and his new team, the Philadelphia Eagles.
57 guaranteed.
And 57 guaranteed. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to Jake and the boys over there on the couch to talk about this massive deal. So obviously, let's just say that they've been talking about this since at least the first pick, if not prior to today, about doing the trade, because that's the contract stuff is going to take a lot longer, which is why a lot of people were saying that Debo might not even get traded today. Obviously, we know now he was part of a rejected deal, but $100 million over 4 years, $57 million guaranteed for AJ Brown in the Eagles. Jake and the boys on the couch.
That's like a podcast. I like that. Jake and the boys on the couch.
Jake and the boys on the couch. I'm gonna give it to Adam. I'm gonna let him because while all the ads were running, we had some strong opinions about this too.
All right, go ahead. I want to hear all of them.
I made a joke that they should trade for Debo since they like to run the ball anyways, and they can just run the ball 60 times a game. But in all seriousness, I just, like we were saying before, I don't understand the trade besides the fact that maybe their identity is their identity is running the ball. So maybe the GM just couldn't justify it. Couldn't fathom paying $100 million when all they want to do is pound the rock anyways. It's not going to be effective if they have nobody to throw the ball to because they're just going to stack the box. And you got to have the threats because nobody's afraid of Tannehill. You got to have somebody out wide to keep the defense honest. You don't have AJ Brown out there anymore. I mean, if Buffalo is playing Tennessee, they're going to put everybody at the line and say, go ahead and beat us, Tannehill.
All right, so I apologize to Jake and the boys on the couch. Trevor Penning, offensive tackle, is being taken at 19 to the New Orleans Saints, originally from Philadelphia. Now, I was going to go into this whole storyline about how was it worth it for New Orleans and Philadelphia to swap picks 18 and 19 like they did earlier, but obviously we know now Tennessee takes Treylon Burks because they trade up into that 18th pick. So New Orleans taking Trevor Penning. This is another offensive move that they're going ahead and making. It looks like they're getting protection for the quarterback. It looks like they're getting additional weapons for the quarterback. So let's go ahead and let's talk Saints. Do I have my Saints individual here? All right,
there you go.
Go ahead.
In
Go ahead and take us down to the big
fresh.
movie in Bourbon Street.
Thank you. With Trevor Penning, it's pretty simple. They have their Teron Armstead replacement here. He's also really good in a power run scheme as a lineman right there. So with the losing Armstead and finding a replacement that was really big for them. So that's just my biggest opinion was finding the Armstead replacement. That's what they needed. If you're going to have all these weapons for Winston and Michael Thomas and they took Chris Olave and Michael Thomas, you need to give him time. And he's not going to have time if he's going to be running all around in the backfield trying to get away because we know he's not that fast. He's not that agile. Maybe when he's stealing crab legs and stuff, he's running away fast. But other than that, not so much.
Trevor Penning's a natural left tackle. If you think about it, that team had Trevor Penning at left and Spencer Brown at right tackle. Granted they didn't have a lot else there, but knowing that they replaced Teron Armstead, who really over the last 2 or 3 years has missed a ton of games. So now they got this young kid in there who has all the talent to try to rebuild what they used to be.
Yeah, all right. Let's throw it on over. I want to hear from Tommy. It feels like we haven't heard from Tommy in a bit. Trevor Penning being taken.
I'm just loving the boys on the couch and everybody. I mean, you guys are killing it.
They look like they're having a good old time.
By the New Orleans Saints at number 19. We obviously
you guys should hear the stuff we say when I have it muted.
Buffalo having played the Saints on Thanksgiving earlier this year. The Saints seems like a team that we have actually seen. I feel like we've seen them a couple more times recently than we ever have. Just give me a really quick one on Trevor Penning in New Orleans before we head into my last pick right now as host, which also happens to be my team.
It's a good pickup for them. I like Trevor Penning, but really, I mean, honestly, they need a quarterback. They really do.
You have no faith in Jameis?
No, I don't. They're not going to get. The thing is with Jameis, he's just I don't even have to explain about Jameis. He's one of those guys. 5,000 yards
last year before he got
50 interceptions. I know, but it's like a give and take with him, right? So I don't know if he's the answer like for the future for the Saints, but no, I like the pick. I do, because either way, even if you draft a quarterback next year, you're building that line for the rookie to come in and have a good line foundation. That's one thing, by the way, Josh Allen didn't have coming in when he was a rookie. And that wasn't our fault, by the way, but Brandon Beane kind of messed up a little bit.
And he owns that. Brandon Beane owns that. He
does own that. He does. But no, I like this. I like that pick. But I don't think Winston is the answer for the future. And just like Hill I don't understand what the Saints were doing, paying him that contract either. Yeah, that was a good pickup, but they need a quarterback, and they will draft one next year.
All right, thank you very much. So speaking of quarterbacks, I'm going to go into this because pick number 20 and the Pittsburgh Steelers is my team. Speaking of quarterback, I think this is where we're going to see our first quarterback go off the board. And a lot of people, I've been watching, again, all of the draft coverage all day. The consensus is that 20 is where a quarterback's going to come off the board. And so starting with the big storyline here, Mitchell Trubisky, obviously we know, left Buffalo to sign a 2-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers down there in the Steel City. We also know that, unfortunately, there we go. It looks like Kenny Pickett is the pick, who I had on the board. It's who I took in the mock draft earlier today. It's who I wanted them to take. Let me talk about Kenny. Hometown kid, but also Kenny Pickett has the character, and character is a really big thing with Pittsburgh. For those of you that don't know, I lived in Pennsylvania for 4 years. All of my roommates were Steelers fans. And so I could only, in addition to watching Bills games, I was also watching Steelers games. Kenny Pickett has the character. I mean, Malik Willis does as well, but Kenny Pickett has the character that Coach Tomlin is looking for and continues to instill in his players down there in the Steel City. And so I think this is an absolutely perfect pick. Now, however, the one downside to this is that Kenny Pickett, I mean, we know the whole thing with the small hands. I see Tommy doing the hands thing. I'm not even bringing that up because I think he can still translate well. But
better wear that glove. That
Kenny Pickett
glove
is more of that new age NFL quarterback where he's going to be a little bit more mobile. Whereas before you had Ben Roethlisberger, who, while mobile in the beginning of his career, at the end was not. And so the offensive line was a really big thing for the Steelers to continue to have. So I really like Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett was who I had. And if Kenny Pickett was taken before this, I had Malik Willis. And if not, then I had Matt Corral or Desmond Ridder. I had them still going quarterback pretty heavily. But if not, just to let you guys know, I did have Tyler Linderbaum on my list as well as Kenyon Green and Zion Johnson, who obviously were already taken. But wide receiver, really, Pittsburgh needs to go offense heavy in this draft. They always need to go offense heavy. They never do. They always go defensive heavy. So I want to throw it over.
Let me ask you one question really quick. As the correspondent, do you see Pittsburgh, because Jermaine Johnson's still on the board, who could have been the perfect replacement for Doug Dupree when he left, opposite of J.J. Watt. So do you think taking a quarterback, knowing that you just signed Trubisky for 2 years, over that other edge rusher, is they're going to get better return on investment now? Or do you think this was a futures pick?
I think this is definitely a futures pick. Well, I would expect that, giving Mitch Trubisky a 2-year deal when you really only saw him in the preseason in Buffalo. Mm-hmm. We obviously know that he was in Chicago before that. He did take a very bad Chicago team to the playoffs twice. But at the end of the day, we haven't really seen much of him since his days in Chicago. We got to see him play Chicago in preseason. He got to come in for Josh Allen a couple times. So my assumption is, though, with this 2-year deal, they expect him to come in and compete, if not take that job or the starting job. Kenny Pickett does, to me, feel like in 2 years potentially, because, again, you also don't know what you're going to get with Mitch Trubisky because you haven't seen him play as a starter for a long time since his days in Chicago. So I feel like it is a long-term pick, but I also feel like this could change. And again, when you're looking at Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky, you're looking at two fundamentally different quarterbacks. And so that's going to change their offense. However, I think right now is a perfect time for this quandary, because I think Pittsburgh's offense in and of itself is in a changeover mode. So I want to throw it over to Justin. Man, what do you think? What do you think of my analysis?
So I actually absolutely love this as a landing spot for Kenny Pickett. Personally, my favorite quarterback in this class was Malik Willis, but I think Kenny Pickett, just the school ties to Pittsburgh, the fact that he's going to such an established, strong organization. I think Mike Tomlin still doesn't have a losing season under his belt. They're going to handle the situation correctly. And like you said, with Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett's not expected to come in and start right away. Is there a possibility that he comes in and takes the job from Mitch Trubisky? Absolutely. And that's a win-win for the Steelers. You know, you didn't pay Mitch Trubisky top of the line money. So if he comes in and takes the job from him, then you have a quarterback that looks great. And I think Kenny Pickett, I think he has the ability to be a high-level starter in the NFL, and I think he can come into the situation with no pressure and really have some time to develop and really take control of that offense.
All right, so it looks like Pittsburgh potentially has their long-term franchise quarterback. Well, what they're hoping is their long-term franchise quarterback pick. We're going to go ahead and go to a commercial break. That's the signal that I just got. And when we come back on the other side of pick number 20 at pick number 21 for the Patriots, Justice is going to be back in the host chair, and I'm going to be back producing. But I will be in and out. I want to thank you guys so much, both, again, behind the screen, but on the screen. You guys have been absolutely great, and I absolutely love that we're doing this. I'm having a lot of fun. So we will see you at pick number 21 with the New England Patriots on the other side of this commercial break.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into the Wandering Buffalo podcast every Monday morning. With your hosts Justin Goddard and Andrew Chang. Produced by Jakob Merkel. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune in to the Ryan Thomas Take Sports Show with host Ryan Thomas every Thursday morning on the Buffalo FAMbase Podcast Network. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into First Round By, your favorite Friday night guys under the Friday night lights. Tune in tomorrow night for a First Round By special, second-round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft, with your hosts Jake Jordan, host of The Lowdown, YouTube, and podcast operator for Buffalo FAMbase. With Justice General Radford, podcast and YouTube manager for the Buffalo FAMbase. Every Friday night at 9 p.m. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage.
So,
Hey-o.
Justice, you're muted. Justice, you're muted still.
You're muted.
Justice is muted.
See, I just gave that. Trust
There
me,
he
it
is.
was absolutely perfect the way I just introed that. Y'all just gonna have to take my word for it. But we are back, and so we got a couple of conflicting storylines to this. So for the 21 pick, we heard for a little bit that it was.
Is it not the Patriots anymore? Did I write
It's the Patriots, right? And so first I got that they were taking cornerback Trent McDuffie. But I also just got word from someone that they are trading that
McDuffie's still available
to the Chiefs, and the Chiefs are now on the clock at 21. So we'll see what comes to fruition with that.
They're taking the corner.
I don't know yet.
They can take McDuffie. They can take Dax Hill.
Give me 1 second, guys. So we're going because we have to kind of get back into people. So I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and give some Chiefs analysis. So who's our Chiefs person?
That'd be right here, Justice.
All right, go ahead, Justin Goddard.
So I was originally looking at all the draft capital that the Chiefs had in this draft, and I was expecting them to jump up and go receiver. At this point, the receivers are pretty picked over. I think this pick has to be Trent McDuffie. Something in the secondary, maybe they like Lewis Cine. But I mean, they're losing the Honey Badger. They don't have a very strong secondary. And I think the other priority here would be wide receiver, losing Tyreek Hill. And I just, at this point in the draft, I don't see the value at receiver at this spot. So I'm thinking Trent McDuffie here.
You hit the nail on the head. The Chiefs are taking cornerback Trent McDuffie. He is off the board at 21 to the Chiefs. Now, we know the Chiefs had, I think it was like the 28th and the 29th, if I'm not mistaken. So they undoubtedly gave up one of those picks to move up and take their secondary, probably starting cornerback over there with Trent McDuffie. Rob Crippen, you just hopped back in the chat. What are we thinking about the Chiefs taking McDuffie here?
I actually thought that there was some reports before that they were going to try to replace Tyreek Hill. I obviously know you can't replace the Cheetah, so this is a solid pick for the Chiefs, in my opinion. You know, I don't know what the situation is with Matthew. I know he's a free agent, and he still hasn't been signed back by them. So I think this is a solid pick for them. It helps them on the corner, helps them on the boundaries. Nothing wrong with the pick. Yeah, it's solid.
They did lose.
All right, so for the pick we got, the Chiefs traded picks 29, 94, and 121 to the Patriots to move up to pick 21 to select McDuffie cornerback. Jason Malloy. They didn't take a weapon, Juju Smith-Schuster is their number one receiver. What's going on here, bro?
Yeah, I mean,
why would the
sense.
Patriots do that?
It makes sense.
Wow.
It does make sense that the Chiefs would go and get a cornerback. I was just telling my friend, he's a really good Chiefs fan, that it was about a week ago, that I thought they would trade up and take
terrible trade.
A cornerback. I mean, it makes sense that they would take a cornerback, obviously, being that that's their position of need, really, since Marcus Peters has left. Now, yes, they've had guys that have come through and played well for them, especially last year with their number one cornerback going to San Fran now. They've done nothing to be able to replace him. I don't know if they've probably taken shots at guys like maybe Gilmore, or they may have even been on J.C. Jackson for all I know. I'm not sure cap space wise how they were going to make it work, but either way, yeah. I mean, they needed a cornerback. They had to get a guy who was a lockdown guy. He probably went fairly late for most people. I know I saw him in a lot of top 15s. I had him in the top 15, but it's a win for them. I was hoping that they would give up if they made this trade to
my bad.
Basically be able to get both those picks out of the way, the late round pick or the later picks in the round, but unfortunately, just one of them. But 94, 121, those are still important picks to an extent, especially for a team like them that is really going to consist on drafting well now with the amount of money they've spent. So.
What the Yo, I'm sorry, guys.
You wanted to contribute?
I am so sorry. What an awful trade for the Patriots. What are you doing? You lost J.C. Jackson. You have McDuffie, who shouldn't even be there. Wow. Like, this is why I tell you. I listen. Bill Belichick is a great coach. GM, not so much.
Mikey,
but great for us, by the way. Great.
He's playing third dimensional chess. He's playing 3D chess. Don't forget, he's smarter than all of us. He's playing 3D chess.
Mikey, what you think about this pick, bro?
Love it for the Chiefs. They lost Ward. They lost the Honey Badgers, and they replaced him with Justin Reed from the Texans. I thought they were going to go Jermaine Johnson, the edge rusher, because they need to get more edge rushing. But you couldn't go wrong with grabbing one of the top corners out there. McDuffie's going to be a great fit in that defense. I don't like it at all for Buffalo, but it is what it is.
You don't like it at all for Buffalo. Why?
It's because you're just adding more defensive weapons. What the Chiefs really struggled with last year was their defense. Their offense is good. Even losing Tyreek Hill, their offense is still going to be really good. Andy Reid is a genius. Patrick Mahomes is still elite. They still have Kelsey. They'll add in other pieces. They're still going to scheme up ways to score. You let them start building that secondary and that defense, they can become scary, and they have a lot of picks.
Okay, so per sources, My man Mookie Hawkins, obviously he's out there in the war room giving us some information. He says that Quay Walker, linebacker from Georgia, is headed to Green Bay. He is the 22nd overall pick for the Packers. Man. All right, Jason, let's get your thoughts on that. What you think about Quay Walker going to the Packers?
I think that was really just something that I can tell you. He obviously first in the draft board was probably somebody that they weren't going to be able to obtain, but I think they really, I don't know if they want it. And this is like what, the second or third year we're seeing they probably should have grabbed a receiver. I think they wanted a receiver and there just was nobody that they wanted to take a chance on. But with where they're at right now, I may have just taken a chance on best available left receiver for them because they got to get somebody in there, man. I mean, it's a mess really. Like you've got Aaron Rodgers back, but like honestly, even with how good he is, like at what cost? Like Tay is gone, who is, in my opinion, probably the best receiver in the league, with Stephon Diggs being in the top 3, of course, probably top 2 realistically. But I like Tay. They're going to stock up the defense, I guess. I don't know at this point. They needed to add a wide receiver. There wasn't a tight end that's high enough to be able to kind of slide into there, of course, to be able to make it. At least that's going to make a difference. That's worth a first-round pick, of course. They needed a wide receiver. They went, like the Packers do when they took Jordan Love, rather than getting wide receiver. They went and they got a linebacker to bolster up the defense, and that's fine. I'm sure it'll be helpful to an extent, but I think they really just need a wide receiver.
Breaking news.
Can I ask a quick question?
Breaking news.
Go ahead.
Bills trade up. Bills trade up.
I knew it was coming.
I told you. I told you.
Get ready for the name.
It's
like
a
name that none of us have ever heard of before. It's going to be an all-pro.
The Buffalo Bills are trading with the Ravens. The Ravens are trading pick 23 to the Bills.
Brian Alverson, who are the Bills taking real quick?
What is that for?
This is a tough one. I'm going to have to say Andrew Booth. That would be my guess. We know they need that number 2 cornerback.
25 and 130. 25 and 130.
Charlie Gross, who are the Bills taking?
That's not bad at all. A 4th to move up.
It's either Booth or Elam.
Booth or Hill.
Guys, give me 1 second. I want to get everybody's opinion on who the Bills might be taking here. Jake Jordan.
It is 100% Booth Jr. It is not Kyer Elam. Get out of here with that.
Is that all of the Jordan brothers are?
We are all Booth on the couch. The boys on the couch say Booth Jr. Baby.
Bill Gong. Who are the Bills taking?
Booth Jr.
Tommy, who are the Bills taking?
Booth, baby, Booth.
Mikey, who are the Bills taking?
Booth, absolutely Booth.
Jason.
Brees.
Oh,
my
God. Sean McDermott told us they were going to trade ahead of Dallas in his press conference.
Rob Crippen, who are the Buffalo Bills taking?
He said it.
Booth.
All right, so Charlie,
get in the booth.
Sean McDermott said that they were going to trade up in front of Dallas in his press conference, and then he laughed. He said it last week. He said, "I'd love to move up."
He called the shot.
He did.
So
flexing on the league by calling his shot.
Could the Bills possibly be trading up to take Daxton Hill?
No,
I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that
pick too.
Yeah.
Whatever they're afraid the Cowboys are going to take.
He's a Swiss Army knife. I'm a Michigan fan. He's a Swiss Army knife. He can do it all. He can play in the corner. He can play in the slot behind Nickel. I'm behind Taron Johnson. He can do a lot.
Yeah, he can play outside, inside.
And he can
safety,
fill in the
or
safety.
either safety.
Yeah, God forbid.
Jordan Poyer replacement.
They like them Clemson boys, though.
Hey, we love Jordan Poyer and his family. That's what Brandon Bean said. We're not getting rid of Jordan Poyer.
No,
all pro, man. You can't get rid of Jordan Poyer.
Buffalo loves Clemson players in the first round.
All right, so according to
Rex Ryan loves
Hawkins,
players.
The Buffalo Bills are taking Kyer Elam, cornerback.
Wow.
See, I called it sort of. I called it sort of. And Jake started yelling at me.
Is he a scheme fit, Justice? Is he a scheme fit?
What we're going to do is I'm going to bring Ryan Cahill back in. He is going to moderate you guys through the Buffalo Bills pick and so on and so forth.
The medicals must have checked out on it on Booth.
I will be back momentarily, but Ryan will be here to guide you guys.
It's the medicals for Booth.
Elam doesn't tackle, man.
No, he doesn't.
Oh God!
Is he a scheme fit?
Levi?
I'm a big Gator fan, and I do not like that pick.
All right, so as Justice just said, I'm going to take over here just for a little bit because he has to run and do something. Obviously, just to recap what we all just learned, the Buffalo Bills traded up to the 23rd overall pick to take cornerback Kaiir Elam, who was a pick that, in terms of corner, people, myself included, I took Andrew Booth Jr. last night. Andrew Booth Jr. was the name that a lot of us just threw around. Kaiir Elam. Now, it seems my assumption is, and then we're going to try and go through this as fast as possible. I'm going to throw it to Jake first. Andrew Booth it has to be the injury concerns.
It's the medicals, man.
It's going to be the medicals. And now correct me if I'm wrong. Was Booth one of the top 30 visits for Buffalo?
Yes, he was.
So they got an in-depth look at the medicals.
Yep.
And so it seems like it's not enough. And now this is granted in the past. This is a Buffalo Bills team that has gone and thrown their hands up at guys that have some questionable medical history. Now we know that the Bills pride themselves on having a top-notch medical team and athletic care or health team. This is a reason that we think, a similar reason that we think that they did not take DK Metcalf a couple years ago with neck concerns. And now it seems like Andrew Booth Jr., who basically everybody had mocked to Buffalo if he even fell to 25. And now that's another aspect of the story is Buffalo trades up from 25, 2 picks to 23 to take Kaiir Elam. So does that mean other teams that are looking potentially at corner, we're looking at Kaiir Elam over Andrew Booth? Jake, I'm going to throw it to Jake and the boys on the couch.
Yeah, so I'm just going to start it out. First of all, I think I can speak for a lot of people here, maybe not Jason, that I'm just glad it wasn't Breece Hall. First of all, that's a weight off of our shoulders now.
I didn't want it to be. I thought it would be. Okay,
I'll take that. I'll take that.
I'm joking with you, Jason.
I'll take that.
Yeah, Kaiir Elam, again, a guy that I saw as a second round guy, but he started raising up people's draft boards as of recently. You saw it all throughout the news, and I thought maybe that was smoke screens for things. But yeah, it was definitely, it had to be the medicals for Andrew Booth that caused the Buffalo Bills to have some sort of concern. And, Adam has watched the Gators football more than I have, so he can tell you. But the first thing he said is he can't tackle. And the one thing that we at least want from our guy who's going to be our CB2, the one thing you could give Levi Wallace is that he wasn't tackles. The fastest guy. Right. He could tackle.
Stick his nose in there. That's right.
So
I trade up, man. That's a bad.
I would have traded out instead of picking that. But again, maybe they got some info that somebody else was going to take him and they jumped up. But now I'm looking at Andrew Booth Jr. for maybe the Patriots if he continues to fall. Like that was the team I'm covering. This is something that we're going to have to look at.
Well, now you're talking about somebody who is a little bit more physical and can tackle. We know that Dane Jackson can fill that role. We know that he did fill that role in addition to filling the pass defense role that Trey, gave up when he was injured on the Thanksgiving game against the Saints. Now, in our personal chat, Rob had a fantastic question, and so I want to throw this out to Jay. Is he a scheme fit?
Oh, that was me that asked.
Yeah, Rob, you asked it, but I want to ask. I want to ask Jay, our local gambler here, our gambling expert. Is he a scheme fit?
I gotta be honest with you. I did not have Elam anywhere on the radar for us, and that's probably a mistake of mine. Like I had mentioned before that the trade or the pick was made, that we're probably going to see the Bills take someone who we either didn't think was going to be in our radar or someone that we hadn't really scouted, at least on a first round basis. And that's I would say that's just from going through this group, that's probably where a lot of us are at. Could it work out? Could it not work out? Here's the thing. If you want to talk about scheme fit, ironically, the Bills as a whole in the secondary generally, at least with Trey White has had these issues. Levi even did originally have these issues. We've had a big missed tackles problem since Mr. McDermott, since Coach McDermott has been in town, really. And that's not any indictment on him. It's just something that I've noticed. And I think part of that, though, does fall in line with what he teaches, and he teaches ball hawking. Obviously, we saw some of the only things that Josh Allen was effective at while he was here, and a lot of the guys that we have, Tre'Davious White early in his career and throughout his career, is being able to have a nose for the ball. Now, whether that's going in, and I think that they're going in and they're going for the ball. I think they're playing the ball a lot more than they're playing the actual man in the body, and that's what leads to a lot of missed tackles. Does it add to contribute positive plays at times? Of course it does. I mean, of course we've seen those turnovers. We've seen Trey make game-saving fumble recoveries and forced fumbles, but more times than not, it's going to be negative, and that's where I'm generally noticing it. And scheme fit that direction, I guess so. He's a bigger guy. He's 6'1", which I like. Obviously, I wanted a big corner. And what it comes down to is, does he have the speed to keep up with the top flight of the NFL? And I guess we'll see. Honestly,
no, and
we'll see.
I wanted to just add in there because I pulled up Draft Network. The first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to see what they wrote up on it, right? On him. And Joe Marino had to say this about him. He said, Elam is a sufficient athlete. First of all, red flag for me. I don't understand what it is for the Buffalo Bills and wanting sufficient athletes and people that cannot keep up with the top flight of the NFL. Because guess what? Wide receivers keep getting faster. That's not a question. All right. So I think that forever, when it comes to scheme fit, though, it says that, he will work well in a zone. And the Bills, like to run zone. They'll do that, especially when they have corners that are sufficient athletes. So this feels like a Buffalo Bills.
You're going crazy over there.
Yeah,
So,
I'm losing my mind, bro.
I'm
losing my mind, bro.
I want to cover this question really quick before I go to Brian, because I have a question for Brian. But when do the Bills pick next? Assumably right now, because I don't know the details of the trade right now. As far as I know, we're still picking. Our next pick would be at 57th overall. And so I want to ask a question to Brian really quick before we get before Dallas comes up on the board, because they got about 5 minutes left. Like Jake was just saying, we have this thing about picking sufficient athletes, guys that are athletic but are not necessarily fast. That was the really big knock against Levi Wallace, is that, hey, he fits really well in this scheme that gets him to where the ball's going to be, and that's why he looks really good. Did we potentially just replace Levi Wallace with a Levi Wallace-esque player?
I was thinking that too.
I do think KLM is a better athlete than Levi Wallace. He's got that size and length, but he's a bit faster and more maneuverable. So I think as fans, we tend to want Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott to adopt our views, but ultimately they're going to do what they believe in, and they've always valued these cornerbacks who have the size and the arm reach, but not necessarily the straight line speed. So I think this is a very Buffalo pick, like you were saying before. And I'm not entirely concerned about the athleticism, since, once Trey White comes back, I think they'll be able to pair up. Trey White will be able to take the more athletic matchups, and then Kayer can take more physical guys, which is where we've struggled in the past, like Preston Williams just dogging Levi Wallace all game just with his height and size. So that's what I think Elon brings to us.
All right. So unfortunately, we're going to need to move on here and talk about the pick number 24 with the Dallas Cowboys. They have about 3.5 minutes left on the clock, and I keep watching to see where they're going to be at. But do I have somebody covering Dallas here this evening?
Yep, that's me.
All right. Let's go ahead and get into the Dallas Cowboys. This is a team who continues to say that they are going for the playoffs each and every year, blah, 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 and they continue to lose talent. So where do we think Dallas is going to go moving forward right here, right now?
Honestly, I'm kind of interested to see if they try to trade back here, because their biggest need was guard. And they kept saying leading up to the draft, we need a guard. We're going guard. And there's not really any first-round guards left, so they may go tackle or maybe corner, but I don't know. Now that Booth Jr. is kind of falling down the draft board, that we didn't take him, I'm thinking that they may go either tackle or corner here, but there's not really anybody that fits for the Cowboys right here.
All right, so you absolutely knocked it out of the park. The pick here is Tyler Smith, offensive tackle for the Cowboys. Now, before we get into pick number 25, which I'm assuming right now belongs to the Baltimore Ravens. I still have not gotten the Bills draft or the trade information yet. Offensive tackle Tyler Smith.
He gave up 25 and 130.
Yeah, he told
25 130. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. So Tyler Smith, offensive tackle, heading to Dallas. What does this do to their line? Does it significantly improve it? I mean, they're taking an offensive tackle, albeit 24th overall, but pretty early in the draft, being in the first round. Does Tyler Smith, I'm going to go back to our Dallas Cowboys correspondent here. How does Tyler Smith improve the line? If not now, then later.
So that's interesting because their tackle spots were actually pretty solid spots for them. I don't know. Their guard McGovern is not well liked and they don't have depth behind him. So I don't know if they're thinking that they can slide their current right tackle into guard, or if they're thinking that Tyler Smith can play guard for them. I'm kind of confused as to why they would go tackle right there, because they have bigger needs. And if they were not gonna go draft a guard there, it probably made more sense to trade back.
Yeah, this seems like Jerry Jones is potentially losing touch with the modern NFL and just not making fantastic decisions left and right. Let's go ahead and move to pick number 25, formerly of the Buffalo Bills, now belonging to the Baltimore Ravens. Who has the Ravens? Let's go ahead and talk about it. Anybody?
Tommy, that's you.
What?
You're still mad about the corner pick. You're the Ravens guy.
I'm sorry, man. That. I'm sorry, guys.
I've been watching you the whole time.
That totally just threw me off. It honestly, it wrecked my mind. Like I don't. Where are we? What's going on here? Where? All right, Baltimore. They need. Jeez, man. I'm sorry, guys. I would go receiver here because clearly they trade the receiver. Let me see who's best on the board, guys, because I'm just not. I'm not myself right now. Let's see here. So I would go receiver, best available if I'm them, but best available right now. Honestly, Jermaine Johnson is the best available if he hasn't been picked. I would go him. Yep, I would go Jermaine Johnson. I'm surprised he's even here. So even though they need a receiver, I would go Jermaine Johnson. Best on the board.
Okay, and you think he fits pretty well into the scheme, obviously, if you're
I think everyone yeah, I do. I think they
yeah. Any wide receiver right now would fit really well in the scheme because they have no like true legitimate wide receivers.
Right, but there's nobody right now that I would draft this early when there's better players on the board. You get what I mean? So I'm going Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, if they have to go receiver, I could see a Christian Watson here because of traits, but there are better players on the board.
Way better.
You can take any of you guys. You take Jermaine Johnson. You could take Devin Lloyd. Can you imagine Devin Lloyd in that defense?
Yeah, you'd be reaching right now, Mikey. You can get a receiver in a second or third round that's serviceable. There's still a lot of good guys out there, so I would not draft receiver. Get a receiver in a second or third round that's 100%. Yep, 100%.
All right, Rob, I want to hear from you a little bit just because, like Justice said, you do have the voice of an angel here. But, Rob, talking about Baltimore, if they don't go wide receiver, where do you think that they should go if they're able to get a wide receiver deeper?
I'm all in on the Kobe Dean. I don't get how he slid down. I don't understand. He's the best linebacker to me last college football season. Like there's even with Quay Walker, his own teammate. There's nobody that's more explosive. He reads it. He works faster because he reads the defense so well. He reads what the offense is doing. So I don't understand. I heard some reports this morning saying he could drop to the second round. He won't be picked up till tomorrow. He is an impact player, impact linebacker, and he speaks Baltimore. Like that's Ray Lewis Jr. all day long, or type of T Sizzle type thing. Like he's versatile and he reads the plays. He'll be there before he'll diagnose the play before it even happens. And I've watched countless highlights of that. So I don't get the slander on this guy. He's a stud.
And it's interesting that you brought that up because I saw on a lot of Patriots mock drafts Nakobe Dean going, and now we know obviously the Patriots have traded back. They chose not to go ahead and take him. So along the lines of what you're saying, he seems like a stud who can, obviously with most everybody being taken in the NFL draft, they're going to develop more. But I saw him on a lot of Patriots mock drafts or Patriots related mock drafts, and I apologize, I keep checking over here to see if there's an update, but I saw him on a lot of Patriots mock drafts being taken in the first round, and they didn't.
Can I ask a question? Do you think that Roquan Smith, because he was picked in the top 10, and he really hasn't been what they expected him to be in the top 10? Do you think because Dean kind of fits that mold of a Roquan Smith? Do you think that's part of the reason why he's sliding? Is people who are like, okay, Roquan Smith was a little bit smaller and he hasn't developed. Maybe Dean's the same way. We don't want to take that chance.
You're asking me? I mean, I think that Dean, Dean also reminds me of Devin White, though. I mean, a little bit undersized.
Devin White, yeah. But I went Roquan Smith because it's the Georgia connection.
Yeah, I mean, but they went to the same school. That's like saying all USC quarterbacks are garbage. Like you got to get past the school thing. So
have we seen one that wasn't other than Carson Palmer?
Hey, put some respect on Matt Barkley's name, okay?
Yeah, but sometimes you can get lost on those types of things, is what I'm saying, and you move away from talent because the guy went to the same college. Like Nakobe Dean, to me, he diagnoses those plays. So I was going to ask you guys the same thing. You took the words out of my mouth. Like, does anybody know? I don't pay attention to all the prospects leading up to it. I told Justice that this morning, but I don't know why he's been sliding, and I don't understand what was being said about him leading up to
it was his size.
Yeah,
his size was the main
issue.
red flag.
Okay.
Also, Georgia related, I heard this morning there's an undisclosed issue with Devontae Wyatt, and he is expected to fall rapidly out of the first round as well.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's kind of been floating around for the last couple of days, and I've heard people kind of talk about it, and I was like, really? Like, I didn't know. I know the Draft Network reflected that also on their mock draft machine. I was very surprised to see that he was falling. We don't really know what it is, but it must be serious enough.
Joe Marino has some pretty big connections within the Georgia program, and he got a call from whoever, and he was pretty set that Wyatt was going to fall out of the first round. So.
Wow.
Well, it sounded like he mentioned on the Lockdown Bills with Marino, he had mentioned, like, in the way I listened back to it because I heard him say, I'm like, oh, let me make sure I heard that correctly. And it didn't sound like it was something related to like an injury or something like that. It sounded like he said that it was something that occurred that would take him completely off the Bills draft board anywhere. So it's got to be something, on the bad side.
Character side? Okay.
Yeah, character.
Legal side, maybe. Who knows?
All right, so the pick is, and I was going to throw it to a commercial and then have us come back with Justice, but the pick is in for Baltimore. Tyler Linderbaum finally taken in the draft. Baltimore takes him at 25. Now I know that we had talked about before if he the kind of ceiling being 14, and if not, he potentially falls into the second round. Baltimore looking to add to their team with Tyler Linderbaum. Whoever is, I don't think we have anybody covering the Ravens, and if we do, I apologize for not remembering. But all right, so Tommy, go ahead. Tyler Linderbaum on the Ravens, and then we'll throw it to a commercial, and on the other side, we'll have Justice come back as host.
Yeah, no, he's a solid center. They need. I told you guys in the beginning they needed offensive line help. That's a great pickup for them.
To be able to move back like that, pick up picks, and still get him.
Exactly.
That's a great way to
the fact that he dropped that far and they didn't need to trade up to get him. It's good.
Well, also the fact that Dallas just the pick before took an offensive tackle, but took an offensive guy. All right, so we're gonna go
Smith's
ahead.
more of a guard than a tackle.
Yes,
traded up.
The Jets traded up.
Yeah, to Tennessee.
All right, we will be back. It sounds like there's potentially some trade. We're gonna come back on the other side.
No, I didn't prepare for this.
Well, I'll be back producing. Justice will be back hosting. We're gonna see you guys on the other side of this quick commercial break.
You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia. Tune into the Rust Belt Report with host Ryan Cahill, host of the 2022 FAMbase NFL Draft Round 1 and owner of LDG Sports and Entertainment.
So that Harrison Phillips chose to sign with Minnesota. I think the Bills chose not to.
Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now back to the 20. You are now watching the Buffalo FAMbase first round coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft on the official multimedia network of Bills Mafia.
Come on now, the Bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on.
Tune into Bank It with the Back Door, the place to hear great sports content and win money.
Come on, come on.
With host Jason Malloy.
Come on and shout.
Currently, we've got the draft coming up. We've got baseball history. We've got the Robinson Day, important day.
Every Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Now back to the 2022 NFL Draft coverage.
Let's see. Yeah, Jermaine Johnson's best available.
Yeah. Jermaine Johnson.
The 2022 NFL Draft coverage brought to you by.
Oh, I was right anyway.
Bills
Okay.
Mafia, the Buffalo
Yeah.
FAMbase. What's up, everybody? I take a quick break, but I am back now.
There he is.
I mean, we got Kyer Elam. Oh, my bad. Mikey came.
Oh,
so we got Kyer Elam. And as Ryan said before he left us, there was a trade that happened. The Jets are trading back up into the first round, and they are taking defensive end Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah,
So,
pick. Great pick.
It is a good
Great
pick.
pick.
It's a good first round.
Our Jets correspondent. So
Yep.
Let's what Jake, what do you got to say about this, bro?
So the first thing that when I heard the Jets trade to 26, Adam looked at me and he goes, "It's Devin Lloyd." And I looked and I told Bryce, I was like, "Pick up my Jets paper off of the ground." And so he picked it up. The last guy on my thing that they were interested in was Jermaine Johnson. And I said, "It's Jermaine Johnson. That's the guy they need." If they're bringing Carl Lawson back, I know John Franklin Myers got the extension, but having that cost control thing of Jermaine Johnson on that team is one of the last things they needed on that Robert Saleh defense. And I love this pick. I think this is a great pick for the Jets.
All right.
I don't like it. I don't like it because they got better.
Yeah, they
got better. I don't
true
like
indeed.
it.
Yep.
Not the
Jake, because if you remember,
And-
we were talking about this at pick 10.
Yeah.
We were debating, do they go that edge rusher or do they go that wide receiver? The fact that they were able to get back in and still get that elite edge rusher?
Dude, people don't give Joe Douglas
Still the
enough.
Jets, though, Mikey.
It's the Jets, but nobody's giving Joe Douglas enough credit for how well he has been running the Jets the last couple of years.
And that's exactly kind of what I wanted to get into. If you look at the Jets draft so far, we have got cornerback Sauce Gardner, we got wide receiver Garrett Wilson, we got defensive end Jermaine Johnson. So Jake, kind of talk about in what ways Jake actually the Jordan crew, Jake and the boys on the couch. What are you guys' thoughts process on the Jets? Where do you guys say after this first round, currently, without seeing the next 6 rounds, where do the Jets rank in the AFC East? I'm very curious.
Well, I got to see what the Patriots do, but the Patriots are, I had my sheet on them too before they decided they wanted to trade back. And I actually had more positions that were holes for them than the Jets had. They've got some problems that they have to fill. And they've been doing things this offseason that don't really make sense. And I got to believe that, Bill Belichick is one of the best coaches of all time, not one of the best general managers. But I got to think that they are loaded up on late round picks. But I don't know. I feel like the Jets are still an ascending team. And if Zach Wilson takes any step up this year with what they're building and what that defense could be now with some of these key pieces that they're needing with a Robert Saleh defense, they could be a team that's, they're not a problem for us, but I don't think they're still, the Jets only winning 4 games a year come next year.
Well,
what about the boys on the couch? What are the boys on the couch thinking?
Maybe 6 wins. No,
6.
Better than the Pats.
They still have Zach Wilson at quarterback and no offensive line in front of him. So until you fix that problem, it doesn't matter what they do. They're not going to compete in the AFC East. That's got us at the top with an offense. The Dolphins are trying to put an offense together. The Jets aren't gonna be able to hang.
I don't think they hang with us, but I think that still with their offensive line, if Mekhi Becton, if that really isn't an issue, and they didn't think that that was an issue at left tackle, and they've got George Fant at right tackle, who was probably one of the only bright spots that they had, they still have options in these next other rounds to where they could have some solid depth that they build to where that offensive line isn't straight trash next year.
Mikey, what you
haven't had a quarterback since Joe Namath.
You know what? I love. I mean, I hate it from a Bills fan's perspective, but I love what the Jets have done. They got one of the top corners, they got one of the top receivers, and then they turned around and landed themselves and one of the top pass rushers.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, Jermaine Johnson was projected to go top 12.
Yeah,
and he fell to 26.
But Mikey, one thing we learned, right? The Browns will be the Browns. The Jets will be the Jets.
You know what? And people used to say the Bills would be the Bills, and guess what?
The Bills ain't. But guess what? However,
all right, we got a trade alert. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We got a trade alert. Jaguars are trading. They're going to trade the pick number 27 and give Tampa Bay 33, 106, and 180. So Tampa Bay is getting pick 27. It looks like. So I'm going to ask Charlie.
Jacksonville gets
Jaguars are getting 27. So Charlie, what do you think the Jaguars are looking to do here, grabbing this 27 pick?
Yeah, this is actually really interesting to me. There's not a quarterback. I can assure you of that. You know, I think to me the best position group left is actually the safeties with Daxton Hill, Lewis Seen, Jaquan Brister. So I don't know if they're gonna go in that direction, or maybe they feel the need to get up and get another wide receiver for some reason, even though they spent a ton of money already. So this is really interesting to me. I know Balky's a bet on traits guy. Maybe they're gonna bet on a linebacker like Devin Lloyd, or maybe this is where Nakobe Dean ends, his slide ends. We'll see.
All right, so we saw here in our little private chat that we have my man Justin Goddard from the Wandering Buffalo podcast. He says, "I hate that Joe Douglas knows what he's doing." So I want you to expand on that, Justin. You think the Jets are going to be a threat for Buffalo Bills? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm definitely reading into what you're saying.
There's just been so long that the Jets have been just so terrible, and it was like just write it in as 2 wins. I like their draft so far. I mean, you start off with Sauce Gardner, and now you're sneaking in for an impact D end. I don't think they're touching us anytime soon, but Joe Douglas, he's not a slouch like they used to have, and he's been assembling pretty decent. He's been making moves to assemble decent teams. I think it still all comes down to Zach Wilson, who I'm not sold on, but if I was a Jets fan, I would be pretty stoked about this draft right now.
You know who's tweeting right now, right? If she heard about that, his mama. His mom is very upset.
Oh yeah,
saying you don't like Zach Wilson. Shame on you.
Yeah, not only from the GM standpoint, but Saleh is a fantastic defensive mind, and you just went out and got him. You know, what's the 2 areas that they really struggled last year? You know, coverage and pass rush, right? That's the whole name of the game. So now you're going to give Saleh these new weapons to start working. Now, Sauce is going to get schooled by Tyreek Hill and Stephon Diggs early, but you know, if they start putting those pieces together and they continue to have this type of draft moving forward, you know, they're not that far in the rearview mirror.
All right, Philip.
But you don't know what they got in their quarterback.
Thoughts on the Jets draft so far? What do you think they're doing for themselves?
I hate that I'm going to give Jets fans hope, but you are likely long-term, you are likely the toughest competition we will have in this division long-term. And I say that long-term, mainly because I don't believe in the Dolphins. I never will. Joke of a franchise. And the Patriots have the best coach ever, but one of the worst GMs ever, who can't put a roster together. And Joe Douglas, like I said in the private chat, went to the school of Big Baller Bean apparently. And it just seems like they know what they're doing finally. They're putting together a stable organization. Now, is their owner still a joke? Yes. But so this is just my opinion. So is I'm not the biggest fan of
I'm with you, bud. I'm with you on that one.
I want to disagree a little bit.
Yeah, I totally
actually with you guys about Joe Douglas. I don't have data yet on 2021 because it's too new for me, but his hit rate on the 2019 draft is currently 40%, and on 2020 it's 25%, which is 30% cumulative, which is like the bottom 6 in the league right now. Now, obviously, these players are young.
Yeah, but Adam Gase was running the show there. Joe Douglas was reporting to Adam Gase.
Okay, but now it's not. But now it's not, though.
So for 2021,
hold on, Tommy. Let Charlie finish.
I'm not talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Come on.
I mean, I'm
you
just
gotta blame me, Justin.
Well, that situation's
my bad,
that
bro.
situation's weird too, right? Like, how are you going to draft for a head coach that you're going to fire? So those picks are just weird to begin with. So right now, he's bottom 6 GM in terms of hit rate. Now, will that change? Probably, maybe, but right now that's his hit rate from an analytical standpoint.
All right, so the pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are going with Devin Lloyd, linebacker. So they trade back up into the first round to get a linebacker. Brian Alverson, excuse me, not Alvarez. Messing up everybody's name right now. All right, so Brian, what's your thoughts on what the Jaguars might be doing right now?
Yeah, I think they were just going pure BPA on their board right there. Everything's wide open for them when you're a terrible team like they are. It's kind of liberating because you just do whatever you want and you're going to get better. So I think that was their motivation for this. And he definitely does improve them defensively. Great at coverage. Really does all sorts of different things. So solid pick.
All right, sounds good. Rob Crippen, what are your thoughts on the Jaguars?
Well, I mean, they still confound me with some of the moves that they made. I mean, Laviska Shenault. I'm not Shenault. Who did they bring in? Who was the free agent that they paid all that money to?
Christian Kirk.
And Zay Jones.
And Zay Jones. We all know Zay Jones,
Yeah,
Mr. Brick Hands himself. So I mean, I give a little bit more credit to Peterson coming down there, and obviously he's going to right the ship. I mean, whatever Urban Meyer called himself, he wasn't a coach of a football team in the NFL, so he's got to bring a little bit more credence to that program. But I mean, the Jaguars are, I mean, like Tommy was saying, I mean, the Jets are the Jets, the Browns are the Browns, the Raiders are the Raiders. Jaguars, I cannot take them seriously. And I just can't. I mean, that Blake Bortles season where they went to the AFC Championship, that was cool, and they were close, and it was all fun, and it was Marrone. I mean, like, I can't take them seriously. I really can't. I mean, Peterson should bring some more credibility, but I don't like what they're doing down there. I really don't.
All right, so we got kind of breaking news. So after the Ravens take tackle Tyler Linderbaum, center, excuse me, Lamar Jackson tweets WTF. He also seemed to be very displeased with the fact that they traded away Hollywood Brown. So Lamar Jackson is not happy right now. The Ravens have not paid him at all.
They better go get Debo.
So I'm really curious let's talk about the Ravens a little bit and what they might be going on there. Tommy, talk to what's going on in Baltimore, bro.
I said it. I told you guys when they made the trade what I said. Lamar Jackson is not going to be a happy camper. And clearly, if he's tweeting WTF, that ain't like, come on, I got to tell you what it is. He ain't happy, bro. So why would you do that? Like, this is like when Deshaun Watson lost, his receiver when they traded the best receiver in the league. Right.
D-Hop. Mm-hmm.
Right. D-Hop. So why would you do that? Like, he's already limited. He's already scrambling like for his life, trying to make anything happen.
Big news.
Big mistake. Big news. Boom. Bring it.
Devontae Wyatt was picked with the 28th pick.
Good pick.
For the Packers.
He didn't fall out of the first round.
So whatever he
That's
did,
That's a good
either
pick.
must have been not that bad, or it must have been really, 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 really bad to the point that they gave him like a guaranteed contract and agreed to pay him $1 million in the first year in case he got suspended or something like that. So, we'll see what happens. Hopefully,
That's a good pick.
I don't know what's going on, but they do take a defensive tackle there. So Jason Malloy, what are your thoughts on what the Packers are doing? You think that's a good pick?
Yes, I'll touch on that very quickly. If anybody knows me, they know I'm a diehard Baltimore Orioles fan.
We're going back to the Ravens right after this, so give your Ravens take.
Let me give this and say I'm tied in with some Ravens fans here. They've been chatting it up. So I answered on the Packers before, and I don't really know what they're doing. I don't know who's at the helm there, who's behind the wheel, who's making the picks. Is it the GM's son? Is it Is it the water boy? I don't know.
The dog.
Bobby Boucher. I don't know at this point. I mean, they're just completely ignoring the wide receiver need or the need for Aaron Rodgers. It's like they want to give him excuses to be pissed and give people weapons and bullets to be able to justify anything Aaron Rodgers does because he has no supporting cast. I don't know if he walked in and said, hey, if you guys give me $50 a year, just make me the highest pay, give me this boatload of money, I'm just going to try and make it happen. We've seen that even when he does have some weapons, he's been struggling to make it happen for years now, in the playoffs at least, and against certain opponents, San Francisco being one of them. I don't know what they're trying to do here. I've heard enough about Devontae Wyatt, not what actually has happened, but from enough people that I respect to think that something actually seriously is up. It wasn't just some random thing that everybody got flaked over in the Packers. Oh, they got someone at 28, and this is just like when they got Aaron Rodgers late and no one else knew. And I don't believe that. I think something's going to come up. Let's just see. Maybe it's something that they think, all right, we can live through an 8-game suspension because this guy is that damn good and he should have slipped this far. Maybe it's something like that, like the Zeke issue where he was out for, that ended up happening years in, but the Zeke issue where he's out for 6 games and they can eat it, or they'll eat, maybe he's out for a year and they'll eat that too because they think he's that damn good.
You're right. It might only be 19 civil lawsuits.
Right.
Justice, I just want to quickly go back to the analytical piece. I was wrong in the fact about Gase because Whaley gets the credit for the picks in 18 that McDermott made. So he is right. Technically, that those picks do fall within Joe Douglas's area because he was the GM, even though he may not have been getting the final say. He's the GM. They're his, just like Trey White and all those guys are Whaley's.
Very quickly on the Baltimore Ravens, real quick, because like I said, I'm tied in. Huge Orioles fan, so I'm tied in with Ravens fans. They're blowing up the group chat right now. Apparently, people that are tied in there, and this is apparently from a friend of a friend, that are close with the Ravens and the media staff, kind of like what we do here, they do there, but they're very tied in because it's a small-knit community, kind of like Buffalo. There's a huge push for DK right now. DK is the target, and that's what they're all talking about.
That would make sense.
So
you'd have to give up.
It's a lot,
quite a bit, and you'd have to and you'd have to work out an extension right away. Like you're going to pay that guy.
Well, they do got picks coming,
and they've got money too.
They got picks coming from the Raiders still too.
I get it.
From
the
Trey. Yeah.
You're going to need to spend. He's going to want a contract.
All right, so I'm curious because the Packers lose Devontae Adams. They get 2 first-round picks, and they don't take a playmaker on offense with either one of those picks. So, Charlie, what are the Packers even trying to accomplish right now?
Typical Packers.
They just believe in wide receiver depth in the draft class. They have a type of wide receiver that's pretty well known within the scouting community. You remember Geronimo Allison? A lot of people in the scouting, draft analyst community joke about how they love guys who just run straight and who are tall and who can't turn at all. And they, Valdez Scantling and all guys like that. So whatever reason, they just love that and building up on the defense, which is fine, but it's a weak conference, right? You've got Aaron Rodgers for a year or two. Apparently he was fine with the Devontae Adams trade, but it's like, throw the guy a bone. Like, imagine if they never drafted wide receivers like for Josh Allen. Like, at some point, actually, like, what are you doing, man? I just don't understand what the Packers are doing when it comes to that position. I never have. It's bizarre to me.
Yeah, they totally looks like they're giving up on their wide receivers, and I mean, I don't know. I'm shocked.
They got 36-year-old Randall Cobb, so
exactly. I don't know what they're doing there, but they didn't take a playmaker. Aaron Rodgers is on the Pat McAfee show saying he knew that this is where.
Did he go on the Pat McAfee show right now?
I think so. Because
what are they doing?
He said they knew that this was the route they were going in, but the Patriots are selecting offensive lineman Cole Strange. So
what? Wow!
What a really strange.
Okay, so
strange pick. And then they go get Cole Strange. Jake Jordan, what's going on, bro?
So I thought that they were going to get Daxton Hill here. I thought Daxton Hill would be a pretty good player to coach up and be able to, try to put in the shoes of what J.C. Jackson was there. But they also need offensive linemen. I believe Adam just informed me they really only have 3 good offensive linemen still on their roster. So they need offensive linemen. But Cole Strange, the 76th ranked player in the draft out of Chattanooga, this is a reach for me.
Yikes.
Bill Belichick back at it again.
Yeah.
Maybe the dog accidentally hit this pick, Nike. I'll have to see the pictures when they come out. But Cole Strange, I don't know. Maybe we'll be sitting here and he'll be decent next year, and we'll be like, oh wow, But again, you could have got this dude in maybe the beginning of the 3rd round, like the 1st round. I don't know about that one, Chief.
I haven't seen him selected higher than mid 3rd round. In anybody's mock across the industry.
Bill Belichick's hit rate over the last 22 years is below 40%.
Well,
and that's with Tom Brady. And Tom Brady has elevated guys in my system like Joe Panos to returning value of like a Hall of Fame player. Okay, and his hit rate is still 40% under those circumstances. So
terrible.
Bill Belichick is probably the worst general manager in the league.
I've said that. I've said that so many times.
Dylan Parham's on the board. Like if you're gonna,
why do you trade Shaq Mason and draft
second day guard? Take him.
All right, so let me get to Phil Gong. What are your thoughts on this Strange pick?
Like his name, it was strange because what in the hell is this pick?
Low hanging fruit.
That's literally all I have to say. Bill Belichick, failure of a GM, should retire as a GM, and the Patriots are never going to be great again. Then that makes me happy.
So
that's really all I have to say.
Again, just to add in here because I'm reading Joe Marino right. Apparently, he's a really aggressive blocker that has some explosiveness and a great anchor, and he can really move people. And I guess if they're looking for someone who can really move somebody and help block for their quarterback only passing 3 times and just handing the ball off 100 times, maybe it's not that bad of a pick. But again, I still don't get it in the 1st round. But he seems like a player that probably will do well in New England. But
if you remember, Cole Strange was the hot name coming out of the Senior Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was the low level guy who everyone fell in love with during the Senior Bowl.
All right, so Justin Goddard, let's get your thoughts on the Patriots pick here.
I'm fine with it as a Bills fan. I mean, I have done tons of mock drafts throughout this offseason, and I have taken Cole Strange to the Bills multiple times in the 3rd round. So yeah, I'm all about that right there.
That's
Bill Belichick as a GM is
a developmental prospect who has talent, but in the 1st round, yikes.
Yeah, it's wild. If I was going interior, I would definitely be looking at Dylan Parham right now.
All right, I think that's what a lot of people feel. But actually, I have okay. So we've seen 1 quarterback taken so far, right? We've seen no running backs taken in the draft so far. Rob Crippen, what are your thoughts on running back? Do you think we're going to see a running back in the 1st round, or where do you think we might see the first one be taken?
It'll be early, first thing tomorrow. When the draft starts tomorrow night. I was so happy that the Bills did not pick a running back. I was so happy they didn't take Breece Hall. So running backs, the value is just not there. They had a spirited debate this morning, And again, in the afternoon show on GR, I listen to it like all the time. And the 5th-year option, you may not even want it for a running back, like $12 million. Who knows when the cap goes up years down the road, what it would cost for the 5th-year option. So if you're going to draft a running back that you already know in the end that you don't want to keep, most likely, then that it tells you not to take them. You know what I mean? So I think that's the proof that's in the pudding with this position. And it sucks because the position is, it's a glamour position when I was growing up. I mean, you see Thurman behind me. Like when I was growing up, the running backs were the stars of the teams, not the quarterbacks. And it's changed and they just kind of churn them out now. But it's the way that the league is. It's a passing league. It's smart to get those first round picks with that 5th-year option. It's really smart to use it on premium positions, quarterback.
You're also seeing,
edge rusher,
as they grow.
Well, hold on real quick, Mikey, before we get, we do have breaking news. The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. George Karlaftis, defensive end, is the pick for the Chiefs. So before we go any further, I'm going to go ahead and bring Ryan back on to help you guys out. And while I do that, let's get go ahead. I'm sorry, Mikey. Let us know how you feel about this pick.
No, Klopp's pick is fantastic, but I want to go back to the running back conversation really quick because I think a lot of it is switching. Is you're starting to see a lot of those old running backs transition to receivers because they've seen how it works. So a lot of those athletes who used to be running backs are now playing receiver moving forward, and we're seeing less and less of that. Moving forward. Now, when it comes to Klopp's pick, I love it. I think we talked about this when they took McDuffie with the Chiefs. I said they needed corner and secondary help and then edge rusher. So the fact that they got McDuffie and then come back with this guy who wasn't supposed to be here this late, he was supposed to be a top 20 pick. It's another good pick for the Chiefs. Damn it.
Well, another good pick for the Chiefs means that it's just going to be continually more problems for the Buffalo Bills, as well as the entirety of the AFC, because we know, especially with free agency, the AFC in its entirety got way harder, and it's going to continue to be a challenge. But speaking of the AFC, I don't know, it just disappeared from the screen. I don't know why. But speaking of the AFC, on the clock right now at 31 overall are the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati, the same team who we were hoping to face in the AFC Championship, which would have been here in Buffalo. The expectation is we would have beaten them, and then the expectation is we would have gone to the Super Bowl. We know that didn't happen, and I know all the groans and the throwing the head back. I totally get it. But Cincinnati ended up in the Super Bowl. They did not win, but here they are at pick number 31, and I have Cincinnati myself. It keeps disappearing from the screen. I don't know why. I have Cincinnati myself. And so first and foremost, I don't know if this is necessarily the way that they're going to go, but my number one pick for them, or my wish list pick for them, is to get a good corner to replace Eli Apple, who I think is completely overrated as a corner. I think that they need more help down that end of the stretch. Obviously, we saw in them playing the Los Angeles Rams in the Super Bowl, who is a primarily passing team. Granted, they don't have necessarily those weapons anymore, but Cincinnati needed more help. Eli Apple, in fact, being the guy that blew one of the multiple big plays during the Super Bowl for them. So I don't have a name necessarily right now, and this was the issue with being at like 31. And I assume whoever's at 32 now with Minnesota with the trade is going to have a similar issue. But not having a name, I think corner is a place that they definitely need to invest in. Through that, though, they also need to invest in both of their lines, offense and defense. Obviously, we know Joe Burrow, going back 2 years, gets a very nasty knee injury. I mean, his knee literally got bent into a C, and it was not in the correct way. It was absolutely horrific. He bounces back, ends up in the Super Bowl, as we all know. But getting more offensive line help for Joe Burrow is, I think, extremely paramount. It's something that they should be continually revisiting. And then last but not least, the defensive side of the football. Defense is where Cincinnati has typically focused. They haven't done it well, but it's where they've typically focused. And so I want them to also be focused on the defensive line, but it looks like we potentially have a pick, safety Daxton Hill at pick number 31. There we go. Somebody, Justice updated. I appreciate it. But Daxton Hill, safety to Cincinnati. That does help out with the passing defense. at the end of the day. I'm going to throw it to Charlie. One, do you think that my analysis was correct in terms of, I know I said corner, but they ended up going with safety. One, do you think my analysis was correct? And two, what do you think about Daxton Hill for the Cincinnati Bengals? Charlie, you're muted if you're talking.
My bad. Yeah, you're spot on. The Bengals used to be like the laughing stock, right? And then all of a sudden, 2-3 years ago, they started actually learning how to draft. I think, defense is probably the biggest issue for them. I think they've done well on the defensive line. But I think they had some serious concerns in the secondary. You're right. I think Eli Apple is, average at best, probably. I think that if Linderbaum was here, they would have taken Linderbaum. I do think they want to shore up that offensive line for Joe Burrow because he's not the runner that, the Felon or Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes is. So, yeah, I think it's a good pick for them. And I love Daxton Hill. I think that, he's one of those guys who can just play wherever. You're going to see him line up in all different types of places, outside corner, safety, like we talk about in the nickel. So I think it's really interesting.
All right. Thank you very much. There was a storyline, not really necessarily a storyline, but a topic of conversation I wanted to have, and I want to throw it to Rob really quick with this one, and then we can see how much time we have left before we have to get into the final pick for the first round. But the Bengals obviously were kind of a dark horse in terms of not only just ending up in the playoffs, but they ended up in the Super Bowl. And so, Rob, do you think that the Bengals can be not just a consistent playoff presence, but again, to my comments earlier about how stacked the AFC is in its entirety now, do you think that the Bengals can be a consistent playoff presence in the AFC?
No, I don't. I don't expect much from them. I think that, sports a lot of times are a lot about, circumstances coming together and luck. Sometimes you need luck to win a championship as well. I think that their ride last year was a lot of circumstances kind of lining up in their favor. I don't know what Patrick Mahomes is doing in the second half of their game. You know what I mean? He didn't play like that against us, so I don't understand that. I think that the stars kind of aligned for him for Cincinnati Bengals last year. In addition to the fact that the AFC, like you said, got so tough. Now we don't have to play everybody at the same time. That's one of the great things about the tournament. But I mean, Denver got better. The Chargers got better. All these different teams are stacking up. The Bengals, I mean, their coach was a joke before. I mean, if he didn't have this type of season, he might have been fired last year at the end of the season. So I don't really put too much credence in their year. It was a great year. It was a magical run. I think a lot of things lined up perfectly for them to be in that position. And not only would we have trounced them at the Ralph to host the AFC Championship game, but they still might be doing cleanup at the stadium from that game. I mean, like, I just don't. Things lined up. It was a perfect season, but that doesn't mean that you're going to have sustained success. What the Bills are building, the Chiefs have built, obviously the Patriots back in the past, that type of stuff leads to sustained success. But the Bengals got hot, they got lucky, and they didn't get the best shot from their opponents. And that a lot of times is sometimes why they'll say the best team doesn't always win the championship. And that the best team was not in the AFC Championship game last year. Let's just leave it at that. The best team was not there last year, whether you want Bills or Chiefs.
So first off, I love that you still called it the Ralph because that's what I primarily grew up with. I appreciate you calling it that. Now we still have on the clock we have Cincinnati taking Daxton Hill. Before we get to the Vikings with the 32nd overall pick here at the very end, I won't say that Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback going tonight, but with this piece of news that just dropped, Malik Willis will not be a first-round selection this evening per JPA football. So Malik Willis is expected to drop to the second round, which is pretty surprising. However, again, as we talked about throughout the entirety of the show, the trades, both the 8 teams that did not have first round picks, the expected trades with Philadelphia in what eventually happened, this potentially knocked Malik Willis from being a first round quarterback. So again, I will not say that Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback being taken in the first round because I don't know who the final pick is. But speaking of that, Minnesota Vikings are on the clock at pick number 32. This coming to them from Detroit, who originally got the pick from the Rams. So let's go ahead and talk about the Minnesota Vikings on this final pick here of this 2022 live NFL draft coverage.
Can you believe they actually have a chance to get Booth Jr. still? That's who everyone we thought was going to take Booth Jr. when they traded back. We're like, what were they thinking? And he's still sitting there on the board.
Yeah. I had
They're
them.
franchise. I just don't know what they're doing.
I had them taking Daxton Hill here, and then he just went the pick before. I also had them as a dark horse candidate for Malik Willis, and kind of the way you teased it there. Maybe we're looking at Desmond Ridder sliding into the last pick of the first round. We saw it with Teddy Bridgewater. We saw it with Lamar Jackson towards the tail end of the first round. Getting a look at a quarterback, having that fifth-year option. I had them going secondary, but maybe they sneak in and get a quarterback. You extended Kirk Cousins for one more season. Maybe they want to get a look at a guy for a few years there.
Well, I have a take on these Vikings right here, and I've talked about this with Justice, and I know pretty much everyone in here is probably not going to agree with me on this, and is probably going to look at me like, what the hell? I think the Vikings will be the best team in the NFC next year.
In the conference or their division?
They have a division. I can give you the division.
In the state of Minnesota?
No. The entire NFC. I believe the Vikings will finish with the best record in the NFC. Now, I'm not saying they're going to get to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they're – because we've seen, like, with the Bengals, the best team doesn't get the best record always or the best gets to the Super Bowl. I just feel like with Green Bay's not going to be as good as it was last year. I don't care that they still have Rodgers because I don't believe in him anymore. And he doesn't have the weapons around him anymore to do something special. And with the cupcake schedule, I believe that the Vikings are going to have this year, outside having to play us, of course, which is great. I just see them getting the 1 seed.
I can say now, before we continue on with this, I can say now that Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback being taken in the first round.
I was going to call Lewis
Cini is being taken by the Minnesota Vikings, which ends our
That's a perfect fit.
which is a perfect fit for Minnesota. But this is kind of the beginning of the end of our coverage here. I just wanted to talk really quick. We can talk about this pick by Minnesota, but I wanted to talk really quick. Obviously, as Bills fans, we know we were able to acquire Von Miller from the Rams. Now, the Rams gave up that 32nd overall pick, being that they were Super Bowl winners, to Detroit. Regardless of where it ended up, does not having a first-round pick this year, obviously not having the foresight to know that they were going to lose Von Miller, does this hurt them in some way, that being the Rams? Whoever wants to go ahead with it can go ahead and take this one.
For the Rams, I don't think it hurts them. They took that money and went out and got Bobby Wagner, and they got another linebacker. I mean, you have Aaron Donald still in the middle who wreaks havoc before him. You still have Floyd. Does it hurt not having a future Hall of Famer in Von Miller? Yes, but giving up that to get the Super Bowl, tell me which one of you wouldn't do the same thing right now. If you had a chance to say Buffalo's going to win the Super Bowl, you have to give up, but you only get the guy that you get back is only going to be there for 1 year. Would you do it for the Super Bowl?
Yep.
It's a very fair question.
Know what? More power to Les Snead.
All right. So as we just reported on safety, Lewis Cine taken by Minnesota. I heard comments saying that this was a perfect fit for Minnesota. So let's go into it. Why is this a perfect fit for the Vikings?
They have an aging secondary. We talked about it earlier when they were on the clock. With Patrick Peterson and Harrison Smith, they just re-signed Smith. They gave him a bunch of money late in his early 30s. But now you can put him next to him, and you can start grooming him to where he could be one of those leaders once Patrick Peterson and Smith move on. I think I thought he was one of the best defenders on the Georgia team. From the secondary standpoint, he covered up Kendricks a lot, who struggled most of the year. So, I think that's part of the reason why Dean fell as well. As everyone said, he was just surrounded with so many great players that he was able to make the plays. No one got out on him. But Cena's one of those guys. You saw him in the secondary. He can come up in the box. He can play deep. I think he's going to be a great fit in that secondary with those guys.
All right, awesome. Before I throw it back for some final closing comments to our host here, Justice, I want to go over to Justin. And Justin, where do you think Malik Willis is going to fall tomorrow? Could he be the first guy off the board in the second round, or do you think he's potentially going to fall further in the second round?
I could see him going very early to Detroit. There was whispers of him going to Detroit as early as the number 2 pick. And I mean, what a move that would be for Detroit to just sit there and be patient and get him right at the top of the second round. They have Jared Goff right now, an acceptable starting level quarterback, I guess. But adding the talent that they did today, I mean, they have to be looking to the future of the quarterback position as well. So I don't see him lasting very long.
And Detroit actually doesn't have the number 2 pick. They traded it when they moved up to Minnesota. So we talked about Minnesota at 32. Could Minnesota take him early second?
Ooh.
Okay, that would have been right along the same wavelength as I was going on to first. So yeah, I could see that.
All right. Well, personally, I want to thank everybody again behind the screen and on the screen. You've all been absolutely fantastic. It's been great being the host. I won't be here tomorrow because tomorrow is RJ's last call for the Sabres, so I'm going to prioritize that over the draft. However, I might jump in here and there. Otherwise, I will be watching and following along. You have all been absolutely fantastic, and I want to thank you very much for making this first year that we're doing the live NFL draft show a raging success. I'm going to remove myself now, go back behind the screen for production, and I'm going to throw it back over to Justice for some final words tonight.
Boo! Where you been?
What's going on, everybody? Yes, man. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Buffalo FAMbase first round coverage of the 2022 NFL draft. That has been a really, really, really wild ride. So many trades, but I feel like we all had a good time. I mean, there was a couple people here who were like, listen, I'll only be able to be in the stream for a bit, I gotta, and then they were here for the entire time. So clearly we were having a good time. All right. Clearly
it was
we were having a good time. Okay, exactly. Time flies when you're having fun. We're here for 4 hours. It honestly doesn't feel like it, but I did have a great time with all of you guys. So as we send you guys out, we are going to so with me, Jake, and Caveman, and anybody else I do a show with, obviously Ryan as well. I do final thoughts, right? But tonight we are going to do a second round edition of Final Thoughts. So you guys tune in tomorrow night for second round coverage of the 2022 NFL draft. It will be a first round bye special with myself and my man Jake Jordan over here. So as we send you guys out, we're going to ask you guys, okay? There are some really, really good names left on the board, right? The wide receiver, George Pickens, linebacker, Nakobe Dean, Breece Hall, Boye Mafe, Andrew Booth Jr., Kenneth Walker, Kyler Gordon, Travis Jones. There's some Sky Moore. There's some really, really talented players left on the board. So I'm going to ask you guys, who would you like to see the Buffalo Bills pick tomorrow night if you had your way? Doesn't matter if the player doesn't seem like he'll be available at the pick. I'm asking you who you want in round 2 of the draft, okay? So we're going to start off with my man Mikey from the Mafia Sports Report.
If I had my choice for round 2, it's a toss-up between 2 guys. John Mechie III, the dude just flies. And everyone forgets about him because he's been hurt since the championship game. So, or Dylan Parham, big giant, interior offensive line who can play guard or center. Give me one of those 2, and I'll be happy.
Awesome. All right, so we got some wide receiver help, and we also got some defensive help. Offensive line help from Mikey. Tommy, what you got for us, bro?
I got PTSD.
He do not like a straighten up.
I'm not recovered. I am really not recovered, bro. If Booth is there,
so you cool with doubling up, Tommy?
Yeah, hell yeah, bro.
We did it for the end.
If you could double dip with Booth,
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous what we did. I'm gonna be real with you, but if he's gone, Mechie, like what Mikey said, that's my guy. I actually put him in a mock draft. I like him right there, but.
Oh man, well disappointed. I understand, bro. But we only gave up a 4th-round pick, so nothing crazy.
Yeah. You didn't need to, bro.
Go start reading up some.
Brandon,
Twitter's put out a lot of really good content on who Elam is. Start reading some of it. You'll come around on it.
I'm gonna give you my.
You'll come around on it. Has Bean let you down yet?
Yeah, that's a good question. Has Bean let you down?
He's a good character guy. Man.
He's my dog. He's my dog.
For realistic, he
Absolutely.
has. I mean,
he's not who we wanted. We all wanted
Cody Ford. I mean,
Boop's still on the board, so
and we went
we'll
corner.
See.
Guys,
we'll
that's all.
see.
Everyone's been screaming. We wanted corner, right?
And we got our
corner. That corner, though.
Hey, he might not be the hero we wanted, but he's the hero we needed.
Yes, I love
guys.
That.
Yes. Make sure you guys tune in to the Mafia Sports Report every single Monday night at 9 p.m. on the official podcast network of the original Bills Mafia. So thank you for Tommy and Mikey for stopping by with us tonight. I hope you guys have a good night, guys.
All right, thank you,
bro. I appreciate you, man.
Of course, man. Thank you. All right, so next up we're gonna go with Brian Alverson. I'll be wanting to call you Iverson.
You're gonna get it one of these days.
Brian Iverson.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not Alverson. So I spent a lot of the pre-draft arguing with round 1 running back people, so I'm going to extend an olive branch here, and I'm going to say Breece Hall in the 2nd round. One of my greatest regrets recently has been missing out on Jonathan Taylor in the 2nd round. I don't want to do that again. I don't think running backs are worth 1st-round picks, but that's over. 2nd round now, so let's go for it, and let's get a guy who's got the physicality and speed to hit home runs and just turn the offense up to the next level.
All right, Brian. So before we let you go, you said you extended an olive branch. Does that mean you're just trying to appease running back people, or do that mean you actually want Breece Hall?
Oh, I actually want Breece Hall. I just don't. As a general rule, I don't believe in drafting running backs with your 1st-round pick. So that that gets a lot of back and forth.
Real quick, expound on why you don't want a running back in RB1. I'm sorry, round 1 RB1.
I think when you use a 1st-round pick and you get the 5th-round option on the pick, you really want to be focusing on premium positions with that. Cornerback, obviously, definitely one of those, and we badly needed it. So, I wouldn't want to go with something like a running back or a safety or something like that unless the guy was truly insanely good. And I don't think Breece Hall is that good. He's a good player, but he's not mind-blowing or anything.
All right, well, okay. So we got he doesn't think Breece Hall is that good, but you think he can contribute to our offense, right?
Yeah. I think it could be a big addition to the offense, but I'm not completely head over heels in love with him.
Got you. All right, no problem, man. Well, thank you so much to Brian Alverson for joining us tonight. One of my favorite follows on social media. Please let everybody know where they can follow you, Brian, because I don't think everybody know who you are. The account is yours, and they oh my god, that's him. So let everybody know where they can follow you.
Yeah, Reddit Bills on Twitter, or come on over to Reddit and subscribe to the Buffalo Bills subreddit. I know they were doing a draft event tonight. Usually it's just everybody hanging out and leaving their comments.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to get a Reddit, so come over there. And
I just started one, Justice, and joined the other day.
Yo, Reddit's a dangerous place, man.
Twitter's a dangerous place, though. So
I got to get used to it, man. The first thing I did is when I posted something in there, they're like, "Hey, don't just come in here and post your stuff. Be active." I'm like, "Man, it's my first post, man.
Right? Yeah.
Don't kill me."
All right, so we gotta get active in those Reddit streams, but or chats, whatever they're called. Anyway, but thank you, Brian, my man. Appreciate you coming through tonight. Anything else you wanna leave with for us?
Yeah, just be optimistic about Kair Elam. He's got a lot of trash tonight, but if McDermott likes him, then I think we should all love him too. He brings a lot as a cornerback that we've been missing, so I'm excited for that. And go Bills.
Yeah, Brandon Bean hasn't missed in a while. Thank you, Brian Alverson, for joining us tonight. Next up, we're gonna go ahead and go with Philip Gong. Let us know who you want in the second round pick as your all right, Brian, as your second round pick for the Buffalo Bills.
Well, this is a guy who had no interest in the first round. Breece Hall, give me to him in the second round. I love that second round pick for him. I'll take it. Totally different emotions tied to him than I did with the first round pick. So getting him or Dylan Parham as a long-term offensive lineman that you can put behind Roger Saffold to mold him for a year, then take over that spot in a year. Two great picks right there that they can make. And when it comes to Breece Hall, don't be surprised if we trade up again to secure the bag in Breece Hall.
Hey, all right. Philip Gong is calling for a second round trade up to go get our potential superstar running back. We'll see what happens. But shout out to Philip Gong, host of the Ring the Gong podcast. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Phil. Appreciate you, bro. Have a good night, bro.
You too, Justice, and everyone. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
All right, next up, we got my man, the newest member of the fan base, the man with the golden voice, Mr. Rob Crippen, host of the Nickel City Crew. He will be joining us on the Buffalo Fan Page podcast network. So please, Rob, let us know who you want in the second round of the draft.
Offense. So Michi, I love Breece Hall. Offense. We want more points, more scoring, outscore the other team. Let's if it's a shootout, it's a shootout. If the defense stands on his head again, that's fine. Score more points. So Michi's fine for me. Breece Hall's fine for me. Kenneth Walker's fine. I think Dalvin Cook's little brother is pretty explosive as well. So offense is the answer.
So you want James Cook in the second round, or you saying you would rather take somebody else in the second round? And offense. Then maybe,
yeah, I mean, I don't know how they stack up. I mean, but if Breece Hall is already off the board and Kenneth Walker's gone, and there's no receiver that you really love, then just, I mean, they clearly want to address running back. I mean, McDermott, you can tell he wants to address running back. You've got your mouth open. I don't know the prospects. Is that a reach? Is he a fourth rounder?
You're good. I'm sorry. The breaking news at the bottom really shocked the hell out of me. But all right. Yes, so the Jets tried to trade Mekhi Becton during the first round.
I told you guys.
Yeah, you called it. Mm-hmm.
I told you guys
that explains why they didn't take any offensive linemen.
That is interesting.
So that's what's weird to me, right? Is I see that now and I'm like, I wonder if like we're not getting the whole story on that whole Debo trade, because maybe they wanted to give the 10 and Mekhi Becton to them,
and they didn't
but they said, no, we want Elijah Moore in the 10, and that's why it didn't go through.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they would have got Debo at 10, then maybe they trade up and maybe they don't go edge rusher. Maybe they try to get an offensive lineman if they don't have Mekhi Becton anymore. I don't know.
Ooh, that is breaking news. Thank you for that, Ryan. But we were going to say goodbye to my man, Rob Crippen. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. My man came through and he held it down for like 4 hours, bro. Come on, man. Thank you so much, bro. All right, man. Give those kitties a kiss and have a good night, bro.
All right, appreciate you, man. Y'all have a good one. Go Bills.
Go Bills. I don't have to say go Bills. I'm not going anywhere. So
say it anyways.
All right. Exactly. All right. So next up, we're going to go to my man, Charlie Gross, host of so many podcasts. He is the owner of 12 Squared, TTP Analytics, Draft Value Score. Charlie, who do you think we are going to select in the second round of the pick if it were up to Charlie?
Oh, I'm all in on John Mechie. I love him. I think I've said it a few times now that his release off the line reminds me of Stevie Johnson. I think he does a great job in the stem. A little weird out of his break points, a little rounded, probably want him to be more square, which is something you got to work on, but he's great against zone coverage. I think he's super fast. If you're a 40-time guy, he ran like a 4.35 for whatever that's worth. So I just think and I think the Bills acknowledge they need more outside wide receiver depth. They weren't really shy about saying that. At least Brandon Bean wasn't. So definitely a guy I'd like to see the Bills take. And I do want to say two things also. I want to thank you guys for having me here on this draft special. And I have never been more relieved in the last year or two than when I saw Jordan Davis go earlier on in the first round. I was like, we dodged a bullet on that one, everybody. So super.
Yeah, I mean, the Jordan Davis rumors pretty much stopped after we signed so many defensive linemen, but Charlie does not like Jordan Davis, so I'm sure he was happy about that. But thank you, Charlie, for rocking with us tonight. Again, another guy who was here the entire time. Appreciate you, bro. And look, I will be contacting you soon, and we'll definitely talk. So have a good night, Charlie.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Absolutely. No go Bills from Charlie. That's interesting.
Wow.
No, I'm joking. But all right, we're good. We also have here the co-host, one of the hosts of the Wandering Buffalo podcast, one of the best, high quality podcasts, and just literally, two really great guys on screen, a really great guy off screen, and they do really amazing work over there. I'm super excited that Justin could join us tonight, dressed to impress, dapper down. Okay, my man Jake Gods. All right, so Justin, who are the Buffalo Bills taking in the second round of the draft?
So the second round is really interesting to me because I'm way more comfortable with where they go in the second round versus the first round. They could do any number of things that I'd be pretty stoked about. Obviously, Andrew Booth was my pick in round 1, so if he makes it there, I'm all for the double dip.
Did you trade up for him?
I would, but I don't think the Bills would, since we already addressed the position. If we're staying pat, yeah, give me John Mechie. Give me Breece Hall. If we want to do the double dip at cornerback and Andrew Booth doesn't make it there, which I don't think he will, give me Tariq Woolen. I think he's, now that you have somebody that can kind of step right in and be one of the starting players, I think Tariq Woolen, if he can get a couple of years to develop, could really end up being one of the biggest steals from this draft, even if it's a round 2 pick. So I could pretty much go in several different directions and be really excited in the second round.
Awesome. So it seems like a consensus is either playmaker in terms of Breece Hall, John Mechie, we got Woolen, or Andrew Booth Jr. So we want a skilled guy, a playmaker on either side of the ball. And Justin agrees. And so thank you again, Justin, for joining us tonight, bro. It's always a blast anytime I get to work with you. You have a great team, and man, I'm super glad that we get to work with you guys. Listen to the Wandering Buffalo podcast every single Monday morning on the official podcast network of the original Bills Mafia. Thank you so much, Justin, for joining us tonight. Have a good night, bro.
Thank you. Go Bills.
All right, we got another Go Bills. All right, so he was responsible with it. All right. And of course, we got my man, the host of Bank It with the Backdoor, Jason Malloy. He rocked with us tonight for most of the night as well. He was here. It's just that it was bad producing on my part. I didn't realize that there was only a limited amount of spots that could be available because I went crazy with the invites. So, but he still was here. He was reliable. He came in when he needed to. So shout out to Jason for that. Again, Bank It with the Backdoor every Saturday at 9. Jason, who do you think we're going with the second round, bro? You muted, brother. You muted, Jason.
Yep, there we go. Okay, sorry. So, one name hasn't been mentioned, and I think we've got to ask ourselves a question. Is Josh Allen truly the answer? We've got a guy like Malik
Josh
Willis.
Allen? Did you
got
say?
a guy like Malik Willis?
I'm so glad my mic was muted right there.
I got a notification on my watch, and I heard Josh Allen is Josh Allen answer, and I had to process. I was like, "Wait, what?" I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had to get the joke out there because no one mentioned Malik Willis, just a joke, whatever. So, no, I think Malik Willis will end up being a solid quarterback wherever he goes, as long as he goes into a good situation. On a side note, but I like him as a prospect. I think he fits what the new NFL is. But as far as for us, obviously, on a serious note. Like if Malik Willis was there in like the 5th or 6th round, I'm definitely grabbing him. Like just grabbing him, like, all right, I'm gonna throw him out there in a couple plays, like situations, try and like get people excited about him, and then like snag like a 2nd round pick later on, years later on the road or whatever. But 2nd round tomorrow for the Buffalo Bills. I think it comes down to 2 options. They're both on offense. I personally like, if we're staying pat, if we can get him, I think he really may go because wide receivers did take a run, and there's still teams that need wide receivers that didn't really grab one, i.e. the Packers, and this would be their time to take one. But I like John Mechie. I mentioned that to you like a week ago or a week or so ago that I like John Mechie. I
We
think
did
he's
our mock
affordable.
drafts, yes, sir.
Right, he's affordable, and I like him. I think he's a guy that really helps to bolster and boost our wide receiver core now and in the future. You know, if eventually we're going to come down to a point where there's going to be guys we like and we can't sign, and unfortunately, right now, seems like that's heading in the Jordan Poyer direction. Possibly, I'm hoping not. I love Jordan Poyer. I think he's the best player in that defense, even when Trey White is fully healthy. I think Jordan Poyer is the best player in that defense. If you take him out of that defense, I think that's when, if you took any player out of there, I think you take Jordan Poyer out and you have the least success after taking said player out, just because of how he plays. I mean, he plays 110% every snap, so it's all over the field. But John Mechie would be my guy. I think they could go Breece Hall though. I also do though. My definite thing. I think they're definitely going to trade up now. Whether that's one spot or that's 15 spots, I don't know. But I definitely think they're going to trade up. We've got cap issues, so to say. I guess we got some cap issues. Not to mention, you got to look at it like this. Like our team's very good right now. We can draft 5th, 6th, and 7th round guys, but there's a good chance they're not making our team. And if they're good enough, they're not going to stay on our practice squad. They're going to go to a team that's maybe like we were years ago, you know. So it may make sense for us to only grab 4 or 5, maybe 5 at most guys in this draft entirely and use those picks to trade up a couple spots and get guys really like. So I've always liked that. Any mock draft I've done, for the most part, it's the same way I address it when I play Madden. I know Madden's a game, but when I play Madden, I trade up to get the good 3 or 4 guys I really, really like that I've scouted throughout the year. And that's just how I do it. I think that's how the Bills may think to do it too. I hope so. But yeah, I've got John Mechie for my personal lot, but for what I think they're going to do, I think it's going to be probably Breece Hall or maybe one of the linebackers.
So we got a lot of consistency with the John Mechie, Breece Hall. I think a lot of people like those guys. And you said something really interesting. You said Jordan Poyer is the best player in our defense, regardless of his Tre'Davious White is injured. And I don't know if I agree with that, but as far as the person who probably you give up the most if he's not on the field, I do agree that I think that is Jordan Poyer. I do think it's hard to replace his value, if he were to leave the field. So I do have to agree with that. But make sure you guys listen to Bank It with the Backdoor podcast with Jason Malloy, the only podcast you can listen to where you get great Bills content and you win some money. So shout out to Jason. Thank you for joining us tonight, bro. You've been amazing, and have a good night, bro.
Good night. Go Bills, guys. Thanks for having me.
Of course, man. All right, so we got Jake and the boys on the couch. We are going to start with second round pick. Who do you have as the person you want to pick, Bryce? Who is the second round pick for the Buffalo Bills?
I'm gonna go with Dylan Parham for some offensive line help, because I think we'll still be able to get a James Cook in the 3rd round. So I'll take Breece Hall in the 2nd, but I don't think it's an absolute need. I feel like we could bulk up the offensive line some more and still get a guy like James Cook who can be just as productive for us in the 3rd.
Absolutely. I like it. So we get some inside offensive line help. You shore up those guard spots a little bit. You get some good value there in the 2nd round, top of this. Well, depending on, we'll see if they trade up or what. But that is 24 hours away, or maybe like 21 hours, but you get my drift. All right, Adam, the Bills fan. Who are we taking in the 2nd round, bro?
Well, at the beginning of this, you said ignore whether that pick will be sitting there or not. So if I was going to ignore it, I'm looking at Nakobe Dean still sitting there on the board, and I would take him because, one, we may lose Edmonds next year. We don't know if we're going to be able to pay him. So I'm looking at Nakobe Dean, and I'm taking him. If I'm not going to ignore where they are on the board, then personally, I know a lot of people are on board with running back in the 2nd round. They're going Breece Hall. I mean, Devin Singletary averaged 4.6 yards a carry last year, which was the exact same as Aaron Jones. I don't think Aaron Jones is a bad running back, but for some reason, people seem to think Singletary is a bad running back. And we're a team who doesn't run the ball a whole lot. So I don't think using a 2nd round pick on a running back is the answer. I personally would take Sky Moore at receiver because he reminds me a lot of Tyler Lockett. He's going to take the top off of defense. He's smooth. He's quick. We don't know long term if we're going to have Isaiah McKenzie. So he's a guy that could potentially be the long term answer at that position. So those are my guys.
I love it. Nakobe Dean, linebacker, and Sky Moore, wide receiver. Hey, look, man, I ain't gonna lie. Adam kind of been taking the words out of my mouth all show. Like, anytime he said something, it was like, yo, I was gonna say exactly that. So, all right, Adam and Bryce, bro, it was so amazing to get to meet you guys. Jake is my man, and he speaks about you guys a lot. So it's nice to finally put face to the story. So thank you guys for your contribution tonight, guys. You guys are awesome. Jake, the Bills fan, Jake Tasia, Jake Marvel, Jake's the man. The man, the myth, the legend, Jake Jordan.
Bro, why you gotta bring like some middle school shit up, man? Why you gotta
Bro, that's your email. I think that's dope, bro.
That's
what back, baby.
Man, y'all get out of my room. Get out of here. You can go home now.
Oh man, Jake, who's the second round pick for the Buffalo Bills?
All right, so I heard a thing because Adam has been in my ear this whole show. Like he keeps updating me on things. Like after we took Kaiir Elam, he's telling me how Kaiir Elam told Brandon Beane, "Well, I want to be like Trey White." What is Trey White do? Like all this stuff he's coming out and saying.
Put the playbook on the jet on my way to Buffalo.
Put it on the jet, exactly. So he's got that, and then he also puts out that, and we all kind of knew this, in here is that like the whole Breece Hall things, those were not put out by the Bills organization. Brandon Beane has said that did not come out of their building. So it kind of makes me think too, maybe they're not that high on him. Maybe in the second round, maybe they're like, maybe there's some better positions to invest a second round pick into. Now, I understand we've got problems coming up with, Breece Hall's second round. Again, people want it. Again, until Breece Hall gets drafted by somebody else, people are going to want Breece Hall, okay? So, like, I 100% think that the Bills, I'm all in on Dylan Parham. Again, we have what's his name that we just signed from the Titans, the left guard, Roger Saffold, for 1 year. And then Cody Ford is gone after next year. We have Ike Butker on a 1-year deal. There's a lot of depth that's gone after this year, man, in that offensive line. So I would love Dylan Parham if he's sitting there at 57. I think that's a good value pick and a guy that they brought in for a visit and that we have heard that they're high on. But I also wouldn't be mad at Chad Muma. I mean, we've had all these talks. Like, again, I would love Nakobe Dean. We did a mock draft. Nakobe Dean was sitting there that one day and we were like, this would never happen. But if it did,
take him.
I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, take him.
But if I'm saying, okay, well, who do I think might be there? Chad Muma, again, gives you a bit of leverage in your Tremaine Edmonds situation, but you also need somebody to fill in that AJ Klein spot too that you lose. So I definitely think too that Chad Muma is a way to go. And also John Mechie, again, they can go wide receiver. They have a ton of options. And of course, we'll talk about all of them tomorrow. We got a whole show. So that's going to be awesome.
Absolutely. Jake said it best himself. The Bills are in win now mode, and any player that comes in, in these first couple rounds are going to be talented, and hopefully they can get on the field and help us win the championship. Jake also alluded to another very great point, that tomorrow night you guys can join us and tune in to the first round bye draft coverage special. We are going to be doing round 2. We'll see how we feel about round 3, but no pressure.
Depends how late it is.
Exactly. So we'll see about that. But again, I want to thank you, Jake Jordan, Adam Jordan, Bryce Jordan. You guys were amazing tonight. Thank you for joining us the entire time. Again, got some troopers out here, not even almost 4.5 hours tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And these guys have been sitting here on a leather couch right next to each other with the body heat.
Oh yeah, no, it's warm in here. He
This is Florida. It's kind of hot.
I mean, you see, like
Orlando, not like this human, like
it is human.
Bro, I told you when I first got on here, I'm like, first of all, This is gonna be the only time I'm alone on this couch. We're cuddling right now, man. Like it is warm as hell. And before we unmuted this mic, he was like, "Man, it's hot in here." And I'm like, it is, man. That's what
Absolutely.
happens.
Make sure you guys tune into the Lowdown every single Friday morning, and make sure you guys tune into First Round By as well every single Friday night.
I'm gonna think about
That is
recording an episode tonight to put out tomorrow.
Okay, all right. So the Lowdown is coming back. We'll see. You guys
Yeah.
might be able to check it back tomorrow morning, and we might see the return of the Lowdown podcast on the official network of the original Bills Mafia.
Yes,
So thank you, Jake. Thank you to Adam and Bryce as well. Tune in tomorrow night because we will be here together hosting it as well. So we got Parnham, we got Dean, we got Muma. We also got Mechie.
Yep. And Sky Moore.
And Sky Moore. All right. So we got a couple options from the Jordan brothers.
Yeah.
All right. So again, tune into the Lowdown, also First Round By, and then Jake and the Boys on the Couch is going to be coming very soon as well.
I was just about to say, we've already got the plan started for Jake and the Boys on the Couch. That's a new.
How much?
podcast.
What percentage of the earnings do I get for coming up with the name?
He definitely does.
I think I'm gonna have to tweak. I'm gonna tweak the name a little bit so I don't have to give you credit.
give him producer credit.
It's gonna be Jake and the Boys on the Sofa, so I don't have to give you anything.
12% different.
We're gonna go to the futon.
I'm just messing with you, right?
Jake and the boys on the futon. We'll go.
Yeah, we'll go buy a futon.
Oh, I'm a futon. I love that.
All right. So
All right,
thank
I
you
love
for
you
the for the Jordan brothers. For joining us tonight. You guys have a good night.
All right, man.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Woo. All right, guys, that's going to end the coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft for the first round on the Buffalo FAMbase page. Big shout out to Ryan Cahill. Ryan was, first of all, I told you guys, this was his brainchild, whatever it's called. I still haven't found that word, but he thought of this. He told us, he was like, hey, I got an idea, and we put it together. He came in, he hosted, he produced, and big shout out to Ryan Cahill, host of the Rust Belt Report and owner of the LDG Sports and Entertainment Network. So thank you, Ryan. Do you have any words you want to give Bills Mafia, bro?
Well, yeah. So first off, while I've absolutely fallen in love with producing shows, 4.5 hours in, my spine is crying right now, and I'm 23, and so it shouldn't be. But I've also been in this chair since like 8 o'clock this morning for work because I'm still working from home and I have an office job regardless. So my spine might legitimately break in half here in the next couple of minutes. But no, we were talking about, so first off, I want to thank everybody who tuned in. I'm assuming that after 4.5 hours and now growing, that our numbers are going to be massive. I mean, we are literally streaming to probably 10 different accounts right now, personal accounts, all the FAMbase accounts, 3 to 4 different platforms. I can tell you, like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube for sure. I don't know where else we'd be streaming. So 3 or 4 different platforms. I'm hoping and I'm expecting that this is an extremely successful night. We've already been talking about next year and how we can go bigger with this. That said, I'm glad that the picks went fast this year, although we are now taking longer than last year's draft. But I just want to say my pick for round 2 would be Dylan Parham, interior offensive line. I had a corner being taken in the first by the Bills, but I had Andrew Booth Jr., as I said before, most everybody else did. But I just wanted to say this. JPA Football, shout out to them if they ever see or hear this. We've pretty much been using them exclusively the entire night. I was literally getting texts from people that I know that are watching that are like, you're exposing the picks like 5 minutes before they're announced. How are you getting this information? And I'm like, I can't tell you. It's an inside NFL source and blah, blah, but it's not. It's just JPA Football on Twitter. But JPA Football put this out just about half an hour ago now. Players still available. And I know some of them were mentioned, but players that are still available: Malik Willis, George Pickens, Nakobe Dean, Breece Hall, Boy Mayfield, Andrew Booth, Kenneth Walker, Arnold Ebiketie, Kyler Gordon, Travis Jones, Christian Harris, Christian Watson, and Sky Moore. And so, again, we mentioned a lot of those, but that is a stacked second round. And some of the names like Dylan Parham that I said, that Jake said, that others said, is not even mentioned here. So there's a chance that they could fall to the third round. We don't know. This is absolutely one of the best NFL drafts that we have seen in a long time. So, but again, thank you to everyone who tuned in. I'm very hopeful that night one is a massive success. The original plan was to do all 7 rounds. No. I'm not returning for the second round tomorrow, at least not full time. I might stop in, but this is exhausting on our end. And so, it's worth it when we see the numbers and we see the interactions, and you've all been absolutely fantastic. So round 2 starts tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Hosted by First Round Bye. And I want to thank you guys all for making my show's sponsorship night so successful. You're muted.
My bad. I was going to say absolutely, because of course this is a Rust Belt Report special. So thank you, Ryan, for everything that you have done.
And you know what, though, really quick shout out to you, because you made all the commercials, you made the graphics in the background, you did all that stuff. All I did was just get carpal tunnel typing in all of the banners and the tickers and stuff like that, and then telling you everything to do. You did a solid 50% of this. So I did come up with it, but you did a solid 50% of this. So thank you. Everybody should know that you continue to put in hard work.
Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys, for rocking with us. You guys were here the entire episode, and 4.5 hours later, we still got people rocking with us. So we want to thank you for all the listens, the subscriptions, the retweets, the reposts, the likes, the comments, everything. You guys are amazing, and you guys are who we do it for. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is the official network of the original Bills Mafia. We are out. Bills take Kaiir Elam with the 23rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The 4.3962 corner. I like it. We'll see what happens, and we'll see you tomorrow night for round 2. Go Bills.